Welcome, welcome, welcome. Wait, I said the wrong thing. Hello, hello, hello. Is that what I'm supposed to say? I think so. I'm not sure. Pretty sure it's what I'm supposed to say. Yeah. It's been a while since I've said that. So we're not actually starting Outland immediately. We're going to be talking about holidays first, because I figure that's a good time to talk about this. See, we've already got... okay. I wanted to talk about the holidays anyways, and there is a holiday that is going live right now. That would be the Valentine's Day holiday, of course. But each of the holidays has a tiny bit of lore significance. In other words, the holidays happen in character, if you will, not just, you know, oh, it's Halloween, so we want a holiday. So... most of these don't have a huge amount of significance, but I thought I'd at least talk about them while I'm going and doing my dailies. I was hopeful to finish before this, but I've been up most of the morning trying to keep track of a lot of other things, including updating the website and updating my podcast and all that other fun stuff. So I've actually been super busy while I've been doing this, so I apologize for not actually finishing, but I figured this is a good time to do it anyways. So hello really quick to Grey Wolf, Schmeidolf, Raven, Last Echo, Ziwan, of course, King Bubble, Janine, Ricky, Isaac, Formosan, Raskor, Coffin, Callisto, Sonashi, and I think that's it. So hi everyone. So let's go, we're just gonna go down the list in order of like all of the holidays. So I guess we're actually going to start with the Lunar Festival. Lunar Festival is the easiest one to explain. It actually coincides with the Chinese New Year usually. Lunar Festival is when basically every so often, and again it's about, wow, well that was quick. Yikes, wasn't expecting that. Hello Epsilon. The Lunar Festival happens... Remember how I mentioned that there are 3 types of undead? Technically 4, and technically 2, if you want to pull it real technically. But anyways, 3 types of undead, basically. The primary reason I bring that up is the second type of undead. Natural undead, also known as dead. You know, spirits of people who have long since passed, or angry ghosts, you know, that kind of a thing. So, and oftentimes there are spirits who... They stay connected to the world, but not in a bad way. No, it's not like they're angry ghosts who... Why the hell? There we go. It's not like they're angry ghosts who are desperate to destroy everything. They just happen to be the spirits of their ancestors. Usually these ancestors are of the very old variety, aka some of the original dwarves, some of the original Tauren, some of the original Night Elves, etc. This is actually the kind of stuff that the shamans work with regularly. Ancestral magic, as I've actually referred to it as in the past. Basically borrowing the energy of those ancestral spirits in order to function. So once a year, during the Lunar Festival, those spirits all tend to manifest, like lots of them, hundreds of them across the whole planet. And oftentimes people tend to go through and, you know, in lore, generally what someone will do is actually go through and give them homage and honor every year. Now, of course, in-game, you only get the real benefit from doing it the one time, so most people do it the one time ever. And, you know, that's it. But, again, in lore, it's all about honoring those ancestors. Most shamans... Again, in lore, we'll actually usually make the pilgrimage to visit all of these different ancestors and, you know, do honor to them and all that kind of fun, wonderful stuff. And they tend to do things similar to the Chinese New Year in celebration of these ancestors. Fireworks and light shows and that kind of a thing. The next holiday, of course, is the one I'm doing right now. The best holiday of all. Of course, the so-called Valentine's Day holiday, which is actually referred to as Love is in the Air. Now, it's not actually a holiday. Unlike most of the other holidays on this list, it's not recognized in lore as a holiday. It's also kind of wonky because technically only 2 instances of this have ever happened in lore. One before Wrath and one after. So, again, this is a weird example of MMO time, but in lore, this Valentine's Day thing doesn't happen every year. And I know that takes some weird mindset to figure. But anyways, this one's actually kind of funny. So the one before Wrath came out was actually pretty simple. Basically, there was a gentleman who was trying to remove love from the world. And he was basically trying to come up with this ultimate poison, new kind of form of blight kind of thing. It was a Forsaken, of course. Usually healing, natural magic like lightning or thorns or whatnot. A very druidic kind of a thing. And of course, resurrection. I thought Wildstar was already free to play right now. Anyways, I'll answer that later. Love is in the air, of course. Beforehand, again, there was the one Forsaken, and he was trying to kill love, basically, out of a sense of incredible bitterness and revenge. It was an apothecary, a very, very talented, very skilled apothecary, whose wife had died, and he had never gotten over that fact, and he kept trying to insist and pretend that he didn't have feelings, that he had no emotions, they were all irrelevant. When you finished the quest, you would confront him about this, and his wife's spirit would actually show up and talk to him and talk him down from his plan, and then he would give up and yada yada. That was the old Valentine's Day event, Love is in the Air event. Hi and bye, Reflexor. So after Wrath of the Lich King, we have a new Love is in the Air event directly following the events thereof. Anyone remember an event called the Wrathgate? And of course, the Battle for the Undercity. A brief summary for those of you who don't know about it. A bunch of apothecaries decided to become horrifically evil and tried to kill the Alliance and the Horde and the Scourge all in one go. That didn't go off that well. And there's a reason it's called Battle for the Undercity. So, some of those apothecaries were like, we just want to go back to our lives. We just want to go back and live our ordinary lives. But for some reason, nobody is willing to forgive us just because we betrayed them horribly and we're trying to massacre thousands. Ridiculous people not willing to let go of the past. And so they invented this incredibly powerful alchemical concoction which enhanced amorous feelings amongst all of the various races. Excuse me. So they start spreading this concoction all over the place, and just trying, and they actually have a decent amount of the shall we say, banished for apothecaries who survived the events of Wrathgate, or more accurately, survived the events of the Battle of the Undercity. We're all working together to distribute this formula everywhere, so everyone will be so amorous and so in love with each other that they'll forgive them, that they'll be able to let go of the past, and they can come home and get back to work, because that's all they really want, is they just want to get back to work, damn it. And that's actually the head of this particular organization, Crown Chemical Co., that's what it's called. The head of this organization is Apothecary Hummel, who is actually who we will be going ahead and defeating. And already have defeated. You've already seen me do one rotation. Whoops, I'm an idiot. Leave queue. Find group. There we go. It's like, this is taking really long for being a tank. There we go. That's more like the time I was expecting there. Yeah, tank queues are awesome. So yeah, we end up working with a goblin, of all people, and tracing down, exactly why and what, and trying to figure out who's distributing all of this, this love potion and this love perfume and cologne all over the place. And we do a series of quests which traces it all the way back to the now abandoned Shadowfang Keep, where we find these 3 apothecaries, and then we kill them. Because, of course we do. Screw them. Hey, Questy. Did they bother to tell you who I am and why I'm doing this? Or are they just using you like they do everybody else? What does it matter? It's time for this to end. Hwah! Do I have... Wow, I have the sound turned down so low I can't even hear it. So yeah, this is Hummel... Baxter. Whoops. There we go. Worst tank ever. Ah! And Fry. There is actually a reference here. I just don't remember what it is. And no, we are quite done with the Death Knight stuff. It's all complete. It's actually kind of a fun fight, relatively speaking. Quick and short and easy. Hi, Nether. You see the green and the purple on the ground? The green is cologne and the purple is perfume. And you can drink a potion that makes it so you take no damage from one or the other. And some of them, one of them uses all cologne damage, one of them uses all perfume damage. And this guy, the one running around, just does random damage. He can just do whatever. He also has no threat table. He just does... he's completely random. But yes, Burning Crusade is what we're doing after we finish talking about the holidays. I'll go and loot this so that other people can get their loot. Yep. The next holiday, that's really it. That's all I've got to share about this holiday. Like I said, we're killing apothecaries who want to be forgiven. I suppose that's a good way to forgive someone, kind of? I don't know, it's kind of an unusual way to forgive someone. So I guess I'll answer Isaac's question now that I'm done talking about that. WildStar is a good game in some ways and an absolutely abysmally terrible game in others. It felt like a free-to-play game from the beginning, in my opinion. It had lacked a lot of polish, and that was one of the biggest things that pushed me away from it, in addition to the fact that it was really antagonistic if you wanted to play in a group. It was actively anti-grouping of a game, and that really irritated me. In response to One Joker, do I think Sylvanas is long for this world? Yes. I absolutely think she's got a lot of life left in her as the new villain. In response to Questies. Wait, Questie didn't ask a question. Scroll down. I guess that's it. Actually, that's all the questions I got. So let's go on to our next holiday. Next holiday is Noble Garden. Now, there's actually not a lot of lore behind Noble Garden. That is the Easter holiday. The basis of it is really, really simple. Chocolate is awesome. Let's make as much chocolate as possible. And I think that's about all I got. Hey, Stars of the Ocean. What's up? And hello, Takoida. Anyways, so Noble Garden is an old... It literally is basically Easter. It is pretty much one-to-one for Easter. And yes, I do, Kaiman. Oh, wait, no, I guess I don't stream WoW all that often. Anyways, there's nothing else to add there. It's something that started off as an alliance tradition. After a bit of time, several members of the races that went over to the Horde, who had followed alliance traditions, kind of carried it to the Horde, and so now both Horde and alliance have Easter. Children's Week is actually really obvious to explain. So Children's Week is something that both sides do in honor of those who have died and left behind orphans. Children's Week is all about the hundreds, if not thousands, of orphans who are left behind because of the massive amount of war in Warcraft. And so usually what you do is you take a given orphan and you adopt them for a week is the idea, and you carry them around and do activities with them, get them ice cream and show them, you know, leaders of the Horde. And a lot of the it's actually kind of a heartwarming week. Like, you can take these little kids to, you know, racial leaders and rock stars and dragons and show them all sorts of amazing, fantastical things that exist in Warcraft. Children's Week also has the worst achievement in the damn game, where you have to do certain PvP stuff with an orphan out. Not just like winning a match. That would be too easy. You have to do specific actions, and I hate it. But I do like Children's Week overall. In fact, one of my favorite little short stories I wrote, hey Loremani, was a story about my Draenei, who actually took one of the Draenei kids, one of the Draenei orphans, and carried her around on her nether dragon throughout Outland. This was obviously years ago, and just tried to explain to her why it is that she does what she does and why she is trying so hard to make things better, etc. And just trying to generally be an inspiration to the kid. And it was kind of cool. The next one is the Midsummer Fire Festival. Now this one's, again, another fairly obvious festival, or one to explain lore-wise. The Midsummer Fire Festival is all about honoring the elements of fire, specifically, which I find funny, because we've already had an entire holiday centered around ancestral honoring. You can find it in my head, said One Joker. or on my computer. But the Midsummer Fire Festival is all about honoring the elemental spirits. Of course, only one of the elemental spirits, that being the element of flame. I don't remember exactly how the Midsummer Fire Festival began. I'm actually going to look that up really quick. I know, me looking something up, right? But I don't think it actually has a... Yeah, I don't think there's any specific reason, lore reason for how it began, and I am apparently correct. So I guess that's why there's just a hole in that information in my mind. It's a fun little festival, and I guess I have nothing else to add to that. Like I said, not all of these have a big lore significance. Let me move on a little bit to the Harvest Festival. Now, the Harvest Festival is extremely obvious. It's pretty much the end of, the harvest, but it's actually also a lead-in into the next one, which we'll get to in a second. The Harvest Festival is all about, oh, yes, we have done it. We have successfully made it another year, and we have another bountiful harvest. And there's some more magical and literal things they do to try and help the harvest in order to allow the Harvest Festival to actually happen. That's really more about... It's not actually a Thanksgiving. That's literally just another successful harvest year. That's really all that is. But that does lead directly into Brewfest, which is benefited by the Harvest Festival, because Harvest Festival happens right after a major crop yield. And Brewfest, of course, naturally benefits from that crop yield. What are you talking about, Last Echo? Give me more details and I might be able to help you out. Brewfest is probably my favorite holiday, which is funny because I don't actually like sausages or cheese or beer in real life. But Brewfest is kind of an awesome holiday. It's literally just all about having fun and celebrating the fact that fun is awesome. It's one of the very, very few times in which the Horde and the Alliance really show just how similar they actually are when you boil down to it. The Goblins originally took Brewfest from the Dwarves. The Dwarves started the Brewfest. I shouldn't have to explain why the Dwarves started Brewfest. But the Goblins originally took Brewfest to the Horde, being like, this is a great source of money. And then the Orcs were like, yeah! And just loved it. And then it just became this whole thing regardless of the Goblins. And so now the Horde, independently, and with the aid of the Goblins, celebrates Brewfest. And it's awesome, and it's just, everyone's just, yeah, woo, beer, and cheese, and bratwursts. And there's just this general joviality I love about it. There's also a funny little story during the Brewfest, an in-lore story. So, Brewfest is all about, celebrating, fun, basically. That's really its core principle. Life is good, let's enjoy it. And the Dwarves, who originally started this, their big thing was, we have to all compete. Everyone has to go... Yeah, no kidding, Psychotic. Everyone has to come and bring their best brews, their best ales, and we'll all test them and we'll see which one's the best. And it's this big thing. There are several quests. No, I don't, so one joker. There are several quests leading into Brewfest, or I shouldn't say leading into, just independent of Brewfest, about how the dwarves are trying to perfect their ales and crafts and whatnot because they want to get ready for next year's Brewfest. And it's this big deal for them. They spend the whole year perfecting this. You can understand this kind of because the Pandarans kind of do a similar thing. Peppers! Oh, there we go. So, yeah, and then the Pandarans came. So, the funny thing, though, the story here is they habitually have refused the Dark Iron Dwarves, or more specifically, the Tharazin Dwarves, the ones who are loyal to Ragnaros and Emperor Tharazin. They refuse them entry. And the Dark Iron Dwarves absolutely freaking hate that. And actually, I kind of agree with them. That's really kind of a low blow and very much uncalled for. Where's my pet? Which button is my pet? I think it's that one. Yep, there we go. And it's just a low blow. Why would you disallow the Dark Irons from participating in this event of just celebrating life and fun and all that stuff? So the Dark Irons actually regularly raid these events just because screw them. And you can go back and actually bring down Corin Direbrew, who is the main brewmaster amongst the Dark Irons. And it's funny because you go to do it to stop him from, invading and interrupting in the Brewfest, and then you finish him, and it's like, man, we got a cup of We got a cup of brew from him. Let's go ahead and try it out. And it's like the best brew ever. And even the actual dwarf you turn it into is like, wow, this is amazing. Holy crap. And I just love that. If they had just allowed them to participate in the Brewfest, none of that would have happened. But whatever. Whatever. Come on. Oh my god. There we go. Whoops, I should probably stop being stupid. Ah, I remember that one, Lost Echo. God, I remember that one. Let's go ahead and do that really quick. So that's Brewfest. Again, one of my favorite holidays. It's one of the few I tend to participate in every year, just for fun. It's because that's the whole point of it. Fun, yay! Drink, 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 brawl, brawl, brawl. There's lots of fighting that happens, but not like I want to hurt you fighting. More like let's have fun fighting. Very dwarven and very orcish, actually. I actually have postulated in the past that if the orcs and the dwarves really realized how similar they would probably be friends for the rest of time. Culturally, I mean, because there's actually a lot of similarities and a lot of, I shouldn't say similarities, but there's a lot of connecting points, you know, things that both sides enjoy that they could use as common ground between the orcs and the dwarves. Nope. No, we kill Direbrew because we're evil. Anyways, God dang it. I don't think Garrosh has a lot of... Yes, I was, Dakota. I don't think Garrosh actually has a lot of alcohol tolerance, personally. What is with that hat? She actually has a fruit hat. Oh my god. Anyways. Yeah, both have a very down-to-earth attitude. Both are big about proving yourself. Both really love a good brew. Both really love good food. Both really have a very strong concept of family and loyalty. I mean... yeah, alcohol, meat, and ancestors. For God's sakes. Come on, guys. Just get together. Screw the humans. Let's make a new horde. With the dwarves and the orcs. And maybe a few other things. Just whisper it to me, Nether. Just to make sure we don't spoil anything for anyone else. And I'll try to answer as best I can. Whoops. Didn't mean to do that. Oh well. Let's switch down here. So then we have Hallow's End, which is probably the most lore... /W, Nether. Probably the most lore significant of the various... Oh, shoot, I meant to check on that. I should do that really quick. Most lore significant of the very holidays. At least I think that's next. Hang on, let me check that. Get rid of the weekly, get rid of the fair. I will be talking about the Dark Moon Fair, it's like in about 3 weeks, when we'll actually go there. Scroll, scroll, scroll. There's Brewfest. Hallow's End. Yes, Hallow's End is, in fact, next. So... Hallow's End is actually funny. It's the one that comes off of, you know, Halloween. That's actually a Horde holiday. Or, more accurately, it's actually a Forsaken holiday that the Alliance picked up. This is actually the first holiday that started off as a... yes, I did, Nether. This is the first holiday that started off as one side going to the other, as opposed to the Alliance, because the Alliance started so many of the holidays. Hallow's End signifies the time at which the Forsaken were freed from the Lich King. You know, because they totally broke themselves out and didn't... Yeah. Anyways, but yeah, the Forsaken celebrate every year the date that they got free from the Lich King's control and abandoned the Scourge. I feel like there's more to talk about there, but there really isn't. It's just understandable that that would be a Forsaken holiday, and that that's the kind of thing that they would care about enough to celebrate every year. Keeping in mind, a lot of Forsaken have that whole emotions don't matter, and I should just give up trying to care about things kind of a thing. And yet they're like, oh, this is a really important event every year. It just makes a lot of sense to me. There's one other aspect to that. So, funny fact, there's this Nethrezim called Balnazar. Also known as Deathrahan, but no, Balnazar is his real name. Yes, he could, Zillon Joker, if he knew what he was doing properly enough. Yeah, it is kind of a group birthday, Leander, very true. You know, 15 years ago, 14 years ago, etc., we became free. Balnazar captured a individual, and I'm trying to think of his original name. Psychotic, I actually can't think of anyone personally, unless the former Ranger General is still alive. I'm not actually sure about that. Hang on, I gotta look up this guy's name. This is why I keep this ready to go, because I'm so bad with names. It's amazing I can keep as much stuff with this straight as I can. Martus? I could see that. Mortis, I should say. What's your name? Hang on. There he is. Thomas Thompson? Is that his name? Hey, Darker Soul. We're going to be hitting Outland as soon as we finish talking about holidays. Yeah, that's right. Sir Thomas Thompson. I was right. Sir Thomas Thompson. Okay, so yeah, fun fact. Whoops. That's not what I meant to do. Stop. There we go. Yeah, so he actually had a whole comic series to himself. The long and the short of this is he was actually a paladin of the Silver Hand. A pretty good guy, all things considered. He... At some point in time, he kind of... Well, okay. It's like this. Balnazar, the Nethrezim I mentioned earlier, was present as Dathrahan during the purging of Stratholme, and was one of the people who was encouraging others to assist in the purging of Stratholme, because he's a Nethrezim and he's frickin' evil. So Thomas willingly was like, yes, I will go, I will purge these evil people, though if it's a terrible thing. I'm going to skip forward a little bit. He killed his family, because Thomas's family lived in Stratholme. He didn't quite realize he killed them at first. It was just one of those, oh God, kind of a moments. After he had murdered his own family, he kind of lost it. And yeah, it's a really screwed up situation. Like I said, I'm skipping over some of the details. I suppose I shouldn't skip over details. He was actually trying to get his family to leave Lorerun. He was trying to get them to get on one of the ships that was fleeing westwards, towards whatever might be across the sea, or the ocean, I should say. So he thought his family was off and safe, and so when he's going and burning Stratholme and killing the people who were running out, it took him a while to realize that his family was in there, because apparently those ships that were leaving were actually full, and so the only place his family could go to hide was the nearest port of safe call, which happened to be Stratholme. So he kind of lost it. He was actually dragged back to the Scarlet Monastery, and he started speaking in rhyme about how he was the only one who could actually he was the only one who could actually save his family, and he completely and utterly lost his mind, went completely insane. Balnazar, in the form of Dathrahan, basically sentenced him to death, and he was executed by beheading, Headless Horseman. And then Balnazar, being a bastard who won't let him sleep, raised up his corpse in a specific type of undead. This is actually kind of a weird, unique form of undead. It's effectively a Type 3, Type 3A, soul detached, still having some semblance of sentience and sapience, but not really having freedom, because he was cursed with a very specific curse. They could only show up once a year during Hallow's End and make a mess of things, which he did. So yeah, he was turned into a Dullahan, basically, or a Dullahan, excuse me, because the horse was there too, obviously. Remember, Balnazar's a bastard. All Nethrezim are bastards. There's no such thing, oh, excellent, as a good Nethrezim. I'm not necessarily saying that, it's his fault, but he is saying that it was his fault, Opeth. He felt incredibly guilty about what he did, and, I mean, understandably so. I probably would feel guilty, too, if I accidentally murdered my family. What do we got? Hexweaves are 30. I could afford some Hexweaves. It's below Hexweave, Royal. It's barely even more expensive, or more cheaper. Hexweave. Yeah, screw it. I'll get some Hexweave bags. Just getting some bags here. Let's just go and get 4 and be done with it. Possibly, Opa. Possibly. Yeah, that's true. Even Veramothras, arguably the most good Nethrezim, was pretty much from the word go plotting against us, plotting against Sylvanas and the Forsaken, and obviously playing the long game. I've always said that Sylvanas was an idiot for allowing him to do his thing. I'm just getting some bags ready for my Death Knight. I got a little gold going last night. So we'll just go ahead and do this really quick. Get rid of these old, terrible Deathweave bags. Ugh, 12 slaughters. Don't make me laugh. Real men equip 30 slaughters. 30 slaughters. Bam! There we go. That's some inventory space right there. Boora, or hoorah, or oorah, depending on who you ask. Next holiday, I believe that's Thanksgiving, is the next holiday. Hang on, let's get rid of the weekly. Brewfest, Hallow's End. Yeah, Pilgrim's Bounty. Pilgrim's Bounty is, again,
how are you?
A fairly basic holiday to talk about. It effectively is Thanksgiving. If Thanksgiving was the holiday, I think it should be, instead of having anything to do with pilgrimages or the landing on the states or anything like that. In other words, it is literally a time of giving thanks. There we go. We have Big Spinks. So, you know, I don't know what else to add to that. It's just a time of giving thanks. That's all it is. It's all about honoring all of that's happened and being thankful for the fact that we're still here and the fact that Azeroth was not destroyed by the Legion or by the Scourge or by God knows what else that's trying to threaten it this week. I need to go this way, actually. And, yeah, that's all that Pilgrim's Bounty is. Nothing really to add there, unfortunately. And the next and final one is the Feast of the Winter Veil, also known as Christmas. Yeah, no kidding, Dakota. I give thanks to have my soul back. Honestly, Leander, that's not really a joke, if you think about it. As much as it probably sucks to have all the memories and horribleness that you did while a Death Knight, if I was a Death Knight, I'd probably be pretty thankful that my soul was reattached. That I was myself again, you know? So, yeah, the Feast of the Winter Veil has a couple more lore things to it than some of the other ones. First of all, again, this is a long, old-standing tradition. In terms of sheer lore, it might actually be the oldest holiday in the history of Azeroth. It's been something that people have done forever. It's another sort of ancestral holiday, venerating the land, venerating the ancestors who've died, venerating those who have fallen before you, that kind of a thing. And it's a lot about being thankful for the fact that for another year, the land is still going, kind of a thing. It's kind of a mix and crisscross of several previous holidays, and it's been argued that some of those other holidays actually came out of the Winter Veil holiday in lore. There's also a creature, a Yeti actually, called the Grinch, who really, really just gets pissed off right about this time of year. We're not really sure why. He's just kind of a mean one, I think. And yes, Zuan Joker. And I'm actually on the wrong character because we're doing it on the other character first. There's several leper gnomes who are a part of that too. I'm not going to cover that in detail. Of course, then there's the goblins. Now, the goblins are awesome. The goblins look at this ancient, venerated holiday and they say, let's add stuff to it. And this is kind of a real-life commentary sort of a thing. But again, this is all about, venerating the land, being thankful for the land, being thankful for our ancestors, being thankful for our lives, and honoring all that's come and gone. The goblins are like, you know what would really liven this up? Presents! And so the goblins basically invent a holiday inside the holiday. They basically make this new series of traditions, and credit where credit is due. The goblins who do this the right way. They slowly introduce their new methods into the Winter Veil over the years patiently, so that, you know, a few years down the line, it's habit now, it's tradition now. So everyone puts presents under the trees, and everyone buys up all the toys to give, and the gift wrapping, and you know, the Christmas gift giving thing kind of came about because the goblins wanted money. And yeah. And so yeah, the goblins had to monetize that holiday. But I overall do like the Winter Veil. It's probably my second favorite holiday of the various ones. And that's basically it. That's all the holidays. Oh, wrong way. I actually need to... No, I need to go this way. So if you'll notice right now on our screen, it appears that the so-called sexy suit is currently working. Well, this is the character we'll actually be playing for that. Initially, I should say. So we're going to have to do a couple of things. Of course they do, Takoida. Why wouldn't they? The Orcs do, too. And the Pendarans. Funny fact, the Pendarans find the Goblin commercialization, like, awesome in a weird way. In a very zen kind of a way. You know, some Taurans are like, oh, these Goblins are ruining the holiday. And the Pendaran response is, I like giving gifts. Here is a gift to you. You know, that kind of a thing. I love it. It's just such a... It's so zen. I enjoy it. Okay, so, Transmog.
Welcome. Welcome.
Oh yeah, these are ethereals. We'll be talking a little bit more about what and who those are later. They're cool. I actually like them a lot as a race. I hope we see more of them in the future. All you need to know right now is these are These are... I'm trying to think of the best way to put this. They're basically space travelers, like common space travelers. These guys are present on a lot of different worlds across a lot of different systems. They usually use dimensional travel to get to and fro, but they have spaceships as well. And they tend to value energy. Energy is actually one of the primary core focuses of their economy, which I also find really cool. They're also very economically based. Imagine the Ferengi if they were intelligent, and that's kind of what you got with the ethereals. Okay, so slut suit. I actually have both suits ready to go here, so I can switch back and forth relatively easily. So that one, yes. And that one, yes. I think it's that one. Goblin. Do I not have... Oh, I can't equip that yet. Whoops. Can I equip all of these? Yes, I can. Okay, good. Yeah, yes, exactly right, Takoida. And it makes sense for the exact same reasons it makes sense in Alpha Centauri. Can I not equip those? Yeah, that. Oh! I don't have plate gauntlets on. So I can't equip plate gauntlet. Okay. Why don't I just equip these for the moment? Oof, okay. Vanguard, yep. Absolutely, Opeth. You kidding me? And I need these pants. Now, unfortunately, I couldn't get the entire, default slut suit, the one that is actually just the glorious piece and nothing else. There we go. Because, well, I'll actually demonstrate why. I have a question for you, Zoo and Joker, especially since you're the one who's donated the most for this. Do you want the cape on, yes or no? I can just turn that cape off. That's dangling from me right there. To give you an idea of what that looks like, I suppose I'll do this really quick. So this is what it looks like with the cape off, as soon as the smoke fades. There you go. It's up to you, Zoo and Joker. I will let you decide. Yeah, fucking cloth gear. God. Let's not even talk about that. And then, caps lock was used. Try again, Z1. Cape or no cape? So cape? You want cape on?
I ain't got it. You don't want it.
Okay, so I'm going to demonstrate why I couldn't get the whole glorious suit. So the belt is 2,000 gold for this glorious suit. The chest piece is 2,000 gold. The leggings is 210,000 gold. The shoulders are 15,000 2,000 gold. And I don't know if you know how much money that is, but that's a freaking gargantuan huge amount of money. But this is what it would look like if she actually had the full glorious suit on. You can kind of see it over here in the thing. Not too different. I did my best to equate it.
If you ever need any.
Yeah, the slut look is really, really popular, so those pieces tend to go for a lot of money. So, cape off. Okay, hang on. I gotta remember where that is, because I never do this myself. Whoops, interface. I'm guessing it's display. Yep. There we go. Cape off. Yeah, there's a few other skimpy pieces of gear that are really expensive. So, just to show you guys what we look like in full, because this is probably the best way to show it off. Here you go. Here's the slut suit. Again, I did my best with what I had available. I didn't, like I said, I couldn't actually get the full suit. But, yep. There's the slut suit. I just like to say that this is the worst looking chest piece in the entire game. It's from Vanilla, by the way, for anybody curious. Yeah. I don't know, Psychotic. I have a pretty decent time with it on my my Forsaken. So one other cool thing, you'll notice we keep switching mounts. I decided to go and just do the summon random favorite mount thing, and I went through my actual list of my 229 mounts. And all of my rare mounts, or the mounts I'm very proud of, I decided to mark. So we'll be seeing a nice variety of mounts throughout the lore run here. Yes, those are the Ashes of Alar. You think that's impressive? That's invincible. And, of course, I have Rivendare's Death Charge, just to really round it out there. But yeah, they don't really do slut armor anymore. They haven't done it in quite a while, actually. Especially not like this. I mean, my God. That's true, Psychotic. That's true. God, hang on. I gotta see something now. You've made me curious, Psychotic. You've brought this on yourself. Don't worry, I'm going somewhere with this. I just need to... I need to know what this looks like. Oh, hang on, I actually got on the wrong character. I'm stupid. I want to get onto Sinistro for this. I know exactly what a Worgen male looks like in this suit. I'm not sure what a Worgen female looks like in this suit. So let's find out. What does a Worgen female look like in this suit? Worgen female. Oh my God! Oh God, it's hideous. Oh God, we're never gonna look at that. Oh God, I actually so the Skittles suit actually has a couple of those pieces in it. The Skittle or the thorium gear, Janine. So yeah. So here we go. This is pretty cool looking. I think it's not really slutty or shaming or anything. It's just awesome looking, right? But I think we need to have something a little more in that direction. So let's see what we can see what we can make it. Let's see what it looks like to have such a suit on a Forsaken. No, you can look it up yourself. Someone Joker. I also don't have the ability to show you. You'd have to pull up Wowhead. Because I'd have to go make a Worgen and then play for like 2 hours in order to get through the starter zone. And then I'd be able to get to a bank and actually show it. Alright, armor, plate. Glorious. Alright, so we've got... Oh, jeez. Oh, God, it's hideous. It's already so hideous. They don't even have the whole suit. I can't even show you the whole suit. Damn it, I should have just done this. Hang on. Plate. My favorite mounts, because there are 3. There we go. There you go, guys. The Forsaken Glorious. Soak it in, guys. Yeah, there we go. Soak it in. My favorite mounts would be the Frost Drake 25-man, the Iron Proto Drake 25-man, and the Amani Bear, the one you can't get anymore. Those are my 3 favorite mounts in no particular order. So anyways, there's that horrible, horrible suit, just for your enjoyment. Back to our regularly scheduled program. So now it's time to hit Outland. We'll be doing the Horde first. Because in general we're going to be doing the Horde first. Because the Horde is just better than the Alliance. I mean, we all know this. We all feel it in our bones. Yeah, I like how the shell plating was like distorted down because of the design of the Forsaken. Okay, so I want to share with you guys a quick story. What's the distance from the Eastern Kingdoms by going east? I'd have to actually pull up a sphere to find out Schmeidolf. So I'm not actually 100% sure. Ask me again when we get to Wrath, and then I'll look at a sphere and show it. Horde is always better, 22. Horde is always better. Not that I dislike the Alliance, but Horde is better. Except the garrison. The Alliance garrison is way better than the Horde garrison. And Stormwind is probably one of my favorite cities in the game. But the Horde is better in every other way. No mods on these characters. No mods all the way up to Legion. Yeah, Burning Crusade did not age well. So when Burning Crusade just first came out, I have 2 quick stories to share. Really quickly, if you don't mind. So, several of my friends had quit WoW in Vanilla because Vanilla WoW was kind of horrible. I mean, there's nothing else for it. Vanilla WoW had some pretty significant issues, right? Oh, hang on. Psychotic. There you go. WoW Vanilla, a lot of my friends got tired of it. And my best friend, well, one of my best friends, Pax, just flat out quit. He was like, no, I'm done, I'm out. This is irritating and stupid, and I hate this freaking leveling grind, and I hate the gear grind, and I hate the getting a group grind, and I hate the grind. So he bowed out. So I got BC opening day. Oh my god, you should have seen Hellfire Peninsula opening day. Everything was broken. Nothing was working right because there were so many people swarming in. It was wonderful. I loved it. It was absolutely amazing. I absolutely loved it. Bleach. And I was going through, and as I did the first series of quests in Hellfire Peninsula, I was like, these quests are actually fun. Now, I know this sounds weird from the current perspective, but back in the day, going from vanilla to BC was like a breath of fresh air. The only vanilla quests that were generally really enjoyable were the new ones, Eastern and Western Plaguelands, and that's basically it. But BC, which, I mean, we all talk about how BC hasn't aged well, and I agree, BC has not aged well. It is still the most problematic and the oldest and the worst series of quests in the game, but it was so much better than vanilla. You know what I mean? It was so much more enjoyable, and I was just having so much fun going through Hellfire Peninsula that I actually stopped going through Hellfire Peninsula and got a hold of Pax, and I'm like, dude, you need to come play WoW again. And he's like, no. And I was like, no, you don't understand. It's actually fun now. And that's pretty much exactly what I said. It's actually fun now. It's almost word for word what I told him. And what actually ended up selling him on it was the fact that Druids were suddenly a viable class. See, for those of you not aware, back in vanilla, Druids were junk. Druids were like the most broken, terrible class in vanilla. They had a few uses, in combat res, and Thorns was actually really helpful back in the day. And they were okay healers. They didn't bring much to the table that priests didn't. And that was basically it. Being a Druid DPS was a joke. By which I mean, that was the punchline. The joke is just, Druid DPS, and that's the punchline. There's nothing else that needs to be said. Druids were terrible in vanilla. So the fact, if you don't know aware, they did a huge overvamp of basically all of the classes when PC came out. Paladins and not Death Knights, Paladins and Druids suddenly had the ability to tank in BC, and of course Boomkins finally actually became a thing, and they added a whole bunch of variety between the classes. They really, yeah, exactly. That's exactly right, Stukov. That's exactly what Druid was like. Oh my god. So the fact that they really retouched it, that's what actually sold him on it. So he came back on his Druid, And he's like, okay, I'll go ahead and play again. And sure enough, Druid was awesome in BC. Admittedly, a little too awesome. I will freely admit that. But still awesome. Druid healing, Druid tanking, and Druid DPS was all pretty nuts in BC. So we had tons of fun with it, and it was such a, God, yes, it's BC, it's awesome, yay! I went and immediately leveled like another character just because I was having that much fun with it. Hey, Lonely, what's up? Yeah, Warlocks were super buffed. BC was also when Frost Mages were gods. I was so good at a Frost Mage. I could tank bosses on a Frost Mage as long as I was careful. It wasn't easy, but I could do it. I loved it. There was actually a run we were doing. I forget what. It was one of the heroics where the tank was actually trying to say that I was an idiot because I wasn't allowing him to tank mobs. And I had to... My friend, who was actually talking to him because I was really busy, was like, you don't understand. He's pulling aggro off you on purpose, so you're getting hit less because we're not really geared enough for this place. If you were tanking that additional mob, you'd be dead. And that was what I was doing. I was trying to pull stuff out so that the tank wouldn't die to the over damage he was taking, and then he could take it back as soon as he had finished killing everything else. I loved playing a Frost Mage in BC. Anyways, but I had a tradition which I can never do again. I'm very sad about this. I used to have a tradition where every single time I walked into BC, in honor of that moment, I'll describe what I mean in a moment. In honor of that moment, I turned on walk, like this. The roleplay rock, or whatever they actually call this. And I would walk up the... no kidding, Deacon. I would walk up the gate up to the Dark Portal and walk through and walk in and just enjoy that moment of walking into Hellfire Peninsula. Can't do that anymore because the portal now leads to Draenor as opposed to Outland. And my way to getting to Outland is that portal right there. So I'm really sad I can never do that tradition again. Oh well. But again, the reason for that walk is because that was the moment when I really started loving WoW. I enjoyed vanilla. I really did. I've gushed about so many of the things I enjoyed about vanilla. I enjoyed the community. I enjoyed the exploration. I enjoyed being at the cutting edge of raiding. I enjoyed a lot of things about vanilla. But BC... Wait, you can still do that? Oh, dude, I'm so doing that. Hang on. I didn't know that would actually enable me to go through the thing. Where's the portal? Where's the portal? Now I've got to try this. I got to try this now. Because I don't know if the Dark Portal will work if you reset it to the pre-Warlords status. I didn't think it would. I mean, I know about that NPC. I know what you're talking about because I'm going to have to use that NPC for the Lorerun, but I didn't think that would allow you to walk through the Dark Portal. Please wait. We've got a bit of a run to do here. I'm trying to think of the fastest route over there. I think, yeah, that's what we'll do. That's what we'll do. Derail it. Screw it, dude. This is such a long tradition. I've done this on every character that I've ever made. The only two exceptions were going to be our Paladin and our Death Knight. Anyways, so, like I said, but when I got into BC, and the questing was so much better in BC, and the story was better presented in BC, despite all the massive problems we have with BC's story, it was still better in basically every way, and I should say better presented in every way than the story was presented in vanilla. It's one of the things I talked about. Ah, damn, just missed it. It's one of the things I was talking about. Wait, no, I didn't miss it. I was going to say, yay. One of the things I was talking about is there was a lot of story in vanilla, but it was so disjointed, and there was so much space in between it that a lot of people it couldn't even tell that there was a story there. They couldn't see the connecting plot threads. But BC connected those a lot better, even though they completely screwed up both the Legion and Illidan. And they did. Let's at least be honest with ourselves about that. There was so much more story. There was so much more plot. They really started pushing the in-game cutscenes things. The raids were really good in BC, I think, with one noteworthy exception. I feel like BC is when they really started to stretch out with their raiding design. Even though Noxramas was a brilliantly designed raid, it was brilliantly designed for people who were really damn good, if you know what I mean. In BC, they started making raids that were brilliantly designed, and people who were not at the top of their top of their game could still perform in, could still accomplish. And of course, yeah, the Kael'thas fight. I know that's not what you meant, Dark Soul, but seriously, the Kael'thas fight is still, in my opinion, one of the best fights in this game. Wonderfully complicated. It was the first fight to go past 3 phases, with a astonishing 5 phases to that fight. And yeah, they also introduced the concept of 10-man raids and 25-man raids. This is a good time to talk about that. So, I think some Alliance have been through here, because, yeah. Either that or I am massively lagging, one of the two. Let's see, are there any mobs loaded nearby? Am I lagging? Yeah, the Horde of Legendaries. Nope, I'm loading mobs. I guess some Alliance jackass just decided to kill them all. Thanks, jackass! I'm not going to call you an Alliance jackass again, because, hey. Oh, we're going to watch it, Kevin. Don't worry. We're just going to do a little traveling while we talk. But yeah, so BC introduced the 10-man, 25-man concept. Let me make my opinion on this absolutely clear. The shift down from 40-mans was a great idea. So, and I'm gonna go ahead and go over my reasons why. I want to defend my point here rather than just saying I think it was better. First and most important reason, from a game design perspective, the more assets the player has access to, the harder it is to design a fight. This is true for anything. In D&D, a GM who has to balance a fight around 3 party members is going to have a harder time than balancing one around 2, or one around 6 versus one around 3, etc. If in a video game, if you're trying to balance a given mob or a boss around the idea of having, again, 40 people, it's a ludicrous and insane concept. It's one of the reasons why the only raid that was truly 100% very well balanced in vanilla was Noxorama's. And again, that was balanced for people who were on the bleeding edge, who were damned good and damned geared. It was balanced, I will freely admit that. But it took them the entirety of vanilla to finally get to that sweet spot. So that's the first reason. The second reason is, of course, because of the fact that the carrying principle. So, for those of you not aware, most raids, pretty much other than some of the higher stuff in AQ40 and Noxorama's, it varied from raid to raid, but generally about 20 of the people were carrying about the other 20. This was especially true in Molten Core, but even in Blackwing Lair and the early parts of AQ40, the people who were really contributing and making that boss fight happen and making that raid happen were this group of people, and then everyone else was just kind of there being dragged to victory. Really? You're going to flag me for that? Really? Whatever. Yeah, the follow train, as it was called. So that's the next reason, the fact that, in a 25-man raid, generally, there are still a couple people being carried, but it's usually like 2 or 3 people as opposed to 5. At least when you first start off, I should say. What do you mean, Darker? So the next reason I like it is, of course, the gear problem. Now, there are other ways around the gear problem. They could have just made bosses drop more than 2 to 3 frickin' pieces of gear. As I already said, I think that 2 to 3 pieces of gear for a 40-man raid is ludicrous. But this is another way to approach that problem. Reduce the number of players so that, relatively speaking, the couple of players, the smaller number of players, that 2 to 3 pieces of gear is more meaningful to them. So, that's the next, Oh, gotcha, Darker. No, I'm not doing that. Heck, you kidding me? I already have Templar's Verdict. Not this character. Hey, Night Forager. Hello, Pencil. What do you mean, Junker? No, Opeth. Hey, what do you mean? I don't understand your earlier question, Opeth. Other reasons. This is actually probably, I think, the actual most important reason why 25-man raids was a better choice than 40-man. Have you ever tried to get 40 people online at the same time? Scheduling raids was a nightmare. There was a reason most of the guilds in vanilla had closer to 80 regular raiders, and then they would raid, and whoever happened to be on during, this scheduled raid time would be the ones who went that week, and not everyone could make it every week. And in some cases, even with those 80 raiders, you couldn't even get 40 people, and sometimes we were sitting at 38, waiting for 2, because you needed those 2. Interesting, Jago. I'll have to see that when it comes out. Oh yeah, and then getting them on TeamSpeak, and then getting them coordinated, and and making sure they were all buffed, making sure they all brought whatever they needed, oils from Zul'Gurub, that kind of thing. It was a colossal hassle. Reducing the number of players involved reduced the hassle of dealing with that. Now, of course, BC did not perfect this method. BC also, so to continue my thought process here, BC also introduced, 10-man raids. 10-man raids, of course, were designed to be easier raids, and they were. However, the really important part about the 10-man raids was actually having the ability for people who didn't have a massive guild to raid. It was their first step into opening up raiding to a larger audience, which a lot of people think was a terrible, horrible, disgusting idea. I am not one of those people, for reference. LFR is far from perfect, but I do still, overall, think it is still a net positive. I also think the new flex method is brilliant, and what they should have done back in BC, but obviously they couldn't, so, whatever. And obviously Wrath would finally introduce the ability to switch between 10 and 25 man, which gives you the choice there. Hey, Mind Blast. And there she is. And,
well met. Be careful.
Where's eyebrow? And they've never actually brought back the 40-man thing, not counting the anniversary of MC, which was just a nightmarish mess of hell. Yeah, I guess that's really all there is to it. I guess that's all I have to share on the matter. We'll see if this actually works here in a moment. Yes, Opeth, that is correct. So again, I know a lot of people will disagree with me on my raiding mentality. Speaking as someone who has forever given up raid leading, I like LFR. I like LFR because it means me and Pax and Janine and Bragwin and Third, that's 4 people, can go raid. Otherwise, we would not be able to. And I like that. Now, I will say this, there is another solution for the LFR problem, and it's something that I am amazed they've never done. Right now, flex scaling goes between 10 and 25, right? So if you bring 10 people, it's scaled to 10 people. If you bring 13 people, it's scaled to 13 people, etc., etc. Why not scale it all the way down to, say, 2? They have the technology already in place. They already have the formulas already in place. Why not scale it down all the way down to 2 or 3? I guess it's actually probably more accurate. So scale it down to 3. At that point, there would be no need for LFR. We could hop into Flex, which I believe is called normal now, and Shazam. The 3 of us could go raid, which is exactly what I want. Now, to explain a little bit what I mean by that, because of course I'm going to be spammed with, you're frickin' casual. You know why I quit being a raid leader forever? I cannot put into words how soul-suckingly terrible it was trying to drag 10 people online at the same time. It was a nightmare. I hated it. I absolutely hated it. Do you know how many times I was sitting at 8 people online and ready to go, and all 8 of those people were all ready and tricked, and I would beg and bargain and try to get 2 other people somewhere, anywhere, from just random people in Dalaran, or just people in chat, or people I knew from other guilds. Is anyone not tied to Ulduar this week so we could go do it? Please, I just need 2 people. And do you know how many runs fell apart because I couldn't find 2 people? I hated that garbage. Now, you might be like, well, I don't understand. Well, let me explain very simply. If I wanted to go group with totally random strangers, I could. I could actually go group with totally random strangers. That's a thing I could do. I don't want to do that. I've done that before. I've done that for years. I did that before WoW even came out. I want to group with my friends. I want to group with people I know. I want to group with Janine. I want to group with Pax. I want to group with Gary. I want to group with Sherston. I want to group with, my sister. I want to group with the people I know and enjoy their company. And I know that even if we're not good enough to bring the bosses down, who cares? We're friends. We're here to have fun. That's what I want. And the fact that I need 10 or 25 or 40 people to do that is aggravating because my friends aren't available whenever. Finding a period of time when all of my friends are all available at the same time is a nightmare because we have real life problems. We have jobs. We have families. We have bills to pay. We have chores to do. So, yeah. That's just my perspective on it. I'm not saying that's the correct perspective, because that would be stupid to say that I'm, things have to be the way. That's dumb. But I would like having the option of doing that. I would like having the option of playing with my friends and playing with people I know and still being able to do the content. And I get really goddamn pissed off at the people who insist that my mentality is invalid. You just don't want to earn it. You're just not willing to put in the time and effort necessary in order to properly enjoy this game. Because the only way to actually enjoy this game is the way that I enjoy this game. Because I'm the only one who's right. I want to punch everyone who says that in the frickin' face. I hate that goddamn elitist bullshit. That is not something I am in favor of. I'm not actually interested in forcing the game to be my way of playing. I want the option of playing the game the way I want to play it. And if I can't have that, then that sucks, but oh well. I really get sick and tired of people who are constantly hammering on over and over and over about how their way of playing it is the only way to play it. And their way of thinking it is the only way of thinking it. And I should just leave the game. Because I'm not willing to play it their way. And yes, I have actually the coolest. It looks pretty cool. Oh, hey, a quest to go to Outland. How interesting.
What do you need?
Oh, never mind. That's a different quest. That's a different quest. All right. So now I should have been doing this while I was talking. I apologize. I just got really pissed off there. Will Rick Berman be joining me? Hang on. Let me see here. What's up, Rick Berman? How's things going? So, how's life, man? So listen, Rick, buddy, pal. I've learned a little bit more about you. I've done more research about you recently. And I've come to learn that you were in kind of a screwed up situation back during TNG. So, I'm not going to punch you today. I may punch you later when you ruin Star Trek. And then when you kill Star Trek. But today, you're cool. You're cool. Wait, whoop. And yeah, that's always been my mentality, Sly Fox. We're all gamers. If you're the kind of person who wants to do mythic raiding every week and really push for the high-end, the cutting edge. I get that. I'm with that. In fact, whoops, I'm not flying it. I even totally understand that. I used to do that. I was a quote-unquote hardcore raider in 3 expansions. And I enjoyed it. I do think, now to make my point clear, I defend LFR, mostly because it's the only option right now. And I like LFG. I've always liked LFG. Although then again, I usually walk into LFG with 4 people, so we're basically pugging one guy. I defend LFR, but I really wish we had a better option. And I've already given my better option. Scale it down more. Make it so that even...
Greetings.
Perfect. Yeah, there.
Go with honor.
So that even more people... can play the frickin' raids, can see the content. Especially since, now this is something that not a lot of people think about. Raids are story. Pretty much all of the raids have always been integrally tied to the story of WoW. This is one of the things that used to piss me off about the old raiding mentality. If you didn't do the raids, you literally missed out on some of the plot. Imagine, I know this is a weird comparison, but imagine if you're reading a book, and unless you go raid, basically, so basically you can't go raid. So as you're going through the book, there's just chapters missing. Literally just missing. Because that's locked behind raid content. Now, I'm not saying that raids should stop having story. I like the fact that raids have story. It keeps me invested in raids. It makes it so that I actually care about doing these raids, in addition to just for gear and whatnot. But the point is, the whole invention of LFR was designed so that more people could see the content. Although there's also a more pragmatic and money-related reason for that too, which I'll go into just a second. There we go. The other side of it is, of course, the money side of things. Like, if you have... WoW has a fairly large player base who actually can't, go and enjoy the content, right? Who couldn't go raiding, basically, who couldn't go raiding. And so, as a consequence of that, as a result of that, yes, I know they still do it, Permeus, and it pisses me off, but whatever. So as a result of that, a lot of people were losing subs and they were losing interest from a decent group of people, and so they introduced LFR so that they could justify their budget more, basically, because, and I really hate to say this, but the number of they've actually done studies, the number of people who are their subscribers who are raiders, the people actively seeking out raiding, the hardcore raiders or what do you want to call them, people who are here to raid, basically, was a relatively smaller number of the subscriptions. And a fairly large amount of their time and money budget goes to raid design. And so they were having a difficulty justifying all of that time and money going towards raid design for such a relatively small viewer base. So the LFR thing was a way for them to be able to justify it more. Now more people are seeing the content. Now we can go to our accountants and say, here, this is why we're spending so much time on the raids. Again, I don't think LFR is perfect. In fact, it's flawed as hell. But I get and even agree with their reasoning for doing so. Now, what Progue says is actually an interesting question. It would not make it a single-player game. It would make it a co-op game. Now, you might be like, Arsh, can you give me an example of what you're talking about? Yes, I can. Guild Wars 1. Guild Wars 1 is my example of a co-op, a co-RPG. That's actually what's referred to as co-RPG. In other words... Also, I really like this mount, just as an aside. In other words, rather than needing 40 people to play the game, or 30 people, or 20 people, whatever, you need a handful of people, and they can co-op their way through it. It's kind of an in-between between single-player and full-on MMO. And WoW has been leaning towards co-RPG for years, as more and more story focus has been pulling into it, and the plot is becoming more of a central thing, and all those kind of things lean more towards a co-RPG than an MMORPG. It is also, and I hate myself for saying this, but it's also worth noting that the time of the MMORPG is kind of past. We are past the point at which the big, it's no longer the wild frontier. MMORPGs are no longer a new thing. There's no longer this big community of, the new and the exciting and the exploration. That's gone. It's done. It's been done for years at this point. And I feel that's one of the reasons why several MMOs, WoW included, have been aiming more towards the story-focused co-RPG format. And I hate to use this example, but Tor is actually a great example, as badly designed as it is, of what is effectively a co-RPG. You know what I mean? So... I guess in final answer to your Progue, yes, it would make it more of a co-RPG than an MMORPG, but I think that's a good thing at this point in time. Because trying to be just an MMO is going to be a niche market at this point, because the market for that has shrunk tremendously. But the market for co-RPGs, where me and my friends, go ahead and call me a casual, it's okay. You can insult me as much as you want, as long as you don't insult my friends. But me and my friends can go and enjoy this stuff. I personally think the subs dropping is something that is logical and natural. And it's actually a very, very simple and easy way to explain why. This game is over 10 years old now. Not many people can enjoy playing a game for 10 years. Even if it's good, even if the quality remains high, even if there's good story, even if there's good content, even if there's good raid design, it doesn't matter because you've been playing it for 10 years, right? So the subscriptions are basically always going to drop up until it reaches the point where they level out. They will eventually plateau once WoW reaches the point where everyone who is still in the game are the people who are invested in the game. And like myself, to use an example, I don't really intend to bow out of WoW. I still enjoy WoW to this day. Obviously, I agree to this Lorerun. I'm looking forward to Legion. But for the most part, what you're going to see from now on, and I guarantee this, is if we were looking at a subscription chart, it'll go down, and it'll kind of level out, and then an expansion will come out, it'll spike, then it'll go down, level out, and then an expansion will come out, and it'll spike. And that's the pattern we're stuck in at this point in time. Because, again, this is an 11-year-old game. So, any chance of a Guild Wars Lorerun? I wouldn't say it's off the table. I know Guild Wars pretty well, so I could do that. WoW is left from the same people who still play FF6 daily. Absolutely. But yeah, Neocache, exactly. We're going to see an EVE Online situation here, or any of the other MMOs that have remained successful over the years and will continue to have basically sifted out. Like, all the people who were partially interested, or all the people who were temporarily interested, or all the people who don't have time anymore will have sifted out, and the subscriptions will drop. The people who are left are the people who are already invested, who really care about the game and really want to keep playing it and really enjoy it, and they'll just stay there. And that's pretty much what happens to any MMO. That's been true for every MMO that's ever been made. There's a reason UO still had the same basic subscription base for years after they stopped doing anything with that game. Okay, so now that we're all here, let's finally start the Burning Crusade, the worst expansion in WoW. I say that kind of jokingly, since I really enjoy a lot of BC, and fun raids and some really cool designs for gear and whatnot. And of course, this is when I started loving the game. But looking at it, I agree, Kamuyak. I'll never get my love rocket. But relatively speaking, it is probably the least quality in terms of just pure gameplay approach of the expansions. Yeah, worst leveling experience. I think that's probably the best way to put that, actually. Worst leveling experience. I hate leveling through BC. But we're going to do it just for you. But first, we're going to do something else. Because we're about to start BC, so yeah.
Imprisoned for 10,000 years. Banished from my own homeland. And now you dare enter my realm. You are not prepared.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. Blizzard's cinematic team is frickin' amazing. Well, Opeth, keep in mind that Illidan was pretty badly written for BC, and unfortunately. Thoughts on Illidan being dug back up? About damn time. No, to explain what I mean, it's not just because Illidan's popular and because he's an awesome character. That's not the only reason that I think Illidan coming back is a good thing. It is relevant, I'm not saying that's not. But Illidan's story was always wrong in BC, and I've already explained why. So I have nothing else to actually say about that. Illidan was literally written wrong in BC, and so I want them to fix it and then write him properly and have him actually be good in Legion. So here's hoping. Probably lots of money, King Bubble. I'm not sure otherwise. Someone Joker hangs or something. Am I really, Nicholas? That's funny. Does anyone stay dead around here? All right, so let's see if this works. I'm gonna laugh if we do. I guess I should give my thoughts on the intro really, really quick. I wouldn't say that's the worst intro or the best intro or anything like that, but I will say that it does feel pretty much exactly like the vanilla intro in terms of directing, with one tiny little change. Basically, it's here to introduce new concepts and new areas, so we get to see some of the new terrain in Outland. The shot of Nagrid is one of my favorite shots of Nagrid, by the way, for that little tidbit we saw. That was gorgeous. We get to see the Draenei, of course. We get to see the Blood Elves. And then otherwise we just get to see normal, normal, here's the classes and here's some of the changes to the classes kind of a things. The one change from vanilla is vanilla's cinematic didn't actually have any story to it, really. It was just, and here's the world. And that was like it. It was just, otherwise it was just showing off the classes and highlighting the war between the PvP aspect of things. This one did have the beginnings of a story aspect with Illidan's comments. I've been banished for 10,000 years and all this horrible stuff. And then, of course, in Wrath, we will then have a full, no-tilt, story-focused intro. Also, my favorite intro, my second favorite intro cinematic. And that will be the trend from now on. Each cinematic from Wrath on will be all about the story. Really all about, here's the main villain, here's the plot focus, here's the theme of the cinematics from now on. But anyways, so let's see if this works. I'm going to turn the music up just for this one thing. This is going to get loud. You are warned. One of the other reasons I do this is because it's the Dark Portal. It's one of the most important aspects of old Warcraft, Warcraft 1 and 2. And so walking through the Dark Portal should be a big moment in my mind, Yes, it worked! And I love this section right here. I absolutely love walking in and seeing, this amazing view. This is, again, the moment that I realized that I was going to really love BC. All of a sudden, it's just alien. You feel like you're on an alien world. There's the twisting nether in the distance, and you see these alien moons and these rocky peaks and chunks of land just floating in the sky, and this massive dark portal with its fell energy pouring through it. And I love this. I love this moment. I love looking around and taking in the sights. So, now a little bit of lore, finally. When the Dark Portal actually opened, the first thing that happened is scores of demons charged through the Dark Portal and started attacking Azeroth. Roar! what I mean by him written wrong was I mean quite literally wrong. So some of the writers who are writing BC hadn't played the Warcraft 3 games, and they didn't know who Illidan was. So they thought he was the demon lord of the Burning Legion, aka they thought he was Kil'jaeden. And so a large number of the story of Outland was written as if Illidan was the demon lord of Kil'jaeden. And they had already done so much work for it, they couldn't go back and rewrite all of that. So that's what I mean when I say that Illidan is literally written wrong. Because it's literally wrong. They wrote the wrong character. Oh no, one's getting through! And I can't do anything about that. Get out of the way, run! So what happened was Kazak was pulled to Stormwind and killed everyone. I was there for that. But they opened the portal. Kazak, specifically, the Doomguard Kazak, one of the more higher-ranking Legion Lords of the Burning Legion, managed to reopen the Dark Portal and charge through. And basically a whole army, including one of his lieutenants, I forget his name, but it's a lesser Doomguard, charged forth and started invading Azeroth. And I want to remind you, this happens right on the tail end of Noxuramas happening. So this is a question. I was actually asked this like twice last night, and I was asked this on Tumblr today. No, it's not quite like that in Neocache. Like I said, they tried to fix it, and then they kind of half didn't fix it, and yeah, it was a mess. It was a mess. The majority of what's wrongly written is the quests leading up to that. Black Temple itself was trying to fix the quests by killing him off because now they had no idea what to do with a broken character. Anyways, Cruel, that was a name, thank you. So Cruel charges forth and invades all the lands, and again, right off the tail of Noxuramas, so nobody was really prepared, in Azeroth to deal with this sudden Seer Nether demonic invasion. So there was a series of quests and a lot of live events where we were fighting against Cruel, who was spawning randomly in places, and of course, demons were pouring out of the portal. And there was this whole series of quests you could do to try and push them back to the portal, and then push them back through the portal into here. And this is actually the point at which right now we have sufficiently pushed back and claimed the spot on the other side of the portal on Azeroth, and now both the Horde and the Alliance are here actively joined together and fighting against the Legion, who is actively, as you can see, assaulting the Dark Portal here as we speak, which is what's going on here, with a actual Nihilin right there joining in the assault. This is another example of things being broken, by the way. So the intention was for this to be a demonic assault sent by Illidan, which doesn't make even the tiniest bit of sense. In actuality, this should be a demonic assault by Kazak of the Legion. So Outland is in the Nether, but it's not in the Nether, if that makes any kind of sense at all, which it probably doesn't. It would be better to say that Outland is dimensionally shifted. Yeah, I actually had that Argent Dawn tabard on one of my characters that I have since lost, unfortunately. Yeah, 10,000 years couldn't do it, but a couple of riders managed. Anyway, so let's continue the quest here. So they're fighting against the demonic invasion. Prepare yourself for battle. The Horde has need of you here. And put on some clothes. Aided by the Alliance, my forces will hold the line here, but I need you to deliver the report to General Krakok in Thrallmar. With his help, we'll be able to drive these demons back to the abyss that spawned them. Speak with Frowether. She'll get you to your way.
Go forth to victory.
More than once, Psychotic. More than once. Now, 30. At least 30. Yeah, I'm predicting at least one death on camera just for me, because I'll be like sitting here talking, and all of a sudden there will be this, and then I'll die. What do you want to bet, guys? Everyone take bets right now. How many times do you think I'm going to die to a Fell River?
May your blades
All right.
never die.
To Thrallmar.
Farewell.
By the way, the Fell Reavers totally did it before the Reapers did. Just saying. Now, call me weird. I really like the aesthetics of the Hellfire Peninsula. It's not the red rock so much as the kind of warped alien sky and the chunks of terrain that are just floating around in the air. I actually really like that side of the aesthetic, the shall we say, the alien aesthetic. Now, I'll have more to talk about in the Alliance Town right over there. But as you can see, this is a very ramshackle, we just threw this base camp together kind of a thing. Now, you might ask, why would the Horde put so much backing behind this? And it's not, hey, it's Magtheridon's head. And it's not just because of the whole we need to push back against the demon invasion thing, although that is a part of it. The primary reason, yeah, exactly, Psychotic. The primary reason for putting so much backing and so much effort and so many resources into building this place is because Thrall was very, very interested in it because of the fact that he wanted to find the Morg, or not the Morg, the Maggar. He wanted to find the Maggar. And the Blood Elves were looking for Kael'thas, which brings me to my first favorite little point of view. So here's a bunch of Blood Elf pilgrims. I'm just going to wait here until they talk. So yeah, what happened to this place? I guess I should explain why Outland is a broken mess of terrain that's floating through the Twisting Nether. Kind of dimensionally shifted. It is worth noting that even though this is in the Twisting Nether, it's not fully in the Twisted Nether. The way this works is the more orderly, I think is the word I want to use. The more concrete, the more coherent your planet is, the more it'll be in normal space, right? So one of the reasons why the Druids have been trying so hard of the Cenarian Circle in order to, or excuse me, the Cenarian Expedition, have been trying so hard to terraform areas on Outland here is not just to terraform it, but because doing so will slowly shift it out of the Twisting Nether and back into normal space. It is worth noting that it's debatable if that will actually make things better or not, because then you're going to have some problems with it having an atmosphere and gravity and all that fun stuff. At the moment, this is basically a magically maintained continent which is floating through the cosmos. And you can, that right there, by the way, is literally a visual representation of the Twisting Nether that you're seeing arcing through the sky. We'll be seeing plenty of that in the future, of course. So why is Outland so screwed up? There's a long story behind that, and I don't quite want to talk about that just yet. Maybe I'm going to be showing some flavor roleplay stuff, so I think this is a good time to actually talk about that. And then I'll interrupt myself when they start talking. So Draenor was a normal planet that was massively dominated by the ogres and the Graan. The Draenei landed on that planet and helped the orcs who were enslaved by the Graan and the ogres to overthrow them. Yes, Lamppost, because they were originally saying that Kael'thas is working with Illidan, and since they were assuming Illidan was a big evil demon lord, they just kind of shifted Kael'thas into, you know, a patsy of the big evil demon lord. And then when they fixed it, they made him a patsy of Kil'jaeden as opposed to a patsy of Illidan to try and fix their problem. Anyways, so the Draenei helped the orcs, and then a lot of other little details happen. I kind of want to skip through most of the history of Draenor, our Draenor, but the summary is Kil'jaeden cast one spell, turned all of the orcs into this demonic horde, and killed the crap out of half of the Draenei. And I mean like a lot of the Draenei. Trust me, you'll see what I mean in a minute. So with that done, a bunch of stuff happened. They invaded Azeroth, failed, were pushed back, and at that point in time there was an orc shaman / warlock named Ner'zhul. Now Ner'zhul is an interesting character to me, because he was never actually evil until a certain event. He wasn't a good guy, but he was the kind of guy who was not on board with the massive violence and bloodthirsty horribleness that was happening throughout the rest of the Horde. He was not really on board with the demonic thing. He accepted it because he felt he was too powerless to actually do anything to change it, but he wasn't like Gul'dan, for example. So Ner'zhul realized that Kil'jaeden and his, demon bastards were going to come and torture him and torture the rest of the orcs and doom them all. So he had an idea. Why don't we gather these relics of power and use them to create our own portals other than the Dark Portal, and we'll use these portals to escape. Get the hell away from the Legion, get the hell out of here. I want to stress the original intention was not for Ner'zhul to escape, or even Ner'zhul and his elite soldiers. It was for Ner'zhul and all of them to escape, right? I'm going to talk about that in a minute, Lamppost. Why is this guy not talking? Okay, you're boring. We're going to go see the other person. Oh, by the way, this is among my favorite mounts in this game. I'm very proud to have this thing. I freaking earned this thing. I'll talk about that later. Let's see what General Krakork here is saying. So, Ner'zhul sent those people to get the orcs out of Dodge, to save the rest of the orc race. So, a lot of the more unpleasant leaders of the Horde, including Gorefiend, actually, journeyed through the portal into Azeroth, grabbed a bunch of the relics, and went back. Now, the thing is, the Alliance at the time was like, oh crap, the Horde's back. They thought it was a new invasion. They didn't realize they were literally just trying to grab a few things and then leaving. Also, that would be awesome to go to. So the Alliance sent an expedition back. In fact, it's that expedition over there. That base that you're seeing over there has actually been around since Warcraft 2. Oh, hey!
I'm not gonna lie to you, soldiers. We're getting our butts kicked. Now, which one of you is orc enough to do something about it?
Exactly. He was like, we will go conquer other worlds, but that was a lie. Again, Ner'zhul was not a bad guy. Then he got the Skull of Gul'dan and instantly turned into a cacklingly, psychotically, viciously evil bastard. And I mean, like that. It was an almost instantaneous change. And he then killed one of his own loyal followers, opened the portals, and charged through with just a couple of his handful. And he opened so many portals that the entirety of Draenor was literally ripped apart by the massive amount of portal energy, to the point where, well, most people believed that Draenor was actually destroyed. Obviously, it was not. Draenor instead became this: a massive continent that is, again, cosmically drifting, floating through the Nether, just barely in between the Nether and normal space. Now, let's talk about that skull thing really quick. So, let's make this clear. This is not conjecture. The moment Ner'zhul picked up the skull, he was corrupted into evil instantly. I have come up with... We don't know exactly why. I have come up with two theories why. Now, the first and most obvious theory is the fact that any very powerful demonic artifact is a corruptive thing. Anything that has sufficient fel energy is corruptive. So Ner'zhul was corrupted just the same as anyone else is corrupted by demonic energy. There could be else Ner'zhul, theoretically, but we haven't seen it yet. It is also possible this is all that survived of the planet. So that's the first and most obvious answer. It was just a corruptive artifact. But as Lamppost points out, that doesn't quite explain why Illidan wasn't affected by it. Oh, hang on.
The war chief has put a price on Azarius' head. As of right now, that no-good piece of demon refuse is enemy number one.
He says a few things to his troops. So that doesn't quite line up, unless you assume that the skull also completely corrupted Illidan. But we see that that's not true. We've seen Illidan after he used the skull in the end of Warcraft 3 and in most of Frozen Throne. He was not corrupted or psychotically evil or anything. A bit on the bad guy's side, absolutely, and definitely out for himself, but in no way the cackling, ridiculous evil that Ner'zhul turned into. I mean, Ner'zhul effectively was a different person. Which leads me to my theory. I think Ner'zhul's dead. I think Ner'zhul's been dead since he picked up that skull. I think the person we've been calling Ner'zhul all this time is Gul'dan. And I don't want to spoil too much, but something was forcibly spoiled for me from Legion, which makes me think that that's true. Like, further evidence, I should say, that that's true. Also, it would make a lot of sense in a lot of ways, because if you look at the first Lich King, and just replace the first Lich King, just replace that name with the name Gul'dan, all his actions line up. He is acting like Gul'dan would have, in basically every way. What do you mean, Ventures? I mean, other than the theories that were and rumors that were spiraling around about how we could actually get it. So, I mention this because
How many more of you grunts do I need to send back to mommy and daddy in a body bag before you grow a brain and realize that running headfirst into a Legion kill squad is suicide? Don't nod your thick skulls at me as if you know what I'm talking about.
So yeah, assuming this isn't just a plot hole, assuming that the writers didn't screw up, in my opinion, that lines up pretty much 1-to-1. And yeah. When does the Skull of Gul'dan speak to Illidan, Opeth? I have had this shirt on for 2 days. This is the second day I have had it on. I had another shirt, which is over there in the laundry hamper, for the previous 2 days. Whenever I'm streaming, I usually do the same shirt for 2 days in a row, because it saves me from having to do laundry, particularly excessively. Okay, yeah, Avengers, that's what I assumed. I think they were just kind of trolling us, especially given how we eventually ended up getting Ashbringer eventually, which was just really simple and easily, and then the Ashbringer was purified by frickin' Tyrion. So whatever. Anyways, so
A report from Orion? Give it here quickly.
he scans the document.
Damn. Just as we feared, Orion and his warriors could be overrun at any moment. I'll rally what troops I can and send them to aid Orion's forces at the Dark Portal. The Legion will not soon forget the battle cry of the Horde. As for you, you've done a great service. I expect you'll be help here, if you have the wits to survive.
Go with honor.
The warriors are without peer! Our hold in this wasteland is tenuous. Report to Nazgrel inside the barracks. He has need of agents, such as you.
For the Horde.
By the way, yes, that's the Nazgrel from Warcraft 3. I'm actually wearing pants right now. Sorry to disappoint you guys. When, Opeth? Because you're gonna have to remind me of that. I do not recall that instance. Hang on. There we go. Words.
Speak, friend.
So this is Nazgrel.
We've already lost many brave warriors to this cursed wasteland. I have little interest in sending more untested recruits to the slaughter.
He stares at you through his ragged wolf mask. Still, if General Krakork sends you to me, he must have seen something in you.
What say you then, Valvaxis? Will you serve your war chief with honor?
Go forth to victory.
Though this land is full of strange new enemies, the Burning Legion is still the greatest threat to our expedition for some reason. One of our most trusted warriors, Sergeant Shatterskull, has been studying the Legion's tactics, trying to discern the demon's true purpose in this land. Seek him out at the supply caravan, and be wary of the Legion. Their evil cannot be underestimated.
For the Horde.
Illidan is over 10,000 years old. I don't know the specific number.
Loktar.
Bone chewers! They should all die. The sight of their red skin and depravity makes my blood boil. I have a mission for you, Valvaxis. Kill bone chewer orcs and collect their vile blood. There's an apothecary who needs the blood for her test, so we can discover how these orcs fell to demon taint, a taint from which we so recently freed ourselves. Bone chewers are over this way.
Dabu.
And someone asked about orc skin colors. Where was that? Scroll up, scroll up, scroll up. Aha, there's Formosan. Okay, so green orcs naturally react to certain types of influences. For example, an orc that is excessively exposed to magic, either in birth or throughout the course of its life, will have the... it's because I'm only neutral with that faction, Dakota. Will eventually turn green, or some shade of green. Certain orcs who lack access to the sun, their skin will slowly turn black, or pale. Orcs who are actually infused with demonic power, their skin turns red. The question you should be asking here is, well, if that's true, why don't we see more red-skinned orcs in Warlords? And that's a good question, but I'm not going to answer it right now.
Interesting.
Would you believe it? These orcs hired me to shore up damaged fortifications and build explosives! What a dream job. It's too bad we're so short on materials, but a clever goblin like me learns how to make do. Could you help me? I need salvaged wood and metal from the battlements on the Path of Glory. And when you're done, come back to me for some big rewards!
Have a good one.
Oh, that's right, Opeth. I know what you're talking about now. That would still make sense with my theory if it was echoes, basically. Memories disjointed. Not like all of his memories are all of his personality, but like bits and pieces of the strongest aspects of Gul'dan's obsession, which, if you remember, his biggest obsession was becoming ascended into a true demon like Kil'jaeden and Archimonde. So it is logical that the tomb would be one of the things most prevalent there. That's just a theory, of course, but I don't have a real answer. Okay, so... Here's the Blood Elf thing I've been waiting for. So remember, the Blood Elves are trying to exodus en masse. Like, all of the Blood Elves are wanting to go from Silvermoon and their dying lands out here to Outland. So, brothers and sisters, I have been to the Promised Land. I have tasted in the sublime energy. I have felt bliss. Bliss so engrossing and all-encompassing it left wondering if I had stumbled upon the dreams of gods. Tell us more, Martik. What is it? What does it feel like? In paradise, you merely reach out and take from the nether. But how? From the very air, tendrils of arcane energy light up the obsidian sky as plumes of raw magic rise up from fissures in the lands. Kneel and drink from the fissure as you do a stream or a well. Pluck a tendril from the heavens as if an apple from a branch. He is referring to the nether storm, a blasted hellscape. This once again kind of emphasizes just how badly Kael'thas was deliberately screwing over his own people. He keeps... People like Martik here keep trying to sell the Blood Elves, both here, the ones who exodus here, and the ones back at home, on how wonderful and amazing this new, incredible life is going to be for them. Yeah. When really all he wants is more fodder. Yeah, no, right. We're at this step. So, I'd just like to say I really like the design of these siege weapons. Look at these suckers. Look at these things. I love this. They just fling giant razor blades at their target. It's amazing. Anyways. Gotta remember how to play a paladin really quick. Hit 1 and then 3. Okay. But yeah, as is pointed out, that is not the real Kael'thas. He does have his memories, at least from how we understand that works, but it is not the real Kael'thas. Now, again, that is an example of Kael'thas being written wrong. Because, again, that's the Kael'thas that they assumed was working for Kil'jaeden, and that they then actually made him working for Kil'jaeden. Oh, sorry, what was the question for Mosin? I must have missed it. Also, I agree. If Kael'thas had actually remained, I'm just going to say this as bluntly as I can, Kael'thas, he totally could have actually worked with several other groups and actually made this into quite a bit of a paradise. Remember, Kael'thas actually was on decent terms with the Night Elves, both Malfurion and Tyrande. Imagine how easy it would be for Kael'thas, you know, the real Kael'thas, to coordinate his arcane efforts with their druidic efforts in order to actually reclimate and terraform Outland into a livable paradise and a genuine new home for his people. I feel like that might have been where the story was going, or I guess I should say should have gone, and of course that's not actually what happened. Yeah. Yeah, I know, right? There's nothing to defend this. Here's a shield. Shut up. But the reason... Okay, so to answer Takoida's question, when you are demonically corrupted, something happens to you, and we don't actually know exactly what it is. I know that sounds kind of weird, but we don't. We don't know the exact thing that changes. We know exactly what happens with the undead. Your soul is literally detached. So the new you is a completely different personality that tends to be different, you know, a completely different mindset, a completely different perspective. But we don't exactly know if it's your soul that gets detached, or if it's your, you know, if your soul is actually corrupted, or if you're just drunk on the energies and suffering withdrawals. We don't know what it is exactly about demonic corruption that corrupts the person. But the Kael'thas in question here is very demonically corrupted. Both the original intention, or rather, the new intention and the revised intention. Real Kael'thas is the original Kael'thas, the one who is not corrupted by demonic energy, basically. Very simple. I will be doing so, yes, little Billy. Ah, got you, Formosan. Give me just a moment. Typing spoilers. Yeah, no kidding, Dakota. I have a theory on it, but again, we don't actually know for sure. There. Yeah, me too, Deacon. So again, the real Kael'thas probably would have actually genuinely led his people to a new age of prosperity. And instead, Lorthamar has to lead his people to a new age of prosperity, while under the worst circumstances imaginable. Seriously, Lorthamar has so much of my respect. That man is amazing. And that's not just because he's Gideon Emery. Really, it isn't. He has accomplished a tremendous amount in his time. There we go. So, okay, my personal theories on the matter as far as demonic corruption. We've seen undead who are, and this is kind of an improper term, cured. We've seen undead who get their souls reattached. In fact, we're playing as one on the Alliance, right? But there are very, very, very few examples of demonic corruption where they're actually reclaimed. In fact, I think, honestly, the only exception I can think of that is, the only major exception I can think of that, well, actually, that's not really true. So I don't think there's any example of an actual demonic corrupted individual being redeemed. Now, you could argue about that, and actually that's a fair point. Let me think about that for a little bit longer. See, the one niggle in that is the orcs. The orcs in general, you know, Saurfang and his ilk, in addition to one orc in specific, Grom Hellscream. Grom did drink of the blood, did actually have the red skin, did actually, you know, was in basically every way fully corrupted, was a monster. But at the same time, I don't think it counts that he was actually corrupted. That's why I'm really debating this. Remember, Grom drank of the blood willingly. That's actually a big part of his character. He pulled that onto himself. The corruption is almost always, in fact, I think it is literally always unwilling when someone is converted into a Legion person. Yay, Opeth! It's good to hear, I guess. To use an example of what I mean, the Blue Drake, the Blue Dragon woman, whose name I can't think of right now, the one who turns into Felmist in the Sunwell, she was a stalwart supporter of Malygos and was a generally good dragon. She died, and then her corpse had demonic blood seep into it, and the creature that got back up was fully and completely corrupted. Right? That's a good example of demonic corruption. And Kael'thas himself is another good example of full-on demonic corruption. But in basically every case that I can think of off the top of my head, I'm not saying this is definitive, that corruption was, again, forced on them. This may be another case of the difference between forced and willing power, because we know that that's kind of true for Fel in general, and we absolutely know that's true for certain other types of powers. Madrigosa, thank you. So I'm really torn on this. Let me think about that a little bit more. Also, drop rates. Oh my god. This is one of the only quests I don't like about this initial bundle, because I always have the worst drop rates in the universe whenever I'm doing this quest. Fortunately, I can kill a bunch of guys at least this time around, because heirloom gear. Corruption is usually pretty damn obvious. In fact, I'm actually trying to think of any example of corruption that wasn't really obvious. Oh my god, die. Fairness. Let's not even go into that one. God, and I still need 1 blood. I just killed like 6 people. I got 1 blood out of them. What the heck? Oh my god, I'm still not getting any blood. This is what I meant about the whole BC thing. Oh, thank you. I do have a little bit of a mount collection going on. Not an extensive one, just a little bit of a one. Okay. Let's go ahead and head back to town. See, the theory I was going to postulate before I got stuck on the orcs was that if when you get demonic corruption, instead of your soul being detached, your soul is utterly changed. But as we've already... no, I did not, Formosan. I was burned pretty hard by a game, and I've decided never to do that ever again. So... Only the Nethrezim can do that to Koida. They're damned good at it, though. The original theory was that, but the orcs were probably corrupted. You know, especially Grom, the original orcs who drank of the blood willingly. And that corruption slowly seeped out of them, if you remember. You know, before the events of Warcraft 3, after the events of Warcraft 2, when the last warlock died, Nethicurse, or no, not Nethicurse, I forget his name, but, you know, the last Dragon Maw warlock died, the corruption and all the orcs just kind of seeped out of them, and they just kind of stopped being red orcs, and they started being green orcs instead. And, you know, that led to the melees, and that led to the events of Warcraft 3. That implies that corruption is more like a band-aid, as weird as that sounds. Something that is artificially shoved onto the person that forces them to think in a certain direction, but the band-aid can then be removed, allowing them... I know band-aid's a bad analogy, but, you know, like a mask. There we go. A mask that forces them to act in a certain way and function a certain way, but if the mask was actually removed, then they could either slowly or immediately return back to being who they actually are. And as I'm thinking about this, I feel like this mask thing, actually the sponge analogy is pretty good too, but I think this analogy works really good, or this mindset really works really good, because that is a very Fel mindset. Remember, Fel energy is all about raw, ridiculous, just power, right? There's nothing subtle about Fel energy. It's just, bam, in your face, massive, destructive power, right? That's the whole point of Fel energy. And so it actually makes a lot of sense to me that Fel corruption would be just as blunt, just as brute force, just as unrefined. You know, no subtlety, no complexity, no cunning, just, you're mine, and that's it. And under those circumstances, theoretically, you could then remove that corruption, like what happened with Grom and most of the other orcs, and they could revert back to normal. So I think that's what I'm going to put as my current theory on how demonic corruption works. Again, we don't know. It has never actually been fully discussed. And yes, Formosa, not all of them. Not all of them, but at least some of them were supposed to be, yes. Okay, so... Did you find the salvage? Oh, this stuff is great! A little bent, a little burnt, but I've never let low-grade material stop me from making precision explosives. Thanks. You have an eye for quality trash. Hang on, I need to find the ugliest gear available here. I need to go with the plate stuff, don't I? So I guess I have to do that one. Okay, reset. Is that uglier? Not really. Whatever. I don't agree with that at all, Waffle Iron. And by which I mean I don't agree with the everyone's okay with Grom thing. It felt a little bit rushed, and it felt a little bit ridiculous, if I'm being blunt. So, I'm a lucky goblin. I get to make explosives and killing machines, knowing they'll be used immediately on important missions. Speaking of missions, I just got one from Thrallmaw Command. Burn the Alliance cannons on the far side of the Path of Glory. You know, the ones pointing dangerously close to Horde fortifications. Take this torch and burn them.
Real.
Okay. For the Horde. Screw the Alliance. And I don't remember when the movie's coming out, and yes, I am wearing full BOAs.
Strength and honor.
Did you face the bone chewers, Velvaxus? I hope their blood was spilled in great gouts. Well, actually, it's funny you say that. They didn't really have a lot of blood, so... Ah, you did meet them. Well done. My only regret is that more of them cannot lay down their lives and spill their blood to cool my outrage.
Apothecary Zalana has been studying the beasts of Hellfire Peninsula in the field. She wants a sample of the blood you gathered. With luck, she might discover what turned those bone chewer freaks' skins red. And she's over there. Okay.
Go with honor.
Yeah, the thing is, one of the things that I kept in mind during Warlords was the fact that Grom was doing pretty horrible war tragedies, or war crimes, I think is probably the best word for that. Actually, let's put this over here. Throughout Warlords of Draenor and its past, without, like, any corruptive influence, without anyone who's, like, trying to make things horrible or anything like that, just for some frickin' reason, everyone's okay with the fact that he was an evil, unrepentant bastard, all on his own, And they're all totally okay with working together. I get working together against the Legion. I get that. But afterwards, it should be like, okay, so screw you. Remember, the Iron Horde is broken by the end of Warlords. I think at the very least, and this is funny coming from me because I was on the side of Kerrigan, although there's reasons for that. But I think at the very least, you should drag his ass into prison and be like, look, you're going to be tried for atrocious, disgusting war crimes, and you're probably going to be executed. And I would actually be okay with that, because goddamn, he was an evil dick. But anyways. But whatever. So there's the Alliance Town. I actually like the Alliance Town quite a lot in Hellfire Peninsula. But we'll be talking about that in a little bit. Yeah, that's the other thing. A lot of orcs followed him willingly and knowingly just because conquest! And, of course, as Meadfist points out, there was no Casus Belli. Like, at all. He had no right or take on it whatsoever. He decided abstractly, screw you. Like, literally, that was pretty much his reasoning. Screw you. And the end. That was pretty much it. Now, in the interest of fairness, we do find out that Blackhand was personally responsible for more of the evil that the Iron Horde did than Grom was. But Grom still was the guy who was like, yes, bathe in our enemy's blood, conquest and death, etc., etc. I like Warlords of Draenor. I really do. But it was a very flawed expansion. And I'll explain that more when we get to it. I don't want to talk too much about that now. That was always Blackhand's character. He's always been an evil, unrepentant bastard. Really. Orgrim. We're not talking about Orgrim. So, this is probably as good a time as any to point this out. This is the Path of Glory. Oh, you're fine, Opeth. This is the Path of Glory, okay? It's the path that leads straight from Hellfire Citadel to the Dark Portal. Do you see what that is? So, this place disgusts me. This is a path they made out of the bones of Draenei. I want you to picture how many Draenei they had to kill to make a road out of their bodies. That God knows how long this is in lore. Hell, even not in lore. This path right here, this is thousands upon thousands of dead. That's what the demonic horde was like. Oh, hey, it's a Fell Reaver. Hey, buddy. What's up? Oh, there was the sound. I was hoping for the, the Reaper sound they do. Yeah, at least a few million. Like I said, the orcs, when they turned into the demonic horde, slaughtered a ridiculous number of Draenei. Which just makes it all the worse, because I want to remind you that the Draenei helped them usurp and overthrow the ogres and the Graan, and helped lead to a new era of prosperity for the orcs as a whole. And in return, the orcs killed almost all of them. The Draenei were actually another of those species that was approaching a extinction event, just like the Blood Elves were at this point in time. I've been looking for the telltale signs of burning cannons. Any luck on your mission? I thought so. Couldn't quite make out the destruction from here, but I can imagine how it must have looked. Splendid. Thrallmaw Command will be happy to hear about your success. God, the gear in early BC is just so terrible. I'll never forget the suit I had on,
Hurry back.
on my, mage when I was going through here. It was this ridiculous mismatch of purple, green, and yellow, and just gunk. It's actually the first time I ever referred to something as a Crayola suit, was that. What can I say, Kemek? It's this disgusting, horrible place. Do not forget.
Blood and thunder.
Thrumcar, you must be new. You look fresh and unspoiled. That'll change. No doubt you saw the Legion's warriors dotting the landscape on your flight from the Dark Portal. Though we defeated them at the Hyjal some years past, the cursed demons just keeping back for more. If it's a challenge they crave, the Horde will answer in kind. We Orcs have more than just a score to settle with the Legion. By the way, I want to stress, this is again that flawed writing thing I kept mentioning. Notice everything everyone's talking about here is the Legion. We have to go after the Legion. We have to defeat the Legion. We must defeat the Legion. Yada, yada, yada. That's because, again, they didn't really think there was a difference between the Illidan's forces, the Illidari, and the Legion's forces. The original, the writers who had no idea what they were doing. So they treated them as one and the same group. So a lot of these quests act as if there's only one enemy in Outland, when in fact there's like 3. Doom Lord Kazak commands the Burning Legion. We can't get to Kazak yet, and we must get to his lieutenants. They have stationed Dreadlords in Fellspark Ravine. They're responsible for these infernal storms that raise on our heads. Take them out, and their minions.
For the Horde.
Oh, also, with the Legion to one side and the Fell Orcs to the other, Thrallmar's going to be overrun if we don't do something about it. Head west and speak with Stone Guard Stuckton. He's in charge of covert operations to start a Horde invasion of the entire Citadel. Yeah, I'm guessing Deep Roads. And I was right. Yay. Yeah, I gotta be honest. The Orcs, there are certainly good Orcs. But the more I've looked into the lore and the story and the backstory of everything of the Orcs, the more I've come to be convinced that the good Orcs are the exceptions. Now, that being said, I will say this for the Orcs. I think most... Yeah, no kidding, so kidding. I think most of the reason why the Orcs are generally a more aggressive, for lack of a better term, evil race, is because of the culture and upbringing that they had on Draenor. Remember, they suffered the worst kind of oppression for untold generations. Basically, all of their history until the Draenei showed up. So, basically, infinite going back history. They were under the oppression of the Ogres, and the Graan, and the actual Titans. Oh, the Wall of the Faithless is much more disgusting, I would think. Especially because it's such a betrayal. So, yeah, I think it's a natural byproduct of the terrible upbringing that their entire culture has had for such a long period of time. It would probably take multiple generations of Orcs who had no contact or association with Orc history, with Orc traditions and cultures, in order to make them into a less aggressive, less violent, less horrible species. Just my take on that. I will also point out this. A lot of people make fun of Thrall because it's popular to make fun of things in Blizzard. I actually like Thrall as a character, just to make my opinion on that clear. But I think one of the reasons Thrall is a definitively good guy is he was raised without Orcish traditions. No Orcish backstory, no Orcish culture. Just, you know, living with the humans and all their terribleness. And, getting out and, you know, all that fun stuff. But he was, that's my point, he was disconnected from the culture, especially early on. Now, Garrosh is also an excellent example of someone who was just a bad egg. Garrosh was always a bastard, in my opinion. I don't think there was ever a chance at redeeming him. He chose his own path. Nobody forced him into it. Nobody corrupted him. Nobody influenced him politically. No one coerced him or pressured him. He was an evil dick all on his own.
What do you need?
Standing work, soldier. It's the frequency of these attacks is sure to lessen, at least until they bring the Dreadnoughts. Now for bad news. I've got some new orders. Dun dun dun. Yeah, we'll go ahead and get that thing. Yes, King Bubble. There is such a thing as bad culture, in my opinion. And I know exactly what it is. It's called the frickin' Sand People in Star Wars. I'm sorry, but any culture that is centered, built around the process of capturing and torturing other people into submitting to join them, and that's how they recruit new people, no, that's the line for me. Although, what Darker Soul is actually an interesting point, because Grom both chose to drink of the blood and chose to end up, chose to push away from it, chose to try and redeem himself. A lot of other major orcs have generally chosen their path, which just makes alternate Grom a little bit more. Anyways, yes, Dakota, that is correct. Actually, it's funny you bring that quest up, McWaffle Iron. For a long time, I thought that quest was inconsistent, because it's the only quest, it's the only showing of Garrosh ever where he's not a unrepentantly evil bastard. But as I was thinking about it, I think it actually still fits with his character. I will discuss why when we get there. Your battle prowess has been noted by High Command. They want to send you to the front lines to meet with Maimfist's crew. They're radicals, devoted to the complete extermination of the Burning Legion. So you should fit right in.
Go forth to victory.
What Psychotic says is also true, consequently. There were several orcs who couldn't live with what they did and literally committed suicide after the atrocities they committed. Some of them kept going, Sourfang being a good example of that. But yeah. I'll go ahead and summarize my answer now, McWaffle, just in case you're not here when we discuss it. One of, I think, the most important aspects of Garrosh's character is that he has no sense. He does nothing of himself. Everything he does is because it was pushed onto him or because he was told it was important by someone else. He has no internal. He is solely external, if that makes any sense. And I think that lines up with basically everything he's ever done.
Who you be?
Oh, by the way, just to add a little bit of lore tidbit here. So, this is a nice little thing here. This is just how crazy these guys are anti-demons. This group of orcs and trolls here, managed to actually bring down a Fel Reaver. I suppose this is probably a good time to talk about what Fel Reavers are. So, Moarg, the wonderful engineer guys, are actually really, really advanced. As weird as that sounds. Also, this is a nice quote, by the way. We war so our little ones may live to see a better tomorrow, and for them we destroy the Burning Legion. I think that ties in nicely what people are talking about in chat right now with, are the orcs good or bad, etc. And that's an orc who just said that, by the way. Anyways, the Moarg are extremely advanced technologically. They are very, very... they're a little bit brute forced, but they're kind of, again, it's the Combine thing all over again from Half-Life 2. They have massive war machines, complicated devices, They've got all kinds of power sources and generators. They're basically a high-tech society, the Moarg. And they just use demonic power as their power source. So Fel Reavers are literally golems that run off of pure Fel energy, created by the Black Iron that the Moarg use primarily. So just in case you're missing that, yeah, these are basically Feltech is what these are. It's a great way. It's Magitech, a specific form of Magitech, Feltech in this case. So Fel Reavers are actually damned dangerous in lore. These things are a really big deal. A single Fel Reaver would be able to take on an entire army of less experienced troops. And yeah, as Psychotic points out, there's no detriment to these things because they have no life to burn. That's true for a lot of Feltech, too. It's one of the reasons why the Moarg are such an invaluable asset to the Legion. So what is better, to seed new culture akin to your own, or let them to their own devices and hope to develop a peaceful one? Depends, King Bubble. For example, if we could just chop the if we could just chop the what's it called? The Sand People away and like isolate them from everything forever. So no more going out and murdering and torturing and all that. No more negatively influencing other people, so they're just caught off in their own little bubble. I'm okay with letting them sit and maybe develop a new culture. But if you can't, then you should probably do something to fix that. Either alteration or extermination, one of the two. Alright, this guy.
Greetings, man.
Also, hi, Dios. So you're the one responsible for clearing out Fellspark, huh? That's good to hear. We need soldiers like you who can take these fiends head on. Directly east of here is the Legion front. Spaced across the front are infernal portals and gateways used to bring reinforcements to Hellfire Peninsula and throughout Outland. We're gonna destroy those portals. Take these primers. They were designed in Area 52. They used the demon's own power as an explosive. Defeat the forces to gather runestones and use the power to detonate. Oh, and enjoy the show.
Spirits be with you, man.
Yeah, psychotic. A lot of people have some bad memories of the Fell Reavers, myself included. Hey, it's a floating skull. I'm sure that's not terrible or anything.
What would you ask?
It is
of
my
death?
honor to serve the wishes of the Horde. How may I aid you? Ah, yes, the blood of the Bone Chewer clan. I'm very curious about these orcs. They are still the depraved fiends of the past, and yet their strength and power is greater than what I'd heard. Well, let's begin, shall we?
Victory for Sylvanas.
That's not a society, Dog Andes. That's a group of zealots. Violent, horrifying zealots. Yes, I do, Ziwan. I think Moira is going to take over the dwarves. Yes, I have confirmed that this blood is from the Bone Chewer clan of orcs and is tainted with demonic power. I'm afraid, however, that my current equipment can delve no deeper into this mystery. My colleague at Spinebreaker Post, Apothecary Albric, possesses the necessary implements. I have acquired a sample of blood, gained from a past mission. Take it to Albric and allow him to study it.
Our time will come.
Yeah, so Fell Orcs... So what you're saying, King Bubble, is you would not be okay with killing even a single person who is going out rampantly torturing and murdering other people, because the numbers are different, or rather because the numbers aren't different to you. I stand by my statement. Really, I do. You cannot disagree with me on this. Or, I'm sorry, I'm saying that wrong. You cannot get me to disagree on this because... I'm still saying it wrong. You can't convince me otherwise. You cannot convince me that a group of people who regularly torture and enslave other people we should just leave them alone. Live and let live. It's okay. They'll be fine. No. No. There's a line. I am a very tolerant, very understanding person. The moment when torturing and murdering other people is a regular part of your culture, you've gone over the line. No. Just plain no. So, let's talk about the Fell Orcs really quick. Fell Orcs are... you say that, Zawan, and yet she has been getting more and more influence and power amongst the non-Dark Irons ever since the Cataclysm. She has been more connected and more influential, and she's more connected with the Alliance as a whole. She has the support of the King. She has Varian support, where none of the other leaders did. Think about that for a moment. Done, Dog Andes. I'm okay with that. Dark side for life, yo. Now, words. The, where was I going with that? Right, Fell Orcs. So, these aren't just normal Fell Orcs, which, I know, the fact that there is such a thing as normal Fell Orcs is probably actually kind of funny. These are, much, much more advanced, I guess is probably the word I want to use here. Fell Orcs than normal. These are... you remember how we've talked several times about the concept of having a living weapon. I've talked about several examples of that in the lore henceforth. That's pretty much what the Fel Orcs are. In these particular Fel Orcs, I want to clarify. Their entire purpose is to be living weapons that can be aimed in a direction and then, tossed. Just go! Destroy everything that's in your path. Annihilate everything. Kill everything. They're not what you would call a conquering force. Now, yeah, what Psychotic said is true. I was going to talk about Magtheridon in just a moment. Actually, I think I have enough. Unfortunately, I don't have that account anymore, Draculas. It was permabanned thanks to an unfortunate incident some time ago, which actually made me quit the game for some time, because it wasn't actually my fault. I stand by my statement that I would rather find a state where we can just take these horrible, disgusting people and push them over there. Let them be horrible and evil to themselves, over there in a corner where they don't affect other people. That's in real life. That's usually where my line of tolerance exists. By the way, if you want to do weird or disgusting or violent or horrible things in your own home that only affects you, fine, whatever. If you want to do it and it hurts and affects other people, no. Unacceptable. If it's your particular, if it's your culture to go and regularly sacrifice other people, that's not tolerable because you're sacrificing other people. You understand? So, if we could isolate these people, the Sand People, and just say, you can no longer affect others with your ways that I find depraved and disgusting, fine, go exist over there in your bubble. Anyways, what was I saying? I was actually going to talk about something lore-wise. Fel Orcs! So, why are we talking about the morality of the Sand People again? I already had a long argument with my sister about that. She didn't agree with me. So yeah, these Fel Orcs are a very Malic perspective. This is actually kind of a how do you put this? Bad writing thing all over again. Basically, so you've got the Illidan is not an idiot, okay? But again, they were writing it as if Illidan, who is the one actually leading these Fel Orcs. Remember, the Fel Orcs are actually part of the Illidari forces, not part of the Burning Legion forces. And yet here they are written as if they're the same. I need to come up with a shorthand, to explain this issue, because there are going to be several quests where it's just like, here's this horrible thing, and here's this horrible thing, and here's this horrible thing, because it's a constant, nonstop thing throughout much of Outland. So we need to come up with a shorthand for explaining the writing problems of misunderstanding who Illidan is. We'll have to come up. I'll think about that. Anyways, so. Because of the writing issue, they keep treating them as if they're the same force, and that makes sense for the Legion. The Legion's the kind of organization that would line up soldiers, aim them in a direction, and not actually care if they die. Wasting the resource, basically. Just throwing it away as if it doesn't matter. Because it doesn't to the Legion. The Legion has infinite numbers. They don't give a damn. So Illidan, he wouldn't do that. He wouldn't just randomly throw away lives for absolutely no reason if he had some other choice or method of doing so. He's the kind of person who actually knows what tactics means and battle strategy. And and he actually wants, in most of his other previous incarnations, he wants to, for example, conquer, not destroy. He's not Revan. He is nowhere near that smart or that intelligent, but he is more leaning on the Revan side than he is on the Malic side, if you follow me. So the fact that the way these Fel Orcs are is inconsistent, because they are literally beings who are going to burn out within like a year at the most. And I mean at the most. These orcs are going to be burning their life out constantly, and they have lost all semblance of self or sanity, and they just are aimed in a direction and they kill whatever happens to be in that direction. That's pretty much what most of these Fel Orcs are. There are a couple of exceptions to that, which we will see when they start fixing that situation in Shadowmoon Valley. So these Fel Orcs are inconsistent with that, because what they're doing this entire time is they have a pit lord. They have an island named Magtheridon, who they are keeping chained at all times, and every now and again they just go and they bleed him a little bit. And they take his blood and they use that, and they don't just give it to people to drink straight, like we've seen other orcs do. They actually work with it to make it even more potent than just standard demon blood, and then they feed the more potent version of the blood to their orcs, and that creates the new the new fel orcs that we see throughout Outland. Well, actually, Takoida, there are several fel orcs who do exactly that. Again, though, we've got this inconsistency thing, because later on, some of the fel orcs are actually written correctly, hello, game over, and aren't, you know, really terrible about the way that they're approached. And then we've got the fel orcs that are... This is going to be a non-stop thing throughout Outland. I'm sorry. I hope you forgive me for constantly repeating the inconsistency in the storytelling because of the two groups who are not right. King Bubble, I don't actually understand your question. What do you mean? Let's see. Retcon, of course, works. Kind of, yes, Schmeidolf. Ilzheimer's. You know what? I like that deal, so let's go ahead and say that. So I'm just going to start saying Ilzheimer's every time I'm talking about the inconsistent writing thing. So let's just use that as short form. Anyway, so the Legion won't be prepared for the surprise you have for them, eh, Velvaxis? Well done. I can almost feel the tremor of the explosions from here. And I got one more bombing mission for you. Really? What do you got for me? Do you have... No, okay, we'll go with that then. Do we be identifying two main transporters that the Burning Legion are using to bring in reinforcements? Gateway Marketh and Gateway Shadraz. If you look them up on the Path of Glory, you'll be seeing them on either side of the road. I want you to bomb them both into oblivion. Here the bombs you use, specially designed by a goblin in Area 52. Now speak with Brack. He'll put you on a wyvern.
Be seeing ya.
By the way, I actually do enjoy Hellfire Peninsula, questing-wise. Like, I genuinely do.
Be safe.
But, I will say this. This entire zone makes more sense if you basically remove Illidan from the equation entirely. If you think of everything that's happening here is just the forces of the Legion, all of this lines up much more linearly. All of it makes much more sense. That's the only thing I don't like about Hellfire Peninsula. There are other zones that have other problems. So this is the beginning of what we refer to as bombing missions. There's actually several of these in... hang on. Did I get it? There we go. There's actually... why did that get banned? Oh, it's the really thing. Okay, there we go. Case-by-case basis, King Bubble. I'm one of those people who thinks that mental and emotional harm is actually worse than physical harm. I really hate people who think that, oh, just because they're abusing them verbally all the time, it doesn't matter because they never hit them. I hate that mindset. I hate that mentality. It would have to be a case-by-case basis, King Bubble. I'm not the kind of person to lay down one law that applies to everything because I don't agree with that philosophy. Anyway, so this is a bombing mission. This is something brand new for BC. I have to be honest, a lot of people, including me, were just jazzing over these kind of quests. Flying over and bombing things. You can tell Blizzard liked it too, because they used it quite a few times throughout Outland. It's funny because this is actually really poor compared to how they would do it later. In Wrath, they invented the concept called vehicles. You actually saw me do that in the Death Knight starter zone, where they would actually replace your hotkey bar with the vehicle's hotkey bar, and the vehicle has its own health and its own stats and everything. And you use that. Instead, this way, you're put on basically an interactive flight path, and you have an item you can use, so you have to pull it out of your inventory or just right-click it from your inventory like I was doing. It's kind of a beginnings of them starting to try out different styles of quests in BC. It's one of the reasons I enjoyed BC so much more than vanilla. This was sent them back weeks. Fantastic work. The Legion never expected such heavy resistance. See you around, Azura. Now that you've got your wings, perhaps you'll be interested in running another bombing mission. This time we isolated the Legion's main production area behind the forge camps to the north. I need you to get on a wyvern and destroy the whole damned thing. Here's your bombs. Now go.
Stay away from the voodoo.
Stay away from the voodoo, is what he said just now. I just got a thing from Myron. 10 year? Okay, well, thank you, Myron. Even though you're probably not actually there right now to hear me say that. Not sure what to say to that. Thank you. Hope you enjoyed your flight. A messenger arrived for you way away. Seems Nazru's got a new use for you. Better head back and check up with him. I have a feeling the Legion's just getting warmed up.
Spirits be with you, man.
Oh, there you are. Hi, Myron. Hope you're enjoying your 10-year stream. Whatever that is exactly.
May your blades never dull.
Stay away, Night Forger. Wait, no! Night Forger, no! And Night Forger is dead. That's great. Where's my bombs? There they are. I usually just hotkey this stuff. It's easier that way. Oh, gotcha, Myron. I hope you're having fun. I gotta be honest, usually I have to do this one twice. It also depends on how busy it is. Oh, by the way, this mission was hilarious when BC first went live, given how incredibly laggy everything was. So none of these enemies were here. And you were still flying around the route because you couldn't avoid doing so. And you're like, and you try to use an item and it doesn't work. And it's like, Well, come on, the One Joker. Moira's a wonderful, kind, understanding leader who is a very smart villain, and that's actually one of the reasons I like her as a character. It's rare to see intelligent villains in fiction in general. I really like seeing intelligent villains in specific. There's one. Let's see, I need these guys. Bombing mission. Give me a moment, then I'll check a chat. I know a couple people just talked to me, but I want to make sure I get this one so I don't have to do this again. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Quickly. Yeah. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Yes! Okay, we're good. Almost had to do that mission again. Usually I have to do a second pass, like I said. Most of the Legion forces in Outland are remaining forces. In other words, this is not the full might of the Legion. In fact, the Legion really has a very small presence here. I feel that's one of the few things they did very well in BC. And that's the fact that this is like straggling skirmisher leftovers of the Legion. And these tiny specks of forces are still capable of giving us such a problem and doing so much to hurt us and pushing so hard against us. It's so difficult for us to defeat them. See you around, Myron. Have fun. And I like that. I like the fact that it emphasizes the Legion in their absence, you know what I mean? It's kind of similar to something they do with the Tyranids over in Warhammer 40k. That's true, Permeus. I actually like that idea, the fact that they were wrong. Here, let me... if someone could give Dreadfuse permission, that'd be awesome. That's actually a great idea, Permeus, because if you remember, they did that in Wrath deliberately. Most people interchangeably used the term Arthas and the term Lich King, even though the two are actually completely distinct people, as we've discussed. Yes, Prog, that is correct. That's actually supposed to be the Legion actually bringing their might to bear. So, you know, there was misinformation, there was miscommunication regarding... Poor Tyrande. Miscommunication revolving the nature of the Lich King and all that fun stuff, because everyone just thought it was Arthas. It's all Arthas. Even Tyrion thought it was Arthas. So they could have done a similar thing here. Everyone thinks it's actually Illidan, and it isn't, basically. But anyways, moving on.
How you doing?
Yeah, Moira has always been very much a black sheep, even before the Thaurazin encounter. Let's see, what's the stupidest looking thing I can get? Oh, hey, I remember this vest. This was the vest I was talking about on my mage. God, I hate that thing. Oh, I hate that one.
Be seeing ya.
What do you need? Strength.
Alright, let's, Oh, shoot, I did the wrong thing. I need to go
Loktar.
this way.
For the Horde.
Arrgh. Ow. Identity theft. Something like that, Prog. Of course, that's not the truth. Again, we're just dealing with the Alzheimer's situation. Kil'jaeden's plan in this case was actually really simple. Excuse me. Yes, psychotic. Actually made the fight a lot worse. This is actually a really basic threadbare plan by Kil'jaeden's standards, and the reason why is because of Alzheimer's. So they originally, I mean, there's really no big plan here. It's like, all right, I'm going to corrupt Kael'thas into being my servant, and then he's going to use the Sunwell to summon me, and then I'll win. And that's pretty much Kil'jaeden's plan in a nutshell. That's incredibly basic for a man, or for a demon or whatever, who is well known for being intelligent, cunning, and manipulative, but whatever. That would be Sargeras, to quite a different person.
I'm listening.
A blood test, is it? It'll be my pleasure. I always enjoy working with blood.
Trust no one.
Please excuse me while I begin my tests.
Beware the living.
Interesting. What's this? There were literally bugs in the blood. That is so gross. Oh god. Oh god. If my blood hadn't clotted long ago, it would be boiling with rage.
This had better be good.
The last experiment was not a complete loss. I did save a small bit of the blood you brought me. Now boiled down, it should be free of whatever curses the bleeding hollow witches have placed on their people's blood. I need more for study. Go gather more from the orcs in Zethkor, and bring it to the cauldron to boil it. I need boiled blood.
Dark Lady, watch over you.
What do you need?
Just as Zethkor came into view, a Legion patrol caught sight of me. I ran, hoping to duck into the towers in the distance, but one of their fellhounds caught up and nearly hamstrung me. I managed to escape, but my leg is in terrible shape. Stoneguard Amblion found me here. Now I have to find a way to tend to my leg. And then go get this stuff.
Go forth to victory.
Okay. Yeah, no kidding, Psychotic. That's just so gross. That's true, Hylos. He could literally have just been like, let's try it. So, this is another thing I like about the terrain of Hellfire. It literally looks like a broken land. Most of the rest of the terrain doesn't look quite this broken, not counting Netherstorm. So, I mean, just look at this. Look at this. You can tell this used to be a field. In fact, for those of you who've played Warlords, this is Tanaan Jungle. Or rather, this used to be Tanaan Jungle. Yeah. Anyways,
What will you require?
I was sent here to make contact with the unyielding spirits. These once proud Alliance soldiers were defeated long ago, and now their cursed spirits haunt the ruins to the west. If they would only join us, we would gain a powerful ally. Imagine a legion of undying warriors to use against our enemies. That would be just like the Scourge. But these undead are mad with hatred and will not listen to me. Force them to join us. That's such a
Beware.
forsaken perspective.
Our enemies
Join
are
me.
ours.
No. Okay, I'll kill you then. Then you'll join me.
Zug Zug.
Long have I wandered through Outland, searching for the truth of the void. And now I am old and weak. I must learn the secrets of Voidwalkers. We must find the warp fields to the west of the Expedition Armory. West of the Expedition, there's a dark place on the edge of the abyss where time and space are weak. Use my unstable warp rift generator in the warp fields to create a warp rift. Warp, warp, warp. You must gather warp. And damn it, there's another warp from the creatures that come through. Okay, I'll do that for you, crazy orc. Yeah, those guys have been stuck there since Warcraft 2. Those Alliance ghosts, basically. This one, actually, Rusty Steiner. This one I really enjoy, both in terms of quests and in terms of the aesthetics. I love Hellfire Peninsula. It's probably my favorite zone in Outland, personally. Hello, Alliance. Warp, 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 warp. Oh, God. So these are the Unyielding. These are a lot of the people who died during the cataclysmic event that happened during the Warcraft 2 expansion. Oh, God. Okay, he moved on. And were left over after that terrible, terrible tragedy. And I just realized I'm actually a little low level. I should be doing a different path. These guys get hurt. It's okay, guys. I have successfully convinced them. Oh, what's this? A mysterious tome. This tome appears to be some sort of history written in a secret Alliance cipher. See if we can find someone who knows about this cipher. Cipher 9, one might say. Warp. Warp never changes.
Speak quickly.
What's this? A book carried by an Unyielding. How strange. Let me study it. Perhaps I can find the history of the Unyielding. I have studied ancient history my entire life. I've never seen anything quite like this book. It tells the entire history of the armory, including events that happened after its destruction. The Unyielding have kept their history even after they fell in battle. With this book, we'll be able to understand them and convince them to join us. Perhaps we've taken the wrong approach to the Unyielding by killing them all over the place. The tome tells me the Expedition Army was destroyed by Orcs and Death Knights long ago. The Unyielding remain here as vengeful spirits, trapped in an eternal battle against the Fel Orc clans. They think only of revenge. We should arrange for them to defeat their most hated enemies. Enter once more and find Lieutenant Commander Thalphos. He carries a battle horn that can summon them. Bring it to me.
Goodbye.
Once again, we're going to go kill someone in order to get them to join us. I don't know what else to add to that. So one of the things I want you to think about is what it would be like to be on that floating island up there in the sky. Yeah, if I could zoom the camera in far enough. There you go. Right up there. See that? Imagine what it's like to be up there without the ability to fly. Imagine you just wake up one day and you're up on that chunk of rock, hundreds and hundreds of feet over the ground. No food, no water. What do? Hell of a way to die, isn't it? I'm sorry, Scott Mist. Don't worry, it'll go live at 5 p.m. tonight, as it always does. Yeah, I know. And there's just some guy on Invincible up there randomly. I need to remove that from the favorites list, speaking of which. Not Invincible. That thing. That should not actually be a favorite. I'm not sure why it is. I was going to say, at that point, your options are basically stay there and hope, or jump and get the death over with. Those are your options. And unlike Vujerba, there's no slow fall effect. You just... I don't remember where it is exactly, Darker Soul, but I'll look it up to show it off, yeah. Also, nice little touch. There's lots of actual civilians wandering around here, too. Ghosts of civilians, I really should clarify, because these ones were killed by horribleness during the Second War. Also, this is another thing I like about Hellfire. Look at the angle that I'm standing on. This is almost a full 45-degree angle that we're standing on. Again, it just emphasizes just how incredibly broken this entire area is. I was going to say, so there's actually a ship. It's actually, I thought there was one in the Netherstorm. I don't remember if there's one around here. But there's a ship that's just on a chunk of rock floating out in the middle of space, basically. Or in the middle of the nether, I should say. A parachute out of your clothes. Sir, there's a naked man floating to the ground very quickly. And he's dead. Well, I shouldn't say civilians in the strictest sense of the word. These are the people who are working alongside the actual soldiers. You know, workers and tailors and that kind of thing. The infrastructure of an army, basically. And this is where space pirates come from. All. Oop. Thought I saw a Fell Reaver. Oh well. I'm sure there's no Fell Reaver sneaking up on me. Ah! I don't understand your question, King Level. You must define it, my sir. Else all shall be lost to you. I'm pretty sure Tyrion's screwed. But I hope he has a proper screwed, like he gets to retire or whatever. That would be nice. I don't have much to talk about right now. So, I suppose it's a good time to discuss some history. So, one of the things that happened... Tyrion retired to play Hearthstone professionally. I like that idea. Okay. So... Wow, psychotic. How the heck do you even manage that? What do I need still? 2 knights... It's all good, Lost Echo. All good. I'm sure it'll work out for him, Zuan. I hope it'll work out for him. Lord knows he's had a bad enough history already. I mean, really. His entire family is dead. One of which he failed to kill personally, just after he finally reunited with him, basically. And yeah, he's just kind of, yeah. But that's actually what I was about to talk about, Takoida. So, going into more detail of what was happening with Ner'zhul. So at about the point in time in which the first... Okay, let's actually rewind a little bit. Let's explain one of the interesting little side tidbits of Warcraft 2, that is to say the Second War. Blackhand the Evil Bastard was the one who was actually in charge of the war chief of the Horde, but he was literally just a patsy for Gul'dan. So he was pretty much evil. Just flat out, I'm a bastard, screw you, evil, okay? Now, Mr. I'm a bastard, screw you, evil... Oops, I actually want to go this way now. He had a lieutenant who was an extremely skilled, extremely well-versed orc named Orgrim Doomhammer. Now, Orgrim was not a bastard, even though he was still not a good person. He wanted to take over the Horde and try to guide it towards a conquering force, sure, but a conquering force that doesn't absolutely annihilate everything. He basically wanted to conquer, not to destroy. Keep in mind, most orcs at the time weren't fully aware of the extent to which they were being used as patsies by the Legion. I mean, a lot of them were aware of the demonic blood, since a lot of people willingly drank of that blood. But they weren't aware of the fact that, the demons were playing them for fools. So, Orgrim wanted to try and turn the Horde into a force of conquering, expansionist power for the good of his people. So again, kind of a different mindset. Not good, but not as evil. I know, weird. So he usurped Blackhand the moment Gul'dan went under from the incident with Medivh's death, which I'll talk about more later, probably when we get to Karazhan. Orgrim seized power, killed Blackhand, and took over the Horde. And he immediately moved. The first thing he did was he went after the warlocks of the Black Council, killed almost all of them, a huge number of the Dark Council, and solidified his plans for a new warrior-bred Horde. You know, from the Horde. Actually, we're not sure, Takoida, to be honest. By the way, save your question, Jengi, so I can answer it later. With his new perspective, his next big plan was, okay, remember, Draenor is kind of a screwed-up place at this point in time. Now you might be like, why is Draenor a screwed-up place? It hasn't been destroyed by the portals yet. Yeah, so the reason Draenor was so screwed up is Gul'dan was an evil bastard, and he literally severed the ties between the elements and the land, which had a massive, just ridiculous negative impact on the entire planet. I'll talk about that in a second, Nerazaz. So Gul'dan's severing of that basically meant that Draenor was a doomed world. It was possible to reclaim it with enough energy and time and interest, but if the orcs stayed on Draenor, they would eventually die out as the planet eventually died out, because he severed the frickin' elements. Yeah, there's several reasons why Gul'dan did that. First and most importantly, because he could. Because he wanted to show off the amount of power that the Legion had granted him. Gul'dan was always one of those drunk with power kind of individuals, and also arguably the strongest warlock in the history of the setting. The second reason is because he wanted to force the orcs' hand. Remember, at this point in time, even after drinking of the blood, even after everything that happened, the orcs weren't fully on board with the let's be the patsies of the Legion plan, right? God, I hope not, Web Rider, or at least I hope we stop him. Yes, killing off shamanism was the third reason I was going to mention. So he killed off shamanism, pretty much, forcing anyone who wants to still be a magic user to become a warlock. They could also theoretically become a mage, I suppose, but you get the point. So, yeah, a lot of the orcs were not fully on board with the let's go conquer some other worlds plan. You know, we don't really want to be some shock troops for the Legion kind of a thing. So by pretty much completely wrecking Draenor forever, they had no choice. If they wanted to live, they would have to go conquer other lands. I feel like this is something they're going to talk about in the movie too, by the way. The dire straits that the orcs were in at that point in time. Because again, Draenor was literally a dying world at that point, thanks to Gul'dan's actions. Excuse me. So, moving on then. The next thing, of course, that happened is that I need to go kill a guy. The next thing that happened was he created the Dark Portal with the efforts and aid of Medivh. Send the orcs through, and it's like, yes, here is your new land to conquer. Okay, so now that I've covered that little bit of backstory, Orgrim, again, the reason I'm bringing this all up is it helps explain why Orgrim still wanted to conquer the forces of Azeroth. You know, theoretically, after he took Blackhand, he could have just said, yep, we're done. But, no, he needed that new territory. He needed a new home for his people because Draenor was so completely screwed. So he kept forcing against the Alliance. He wanted a quick, easy victory. It's actually one of the reasons why his campaign was so focused on going straight to Lorerun, going straight to the capital city, and taking off the king, because he was hoping to basically force a military settlement. Those of you not aware of what I mean by this, allow me to explain in brief. In history, in real-life history, a lot of times, the only reason to go to war was so you could after you defeated your enemy, you could force them to the bargaining table, and now that you have beaten them, you have a stronger bargaining position. I gotta say, that just sounds so weird to me. I mean, I understand it and I get it, and I've studied history for years, but it's just such a weird concept. We're going to defeat you so that you're in a worse position to negotiate. So, well, that's kind of where I'm going with Nero's As. He wanted to defeat the Alliance because he knew they wouldn't, let them go, and he was right. And upon defeating them, he would be like, all right, we're getting Stormwind. You stay north of the Dwarven line, or whatever. Yeah, exactly. Psychotic, so leave it be. I don't know if they represent anything in specific. No, Dreadfuse, so I have no information on that, sorry. So Orgrim charged straight to Lordaeron, and he was winning because the Horde was well-equipped and well-prepared, and he actually made a few deals with some of them. In fact, Alterac, this is actually kind of funny in hindsight, Orgrim was bargaining in good faith with Alterac, which sounds so weird, because at the time we assumed that Alterac was selling out their people to, evil invading bastards. And while that's partially true, the actual point was they were actually going to leave Alterac completely alone. Again, they were going to honor their agreement with Alterac as long as Alterac fought with them against the Alliance. Funny, huh? That is true, King Bubble. I will actually agree with that statement. Shoo. A funny thing happened. Now, I've said before, and I've said this many times, actually, I've often believed that Gul'dan only really wanted to become a true demon, a true conversion. I've never really had the words to put to it until I was discussing Archimonde and Kil'jaeden recently. See, Sargeras imbued those two people, those two Eredar, with a proper conversion, an actual conversion into a real demon. The kind of being that could wield fell power at will. At no point in time did he ever have to actually do they, I should say, ever have to actually hold back or restrain themselves. The costs of fell magic are basically negated by their nature as a true conversion into a real demon. I've always believed Gul'dan wanted that or something along those lines. So the Horde and serving the Legion, all that doesn't actually mean anything to him. He wants that power. And he believed, thanks to Sargeras' manipulations through Medivh, that he had the power to do that if only he could get the body of Sargeras in the tomb of Sargeras. Well... yeah, Gul'dan with unlimited fell is a terrifying thought, by the way. Gul'dan is already, and I'll say this again, the strongest bastard of his people, I think. I think he is the strongest orc ever to live in general. And he is definitely, I'd say, the strongest warlock ever to live. Yikes. So I'm going to try and... Oh, shoot, they added a cooldown. No, quick! I've often died on this quest because of the overwhelming AoE. Anyways, so Gul'dan took all of the forces loyal to him, which included all of the Twilight's Hammer. You'll be hearing about them in the future. Congrats, Myron. All of the Twilight's Hammer and all of the Shadow Moon clan, and I think there was another clan, Storm Reaver, I want to say. So a fairly huge chunk of the forces that were in Azeroth, like almost half, I'd say, of the overall forces in Azeroth, he took with him, and he did something that I want to re-emphasize because it's insane that he actually managed this. He took an entire island chain that was buried at the bottom of the ocean and rose it to the surface by himself. Theoretically, yes, Formosan. Possibly even surpass him. Also, Takoida, we don't actually know to this day if Sargeras' remains are in the tomb, or if anything is in the tomb. We actually don't know. I'm pretty sure we'll find out in Legion, since the tomb is actually in Legion. The general consensus, though, is that it was a scam. That Sargeras was just scamming him with promises of false power. That is a very appropriate tactic to use under that circumstance. So, Gul'dan went, raised an entire island chain from the surface of underwater to the surface. I just really want to re-emphasize that because that's insane that he managed that. And I'm dead. Yeah, I hate this quest. It's just incredible that he managed that. Anyways, so he raises the islands and he finds lots and lots of demons. And Orgrim Doomhammer takes pretty much all of his forces back to deal with that problem, to defeat Gul'dan and his forces and all of those who are loyal to him, and ends up fighting the demons alongside them, and kills pretty much all of the orcs there, and Gul'dan himself dies in in the tomb itself. Now, I was asked earlier, why was Gul'dan allowed to live? I haven't quite answered that question yet, because I kind of skipped over it. I apologize. Let's answer it really quickly here. Why was Gul'dan allowed to live? Well, Gul'dan was pretty much the last proper warlock of the Horde after Orgrim killed the rest. Ding. We're not actually sure, Dreadfuse. Like I said, we don't actually know. It could be his avatar's body. That's possible. It could have been nothing. There could have never been anything in there. My personal theory is that there was never anything of Sargeras in there, but instead that it was like some kind of powerful Titan artifact was what was in there, and that was why Sargeras had interest in it. How to run! No, don't daze me. I'll grab that really quick. So, Gul'dan was one of the last warlocks, and he's like, look, if you get rid of me, you lose this advantage militarily, Orgrim. Now, I will go ahead, and I will pledge to you to make you a brand new type of soldier. And this new type of soldier will be able to serve you and bring you victory against the Alliance. I'm sorry, Byron. Nerazaz, the Alliance was always centered around Lorerun. It was not about the land per se. It was about chopping off the head, chopping off the leadership of the Alliance, and that's not the dwarves. It was Lorerun. God, I keep losing my place. So he promised to offer him this brand new type of warrior to assist in his victory in claiming Azeroth, called a Death Knight. Now, to make this clear, there are two types of Death Knights that exist. You've already seen the second type of Death Knight. It's what most people think of when they refer to Death Knights. The forms that were the ones that were made by the Lich King. Okay. Yes. Okay. The second form of Death Knight, or rather the first, to be more accurate, form of Death Knight, were the ones that Gul'dan made. These are actually much more basic creatures than the new ones. What he did was he took the corpses of human knights, right, and killed them. Oh, I mean, obviously they were dead, but, he took their corpses and took their mounts and took, their dead things, and slaughtered his own orcs and the warlocks and those of the council, and bound their souls to the bodies of these undead knights, basically. So they're not actually undead. They're kind of a weird, unusual situation of a body. They're effectively a Type 2 undead, but not really. It's kind of a weird amalgam of a Type 2 undead and a corrupted demon and just a new form of thing. It's kind of hard to really explain it, but really the closest comparison would be, as I said earlier, a Type 2 undead. Or, excuse me, a Type 3 undead. I keep misusing my words. I'm probably confusing the hell out of my chat who has no idea what I'm talking about. Sorry, guys. Let's clean up my inventory here a little bit. Actually, yes, Takoida. That's another reason why I think that's true. Because if that is Gul'dan and not Ner'zhul in the Frozen Throne, it's entirely possible that he just kept going with what he had already learned back during Warcraft 2 and developed the new types of Death Knights. The new type of Death Knights... see, both types of Death Knights are Type 3 undead, right? The difference is the Death Knights that Gul'dan made back in Warcraft 2 were still souls that were still attached to dead bodies, and therefore it's basically just their original powers. They weren't given any additional powers as a result of being Death Knights. They just had their own power as a warlock in this new body of a knight. And yeah, actually Ringwraith is a pretty good comparison of what these things are. By contrast, the later types of Death Knights have very specific powers that infuse them, and the rune swords and all of that other stuff, which augments and basically makes them much, much stronger and much, much more dangerous. So, yeah. The general benefit pencil, remember that undeath wasn't really a thing at that point in history. So this was the closest they could get to get the benefits of being undead without actually being able to pull it off. So the benefit was these early Death Knights were kind of undead, so they didn't tire, and they didn't need to eat, and all the other benefits of being undead, and that enabled them to be better soldiers for the war effort, that kind of a thing. Also made it so that they wouldn't age, and the eternal life, all that kind of fun stuff.
What is it?
Yeah, like I said, the usual benefits of undeath. Actually,
Embrace the shadow.
I'm not quite done talking yet, so I'm actually going to talk a little bit more while I go get some busy work done here. So that's all that led up to the events of... This is all still Warcraft 2. Orgrim managed to defeat Gul'dan... Well, rather, managed to defeat the forces of Gul'dan, which included Cho'Gall, by the way. We'll talk more about Cho'Gall a little bit later. But with the defeat, the terrible, horrible defeat of Gul'dan... and his forces, they were able to focus their attention back on the Alliance. Unfortunately, this took so long, and so much time, and so much effort, and the Horde lost so many troops, both because their forces were cut in half, and then the half of their forces that remained, of those, a huge number died in the fighting. So the Horde literally went from full strength to maybe like an eighth of its total strength.
What do you need?
That gave the Alliance of the time a ton of chance to regroup and reform and otherwise to recover. And I can fly now, by the way. Yay! Flying is amazing. Why use orc corpses rather than human corpses? I don't know. I don't know. Thank you, Myron, in advance before I go look at that. So I don't actually know. I don't have a good answer for you there. Damn it, Myron. Would you like to put both of your donations to any of our incentives, Myron? So, anyways, with that massive defeat, the Alliance was able to turn around and just shove the remains of the Horde all the way back to the Dark Portal and through the Dark Portal. There's a couple of other details I'm missing, like the duel between Lothar and Orgrim. That was a huge mistake on Orgrim's part, by the way. Also, a funny little anecdote. The Orcs revere Lothar. Like, they actually have a statue that they've built and maintained in his honor because of how much respect Lothar has amongst the orcs in general. Just a fun little factoid. This is true even during Warcraft 2. It's not a pony. It's a panther made out of rubies. Seriously. Oh, so yeah, which transmog suit we're going to be wearing, Myron? We have the Select Transmog, the Skittles Transmog, or the non-Transmog. No Transmog at all, basically. By the way, I'd just like to say, this is awesome. I like flying in this game. I know a lot of people hate it. In fact, even some of my friends hate it. I can't even begin to understand why. Like, they've even tried to explain it to me, and I don't get it. I don't. I love flying in this game. When they first added flying in BC, that was one of the first things I tried to do. I had flying on every single character, and that was expensive back then. To get all the gold for all of them. It's like, yes, woo, it was awesome. Shrug. I don't know what else to add. I could talk about the gameplay design, benefits and cons of having flying in the game, but really, I like being able to do this. I like being able to go from place to place. I like being able to look down at this awesome terrain, because I love the aesthetics of this game. And just being like, oh, look at it all, it's amazing. Correct, flying was not in vanilla. It was added in BC. And yes, flying is a convenience. I will also make this argument, even though some people look at me weird. Flying is also optional. See? Don't need to fly. I can walk around as much as I want. I could also go flying if I want to. I tend to vary between the two. Depends on my mood and where I'm questing. But, yeah. Yeah, questing in Blade's Edge without mountain flying. Oh, my God. Okay, go all the way down this canyon, up the one path up, and then all the way back up. And then do that 50 more times. Anyways. The one I want, Myron? Okay. I will boost the normal counter, because it has not had enough love. Yes, I do, Darker, and oh my god, it was terrible. It was so terrible. It was the worst thing ever. I think that's really all the summary about Warcraft 2 I wanted to share. We could lead more into the Dark Portal stuff, but I think we'll save that for right now. Let's go ahead and do some quests. So we've killed him. The Bleeding Hollow clan have betrayed their noble heritage. We, the orcs who fought and died to save ourselves from the fell taint of Manaroth, look upon our vile cousins and see only weakness and ignobility, and for that they must burn. Enter Zethgor, their bastion to the east. Kill peons for their torches and ignite them, and then burn their houses. Burn their villages. Kill them all! Oh, wait, sorry.
Strength.
Actually, I agree with what Hylisk said there, by the way. It is worth noting they've pretty much always used flying like that. The way it works, for a little bit of explanation, is you don't get flying immediately unless you're on an alt. The reason I have flying here right now, like this, is because I am an alt. Or actually, that's not quite true, but the general idea is that. Like, what they're doing with Warlords is a good example of that. I can fly now on all of my characters in Warlords because my one character earned it. I like the idea of going through an expansion without flying, earning flying at the end of the expansion, and then going and having it henceforth on alts. That's my personal perspective and my preference. And that's how I've played pretty much every expansion to date, with one notable exception. That would be Wrath, specifically. So, just my thoughts on it. I will be flying here, of course, because this is an alt. And like my 50th alt or so. And yes, this is invincible. Yes, I have it. Anyways, back to quests. Oh, thank you, Thomasus. Thomasus, am I saying that right? I don't know. Either way, you know, I try. And yeah, there was an heirloom to allow for that in Wrath. And in Pandaria, you had to get it, and then you could use it. And then in Warlords, you have to do the achievement, and then you have it unlocked.
Loktar.
So I've brought the plants for this guy. This should do the job. I'm going to prepare the salve and finish the splint before making my way back to Thrallmar. Why do I have the feeling I know what Farseer Wreckagut was going to say when she saves me? Thank you for your help. I have some left over if you want to have it. Okay. Oh, when I was wounded, I saw a goblin zeppelin crash. It went down to the northwest, beyond the expedition armory. The zeppelin was on fire. Shrieking, burning goblins were falling like bombs from the sky. Of course, I was in a lot of pain and had lost a lot of blood. I might have imagined the whole thing.
Strength.
I don't know, that sounds pretty goblin to me.
What now?
You have the blood? I'm eager to study it without interruption this time. Ah, very good. Now I can more easily perform tests. Thank you. Your talents are considerable. I have prepared a preliminary report of my findings regarding the Bleeding Hollow orcs. My colleague in Thrallmar will be happy to receive them. He too studies the phenomenon of fell orcs, in hopes of preventing such a tragedy from ever befalling our orcish allies.
Remember, patience, discipline.
I'm sorry, Myron.
What is it?
So we have the battle. Oh, actually, let's talk to her first.
I'm listening.
The unyielding have felt the strength of the Horde. No doubt they will soon be in the mood to listen to my proposed
Dark
alliance.
Lady, watch over
I am
them.
forsaken.
We must help the unyielding soon. If we can convince them to join the Horde, we'll have gained a powerful ally. You've done well. This will enable us to summon them if they're willing. East of here is an old, destroyed Alliance siege tower. Now, scavengers loot it for old nails and bits of scrap. Long ago, many Alliance warriors lost their lives at that tower, and their banner was captured by Urtrak, a foul orc commander. Blow the battle horn near the Alliance banner. This will get the attention of Urtrak, and may summon the warriors who fell so long ago.
Victory for Sylvanas.
I have another quest.
Makra.
Valvaxis, you have braved the lair of the bleeding Hollow Orcs, dreaded Zethgor, and survived. Perhaps you have the strength to aid me, for I aim to gaze into the mind of its darkest witch, Greylock. Take this shard, do this incredibly annoying quest, and then come back with me. I hate this quest so much.
Victory!
Here's another mount that took me years to get, by the way. Years and years and years. So what you have to do is you have to... This is... Hey, look, there's a Fell River over there. You have to aggro one of these eyes. Except you have to not aggro one of these eyes. If you aggro it, you failed. So you have to get in range to do this. Not aggro it. Not be in combat. Do this. Pull it to yourself. And then you can't mount while this debuff's on. Or at least you couldn't. Obviously, I think you can now. Nope. Well, whatever. And then the eye will go out of its way to artificially aggro everything in a bajillion-mile radius to make sure that your trip back is as annoying, as frustrating as possible. Now, I actually got lucky because there was an eye right there at the entrance. But usually I have to do a lot more irritating things to make this work. You also have a 5-minute timer to make it work while we're on the subject. Hey, an alliance banner. Well, let's see what these people think of this.
Air truck. Kill you!
Guys, you better get your vengeance before I kill him. Get your vengeance! There you go. Good boys. Good boys. No. Except that's Hylisk, apparently. I don't know what he wants, though. What do you want, Hylisk? Oh, wait, do I need to... Come on, I'm here. There we go. Quest complete. I hate that quest.
Hello.
I am glad to hear the Unyielding joined you in battle. I thought they might come at the sound of the horn, but I couldn't be sure. Perhaps we've given them some of the vengeance they so desperately crave. You have slain Urtrek, and we must report our victory to the Expedition Armory. He will understand the risks you have taken on his behalf. Perhaps he will be friendly? Of course, he may try to consume your soul. One can never tell with spirits such as these.
Remember, patience.
Strength and honor.
Discipline.
The orcs of the Bleeding Hollow clan were dark allies long ago, and even darker enemies now. I am indebted to you, Valvaxis. You have braved Zethgor and held its darkness close to your heart. I will study the eye and perhaps pierce the secrets of its master. Let us hope he can no longer use its magic. Greylock Darkeye has wagered a piece of himself to dark powers and gained great magic for it. His lost eye burns deep in some hellish pit, now a demon's trinket, and the patch that covers his betrayal holds its own dark secrets. Bring me the eye patch and I will reward you greatly. Does this sound a little bit suspicious to anyone else? The fact that we're just getting more and more of these demonic artifacts from this guy in order to, you know, give to him. I mean, does that just bother anyone else? No? Is that just me? Okay, okay. I was just wondering. Hunter, Myron. I hate to say it, but it's true. Hunter is by far the best class to start with, if you've never played this game before. By the way, anyone want to guess how long it took me to get this mount that I'm on right now? Anyone? There it is. Probably Lurker. Ah, thank you, Jengiz, for reminding me. Okay. So we've got these where the frickin'... There are elves in Dire Maul. There are actually high elves in Dire Maul, to be slightly more. Yes, Oracle Psychotic. 20,000 years. It took me a long damn time. I got this mount. I got the Green Proto-Drake when Warlords was out. You might be like, wow, that's doing it for a long time. Yes, it is. I didn't actually get it myself. I never actually got one to drop from the egg, ever. This one was actually gifted to me by someone else. So yeah. Anyways, so the Shendralar. So the Shendralar are probably one of the more amusing examples of arrogant elves in the entire game. So what happened is Shendralar, those elves were always elves who lived there. You know, they've lived there since forever. They set up a sort of a... Oops, I need to go light this. They set up a sort of magical barrier over the area that enabled them to not only maintain their immortality, but to kind of keep the place safe from external threats and all that fun stuff. And they were like, aha, we are safe from the Cataclysm here. We are safe from the Sundering. No one will be able to hurt us here. And that was what they did. The prince, I forget his name, Prince Idiot, kept them there for, 10 millennia. Some absolutely insanely ridiculous period of time. And they kind of started going mad because they were trapped within a single, well, the city, really, but still, trapped within a single city for 10 millennia. When you get there, finally, there are several Shendralar who are at the point where they're like, can we go? Can we please leave? Please, we're tired of being here. There's a few other circumstances. For example, the way that they maintained that barrier was they had actually captured a very powerful void demon, which I'll discuss when we actually go through Dire Maul. And that demon's power was basically being continuously drained in order to maintain this barrier field and to keep them secure and safe and all that fun stuff. Obviously, yeah, tell me about it, Psychotic. But I'm right here. I'm right here. Excuse me. So, I'll talk more about this when we get to Dire Maul. The long and the short of it is, over time, the leader kind of got a little bit more horrifying. He started off as, I will do this for my people, and then over time it became more, I will do this because this is what I want, and then it became more, I will kill anyone who does anything that is not me. He didn't get as bad as, say, Joffrey in Game of Thrones, but he was definitely leaning in that direction. There's another mount I only got in Warlords, by the way. Actually earned this one, but still, that's how recent it took me to get this one. This is the mount that came out in Wrath. So, yeah, he pretty much started enforcing his will on everyone there, and that's one of the reasons why a lot of the Shendralar were like, can we go? You actually help a lot of Shendralar spirits because they were killed by him. And, of course, he can't just kill them. He had to use their souls for something. I mean, that would just be wasteful not to. So, it's a pretty messed up situation overall. And I hope that answers your question. And if it doesn't, then I'll talk more about it when I actually get to Dire Maul, because I'm actually going to be doing Dire Maul in the long, long, distant future from now. Seriously, that's probably going to be like over a week from now. Yes, as a fun note, getting exalted with Shendralar was a requirement for the Insane title, which is insane to get. It's ridiculously, stupidly, horrifyingly grindy. So let's go ahead and read this information about the Blood Orcs, shall we? I hope this letter finds you and Thrallmar productive in your studies. My trappings here in Spinebreaker are adequate for my own experiments, although at times I do wish to be back in the Undercity with a full range and implement of servants to help me. Ah, the laments of a corpse. Pleasantries aside, I have some interesting news. The blood that Valvax has gathered from the Orcs shows a concentrated and demonic taint. It is almost identical to the taint of the original fellow Orcs, the taint of Manaroth. It is impossible for Manaroth's influence to reach across to Outland. The beast's been dead for years, but I fear another pit lord may be at play here. A pit lord of his power, one able to corrupt indigenous Orcs. I will continue my studies, but I urge you to pursue the trail, and I fear the trail may lead into Hellfire Citadel.
Blood and thunder!
Oh, those frickin' lockboxes. When do I think Blizz will redo? You mean, do you mean Outland, or do you mean, like, Azeroth? Because
Yeah. The evils of the Bleeding Hollow Orcs knows no bounds and are rivaled only by their shattered hand cousins. Ah, yes, just as some who lost a hand or leg in battle will often feel their severed limb, I wonder if Grillock still clutches at his lost eye in his dark, dark dreams. I, too, will dream on this, and if fortune is with us, perhaps I will learn what drew Grillock and the Bleeding Hollow to succumb to demons. So here's some of the really gross-looking gear. So there's the plate piece right there. There's the mail, I believe? Nope, that's the leather. This one's the mail piece. But my least favorite is the frickin' cloth. This thing right here is the gold suit I mentioned earlier that I usually had with a ridiculous blue outfit in. Oh my god, it looked terrible.
Abu.
Welcome to the Crayola gear. All of it, Z1? Probably never, in all honesty. Cataclysm was so unpopular, hey Marley, and so many people complained endlessly about how terrible the Cataclysm was, that they're probably never going to do another revamp, which means we're stuck with Outland forever. So we've done it. We have saved everyone. Yay. Excellent. A purple cape. I think we'll go with that one.
Go with honor.
Let's see. Save that. Save that. I don't know, Zoan. I did look into what it would actually take to get the Insane title at one point in time, and then I decided never to do it again, and I never have. We lost our battle against the Fellark so very long ago. You have restored some of our lost honor by killing Urtrak. Take one of the weapons with you. When you are fighting our most hated foes, use it, and those who are free of this curse will come to your aid. Before you leave, those who died at the siege tower wish to honor you for destroying our enemies. Holy crap, that's a lot of people who died in that one tower. But that's about right. Suffer well, as they say. Oh god, Callisto, that's terrible. You are evil, sir. That's my response to that. So what was so bad about the Cataclysm? Let's be clear. Cataclysm did have some bad parts about it. I've talked about that. But the biggest problem with Cataclysm was the fact that they spent a huge amount of time and effort redoing the old world. So I've talked about how absolutely disgustingly terrible vanilla was questing-wise, right? Going through vanilla was just a huge slog to level, right? For good or for bad, that is the truth. It was a huge slog to level. They took these two full continents, all these zones, and all these zones, and redid all of them. Completely revamped, new quests, new story arcs, much tighter design. They effectively took the terrain and then made new content on top of it. It was a huge effort and took tons of time. It's one of the reasons Cataclysm was so delayed when it came out, is because it took so much time for them to do that. Now here's the thing. There's only really two groups of people who cared about that. People who were in it for the story, or people who were willing to go back and redo those quests, or I should say do those quests, or play an alt through them just to enjoy the story. So people who just wanted to see new stuff, you know, the high-level stuff, people who didn't want to roll alts, people who were just interested in raid quests, people who were just here for gear, people who were just PvPing, they got relatively much less content than the people of the first two groups did. So a lot of people are like, "Rah!" So we got very relatively small areas compared to other expansions. You know, Outland here, we got all this, right? And Northrend, you know, for that, we got all this big old zone. For Cataclysm, we got Hyjal, Oldham, Deepholm, which I can't even show you, Vashir, and the Twilight Highlands. And that's it. So a lot of people are like, "Rrr," because they relatively felt like there was a relative lack of content. Now, there are some other problems with that as well, and as both Hylisk and Erebony have pointed out, they probably should have, you know, maintained the vanilla WoW there. So,
so that people who were still wanting to go do the vanilla stuff or see the vanilla stuff could, instead of just outright destroying it, which is what they did. But regardless of that, put me in the camp of firmly being in favor of the Cataclysm stuff. I really, really like the changes to the Cataclysm stuff. It made leveling actually fun, and it made me actually really enjoy the stories. And there's tons of amazing stories in the Cataclysm stuff. The entirety of the Southern Barrens chain just comes to mind immediately. Pretty much all of the Stone Talon Mountains. Everything they did with the Western Plaguelands. You know, a lot of these zones were hugely, hugely improved. For God's sakes, Hillsbrad Foothills was practically brought back from the dead as far as, again, story and quest design. And I love those stuff. But again, I'm a story guy. That's what I'm interested in. So I guess it would make sense that I was interested in that. My reason for bringing all this up, though, is because Cataclysm was so unpopular, the odds of them ever doing that again are very low because they tend to listen to feedback. It's the reason we never got the continuation to Vashir. People hated Vashir. They absolutely loathed it. They were like, oh, God, this zone sucks and everything about it sucks. As an aside, Vashir is my favorite zone in Cataclysm. So, yeah, they hated, absolutely goddamn hated Vashir. And so they were going to do a continuation of it. In fact, the story of Vashir literally just stops and has not been continued since because it was so unpopular. So I get it. I get why they do it. They don't have infinite time and money. They have to prioritize. They have to budget. I get that. It's just kind of a shame because as a result of that, we're probably never going to get a revamped Outland. And we're probably never going to get a continuation of Vashir, like I just said. I agree, Hylisk. Like I said, I'm with you in that camp. It's not like they don't have the tech. By the time Cataclysm came around, they had perfected their form of phasing. There's a series of quests. The Goblin Starter Zone does this as well, but the Worgen Starter Zone is brilliant. They actually made it a way so that phasing could change terrain. Now, if you don't understand how significant that is, I don't have a good way to explain it, so just take my word on it. Being able to do phasing that affects terrain is incredible. No load screens, just... So they had more than enough ability with phasing to allow you to go back to vanilla by the time Cata came out, and they didn't. They just nuked it, like we said. But whatever. So, time to go actually play the game. Goblins! Hang on. So this is actually kind of
back! Yo!
I'll never take a shortcut again. How was I supposed to know the skies over Hellfire Peninsula were that dangerous? We were shot down by the Burning Legion, even though we were waving a flag of truce. Who knew the Burning Legion was so mean? We cannot come with you to Spinebreaker Post. We need to repair our Zeppelin and be on our way.
Glad I could help!
In the event of an emergency, it's always the pilot's job to keep a level head, especially when the only orders your co-pilot follows come from his stomach. The good news is that we don't need to wait days for replacement parts to be imported. The bad news is the spare parts got scattered from here to the Valley of Bones. The other bad news? The spare parts are so spare they fell off during our descent. Could you help me collect enough to get us off the ground again?
Keep it real! Talk to me!
Man, I'm starving. There's an irony in that, wouldn't you say? A starving cook? According to this tourist map we were following before we were so rudely shot down, there's an area to the southwest near Terrakar Forest. It's called Razorthorn Trail, and it's brimming with delicious Ravager eggs. I could cook up quite a feast if someone were brave enough to go down there and get me some.
Glad I could help!
I hope so, Draculus. Although, again, I don't want spoilers. We're doing my own thing. We're actually going to do the egg quest first because of efficiency. I used to be... Okay, so this is as good a time as any to talk about the arrow. Bonus points to anybody who knows what the arrow is before I even talk about it. I used to know these quests very, very well. I don't actually know them as well as I used to because I haven't actually leveled through BC in a long time. I haven't had to. Everyone else... I pushed everyone through BC. All of my characters were above 70. And so... This is the most recent time I've played through this in, like, years. Since Wrath came out, I believe, actually. Anyways, so... I rather like the Phoenix, yes. So I used to know these quests really well, and the reason that's relevant is because I used to be very good at efficiently leveling. I could level damned quickly. I wasn't like at the level of the guy who had 5 people helping him, but I could go from 60 to 70 inside of a couple of days, and I was very proud of that. I'm not really that good at it anymore, as I've pointed out. Close, Permeus, very close. But, so one of the things that happened, too, back in the day is there was this quest add-on. I don't actually remember what it's called anymore. Me and my friends just called it The Arrow. It was a built-in add-on that told you how to level. It was like, go do this quest, go to this area, kill this mob here, then go to this area and do this. It was a guided leveling path thing, right? It was primarily useful for vanilla, because the point of it for someone like me is, even though it was very inefficient, and it was pretty damn inefficient leveling-wise, and I used to disagree with it all the time, I could just turn my brain off and still level through vanilla. And trust me, that's the best way to level through vanilla when you're doing it for your 18th time, is to just turn your brain off and be like, yep, follow the arrow. And that kind of just became a joke. So the arrow was also not exactly always correct in terms of, where you should go. Not just for efficiency's sake, but in some cases it would basically lead you to your death, like over cliffs and whatnot. So, the arrow, several of my friends, most notably my sister, used to just zealously follow the arrow, and every now and again she'd die as a result of following it. And, oops, back to the ground. And so it kind of became a running gag amongst us that you must always follow the arrow. The arrow knows all and sees all. And because what the add-on did, it would have like a quest log thing, like I have here on the right. But the main thing it did was have a giant freaking arrow, like right here in the center of your screen, saying, go this way. And no matter where you're turned, it would, so, like, if it wants me to go this way, if I turn, it would be like this. And it would actually keep with it. And yeah, it was basically following the GPS. Whoops, I keep flying. I keep meaning not to. The arrow. It's just a funny little story I wanted to share. I am so glad that I don't really have to do leveling ever again, other than this one time I'm doing it right now. Okay, so... Also, hello, Magister of Quel'Thalas. So, that wonderfully helpful orc back there wants us to gather the warp. I'm sure that he's an upstanding orc. I'm pretty sure that there's no issues with us gathering the void for him. In case you're not paying attention, he gave us a device that literally pulls open a portal pulls open a portal to the void, which is what that is. And since we're already actually in the Nether, we're pretty close to the void as is, so it's really easy to open a void portal when you're in Outland. I am very looking forward to Legion. I suppose this is cheating, but I would say what I'm most looking forward to is the story. But, of course, that doesn't really, like, get across the point. You're asking more specifically. What I am most looking forward to is really getting to see the Legion full tilt. I'm really looking forward to that. Yeah, no kidding, Zuan. I am also very much looking forward to finishing up a few plot threads, basically, that I feel are still dangling. Illidan's and Gul'dan's both come to mind immediately, as well as a certain Night Elves. Yeah. Which undead would be the worst to become? That's probably a matter of opinion. Personally, I would say becoming any kind of abomination, like Thaddeus is a good example of that, would be just absolutely horrifying, since you're pretty aware of it as it's happening, as Thaddeus proved.
Time is money, friend!
Yeah. And yeah, as Psychotic said, we probably shouldn't be opening portals to Void anyways, because, I mean, I don't feel like I have to explain that. I don't feel like I have to elaborate on why opening portals to the Void is a bad idea. You remember that quest we had all the way back in the Blood Mist zone? How I pointed out that those tiny little Void creatures, if left alone, would continue to expand and grow and eventually could theoretically, eat the whole island? And we're just opening massive rifts in the void here. Just don't worry about it. It's good. It's good. So, in order to have great cuisine, you need great ingredients. And these eggs look great. I've just finished cleaning off my frying pan, so you're more than welcome to join me for a meal. Ah, these eggs were superb, but what do you think we kick it up another notch? A side of bacon would round out the meal perfectly, and I know just where to get it. This place is littered with hellbores. Of course, there's no one here to inspect and tenderize the meat, but we're in luck. This wasn't made for use on pork, but cooking is as much about improvisation as anything. So he then gives us a purification mixture so that we can eat fel-tainted meat. Would you eat fel pork? Because I don't think I would. I don't think that's the kind of thing I would do. Yes, but we're trying to reclaim Outland, damn it. Trying to fix it. Is this? Yeah, that's the one I want. Why not, Bragwin? See, yeah, this is actually pretty much a green eggs and ham situation, I think, here. One of the other commonalities of fel infusion is spikes. That's actually been a common thing pretty much across any of whoops, there's one right here. Any fel thing across the entirety of the Warcraft history. Welcome back, Azure. I hope you enjoyed your nap. The idea that fel gives you spikes. Big, horrible spikes. I mention that because this is not actually what the native boars look like on Draenor. These massive spikes and the red eyes and all that fun stuff. These are fel-infused pigs, basically. There are actually quite a few fel-infused creatures we will encounter as we go throughout this particular expansion. Because for some reason, when you have an entire world that's been pulled into the Nether and had Nether energies rip it apart and constant influence of both demons and people using Demonology, for some reason the local terrain tends to have fel energy in it. It's weird how that works out. It's already barbecued, Marley? Alright, let's go ahead and see if we can get some purified meat here. Yay, purified meat. Tender, succulent, free-range hellboar meat, but not quite organic. Oh, I'm sorry, Azura. It's pre-cooked bacon. Haven't you ever wanted pre-cooked bacon? Oh, I love this thing's flight mode, by the way. Anyways. I can totally imagine that, Zawon. Absolutely. Fun fact, a lot of the enemies here actually know how to deal with flying mobs. It's kind of funny, since this is when they invented flying. But then again, you're not really supposed to be fighting these things while flying, so shrug. I'm actually going the wrong way. That's what they voted for, Magister. Sigh. Whoop. Frickin' Alliance. Screw off, Alliance. Favorite classic zone? So you mean specifically vanilla, not old world, correct? Because that's changed as of the Cataclysm. You'll get it, Psychotic. Someday. Maybe. I'm still trying to farm a couple of dungeon mounts myself, notably the one in Stonecore and the one in the Air place, whose name I can't think of right now. So, favorite actual vanilla zone. I'm going to go ahead and just go with a cheat answer. I'm going to say both the Western and Eastern Plaguelands. If I have to pick between the two, I will go ahead and give it to the Eastern Plaguelands. I feel like they were, that was one of their best done zones, and I really love the stories of it. And of course, the Tyrian Forging Chain is one of my favorite quests in the entire game. And on top of that, there was also the Darrowshire quest, Which you might wonder why I didn't talk about that during the vanilla section. It's because the Darrowshire quest is actually in Cata as well. So I will be able to talk about it while doing it, as opposed to just having to talk about it. Unlike the Tyrion quest, which logically is not, since Tyrion's story has moved on from that point. Uh-oh. Toxic hellboar meat. Not fit for consumption. Damn. Yeah, Pamela's story is kind of heartrending in a quiet sort of a way. A lot of things are big and blatant and obviously horrible in this setting, but every now and again you encounter the ghost of a little girl who doesn't realize she's dead, and it's just... you know? There we go. Yes, the Vortex Pinnacle, that's the one. I need the Vortex Pinnacle and the Stone Core. You know, I've been asked that like 3 times just today, Raskor. I would like him to retire. Damn it, he deserves a happy ending. He's probably not going to, though. Sigh. This looks edible, if spiced properly. Just don't tell Screed where his breakfast came from, okay? Screed likes to say his frying pan is smooth as buttered. Butterfingered is more like it. Take a look at the wreckage over there. He calls that a rough landing. There's the wreckage right there. Still burning, by the way. Sure, we got shot at, but I'd be willing to cut him a little more slack if he didn't brag about his piloting skills so often. I think I'm going to make him a batch of wings to drive the point home. To the east, in the Valley Bones, you'll find Bone Stripper buzzards. Their wings are plump and juicy and perfect for my needs. Who wouldn't want to eat 2-headed buzzards? I would. Favorite cinematic? You're all going to hate me for this. My favorite cinematic in WoW is the Pandaria one. Yes, Charlord, that's the one I was referencing. No! Yeah, I'm gonna give up on that one. Wait, hang on, I can make this work. Ha! I win! No cuteness, no. The Pandaria cinematic is... It's all symbolism. Like, everything about it is symbolic of something. There's very little in it that has any purpose other than to indicate some significance or some purpose or some point. And, of course, that final line actually really resonates with me quite a bit. What is it? You know, it's not about whether or not you're going to fight. It's what is worth fighting for. I love that. It's absolutely incredible. Wraths would be my second favorite, by the way. I don't even have to explain that one. Hello, Reach. The good news is I will not be repeating these quests. You might be like, well, what do you mean, Arsh? Well, we're going to be going through this zone on the Alliance as well. Of course I am, Godric. I've already done that as we've gone through. I'm going to be going through this zone on the Alliance as well. I don't know, you tell me, Reach, what do you think? So it was a bear? In a hat? So I'm going to be skipping several of the neutral quests as I go through Outland and Northrend and basically every zone. I've got a whole leveling plan for trying to have as little quest repetition as possible. So a lot of these X of Y quests of Outland we will not actually be doing more than once, theoretically anyways. No, Reach, don't do it! Don't do it, man. Let's see, how is our ridiculous suit looking here? Just make sure I have it all built. Nope, it was this thing, and then this, and then the green one. No, the green one. There we go. Here's the actual Crayola suit, by the way, Reach. Just if you're curious what it looks like. Oh, I forgot boots. No, I didn't. Those are the right boots. I could also do that. Actually, that might look a little bit more ridiculous. The Crayola suit. Also known as BC Outland leveling gear. Anyways. Survival is priority. Yeah, no kidding. Blood Elves. I wouldn't be surprised if Sargeras at least makes an appearance in Legion. I don't think we should fight him. I think that would actually be a mistake on their part. But I do think at the very least he should make an appearance. And we should finally find out what the heck is actually in the Tomb of Sargeras, other than the Titan artifact thing, which is not even 100% confirmed. Of course, Raskor. X of Y. This is one of the problems with older quest design. Even though the Outland quests have a lot more story to them than the vanilla quest did, with some exceptions, of course, they're still of the X of Y format, and usually they either involve not being directed in the same area. In other words, you get told to go over there, and then over there, and then over there, and then over there, and then over there. But on top of that, you also had to get a little bit too much of everything, and drop rates were a little bit too rare. I mean, whether or not you agree with the 100% drop rate idea, it's hard to deny that the drop rates were really low of a lot of quest items in Outland, and especially in vanilla. Troll ears, you know? Or bear asses, as everyone else says. Yeah, it feels a little padding-y to me. I get the need, well, I shouldn't say that. I get the idea behind padding in an MMO. I really do. Not in Wrath so much. Wrath actually did a completely different mindset when it comes to gear design in terms of aesthetics. A lot of the green and blue suits as you're leveling through Wrath were much more down-to-earth in style, and a lot of people liked that, myself included, actually. So, you know, lots of big, simple chunks of plate, you know, as opposed to, you know, big, fancy, demonic kind of a thing. It was more hard fantasy than high fantasy kind of a thing. No, Fell Corruption does not actually change the color of your blood. The only thing that will change your blood... No, I don't, actually, Psychotic. The only thing that will change the color of your blood is if you are actually infused with full demonic energy, either properly, like Archimonde and Kil'jaeden, or over extremely long periods of time, like, for example, Manaroth and Magtheridon. That's not their original blood, the blood that is leached out for the Fell Orcs of the, you know, of the past, of Warcraft 3, and of, you know, that Citadel right over there. So I suppose under theoretical circumstances it is possible that if, for example, a Fell Elf, as we'll be seeing later on in the Outland storyline, had a sufficient amount of time and influence with demonic energy constantly coursing through them, and they actually lived long enough for that to really change them long term, then it is entirely possible that Fell Elves would actually have green blood, demonic blood, and could therefore infect others too. And no, I have not, Dios. What I would have to do, Reach, is I would have to hearth all the way back to Orgrimmar, go get the change to happen, and then fly my way back. I cannot transmog on the fly because I don't have hundreds of thousands of gold to spend on that particular mount. Because that's how that works. How long am I going to stream? Usually I stream all day, every day with a lunch break, about now-ish, actually. I was really hoping to finish Hellfire Peninsula before that lunch break, but oh my god, this is taking forever. So it looks like I won't actually even finish Hellfire Peninsula before my lunch break today. And I always stream from 11 a.m. EST to about 6-ish p.m. EST. Today I'm actually going to be streaming a little longer. My Tuesdays always run a little bit longer because I have no other obligations on Tuesdays. My friends are off doing other things, and my family's off doing other things. So my Tuesdays are always my long stream day, so I'll be streaming pretty much until I go to bed today. Agreed, by the way, Hylisk. I agree. They really did not know what they were doing with that. For those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, there's a mount. I don't even remember exactly how much it costs. It costs a stupid amount of money that you can get, that you can just pop on, and it's got a transmog vendor right on the mount. It's the Grand Yak, Grand Expedition Yak, I believe, is the one with the transmog. Feel free to correct me because I'm not sure on this one. If it's one of the cheaper ones, I might be willing to go ahead and dump the real money into getting that just for the sake of the run, because it's a business expense at that point. 120,000, thank you. 120,000 gold. So that would be about $80 if I were to just dump the real-life money on it. Give or take. It depends on the server. 250,000. That's a lot worse. Hang on. So I don't remember what's on this one. That's the wrong one. Damn it. Hang on. You saying that is an irony right now, Braven. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's this one. And okay, this says 120,000. Well, it would speed up the ability to transmog. There's yeah, this is a stupidly, ludicrously expensive mount. It's ridiculous. Anyways, so here's an Orc who has been asking us to open rips into the void. I'm sure he's a cool guy. What's up?
Unbelievable. You have touched the void itself. Oh, Valvaxis, you saved my life's work. But there's more that must be done, and you can help me. We have to improve my warp rift generator. You must take it to the Void Ridge east of here. You must avoid the foul fort of Zethgor. To the east, beyond Zethgor, is a small pass. Through this pass, you'll find Void Ridge, a terrible place on the edge of the abyss. You must kill the walkers that you find there, and bring me the shards of their souls. With their power, we will improve upon the warp rift generator and open a portal to the beyond that cannot be closed.
Why are we willing to do this? This guy literally wants to open a void rift permanently. Why are we okay with this? Why are we doing this? Now, normally getting over here is kind of a pain because you kind of have to go through Zethgor, or you have to go that way. We're just going to fly there because we can do that. Because I've done these quests before. Alts are awesome. Alright, so let's see what... Yes, that is correct, Mind Blast. And I am very looking forward to the new transmog rules in Legion. That's actually reason number, like, 87 of why I wish Legion was out now, before I was doing this lore run, because then I would be like, yes! I can just transmog, bam! Just like that, and immediately shift to a new suit. And not have to hearth back to town every time. So, the one Joker has just donated. Unfortunately, I'm sure you know what that was to. It was to solidify. Hey, if Gilgamesh shows up in World of Warcraft, I'm going to explode with joy. I'm sorry, I am. Cloud's already going to be in it. And Eris. So, you know. You probably think I'm joking. So as you can see, this area is already kind of unstable. There are a couple of locations like this in Outland. Remember that Outland is kind of in a severe state of dimensional flux. So, how much... Oh, I hate these ones. I should have remembered what they were. I'll talk about those in a second. So, certain chunks of Outland aren't as physically normal as other places, and are basically like 1 inch away, relatively speaking, from just flat out being in the Nether or the Void, depending on the specific area. So certain areas like this literally just have Void in them, just Void expanding into them. Now here's the thing, because the Void isn't actually here in the strictest sense of the word, the Void isn't expanding like it should be, like it normally would be. It's not like they dumped Void into a new place. It's more like the Void is manifesting temporarily, and then a little bit later on, you know, the Void will go away, assuming we do something to prevent it, of course. Oh, absolutely, Godric. Absolutely, I agree. Gilgamesh is a character from Final Fantasy V, and 8, and 9, and 12, and Dissidia, of course. But yes, that is who he was named after. He's an awesome character who is awesome. He's a trans-dimensional being who travels through the void to other settings, basically. So that's why he's kind of a recurring character. By the way, this is one of the only mounts I actually went out of my way to just buy off the auction house. As you can see, it's the Alchemist mount. It's the Alchemist Dragon mount. Because you can see I'm not on the back of it. That's because I am the mount. It's it's like a shape-shifting kind of a thing. You might ask, well, why didn't you bother to make that one yourself? You have a max level of every profession. Yeah, well, see, there's a catch to that. In order to actually get the pattern to make that mount, you have to actually have a max level, well, at the time, max level archaeologist as well. And I'd already maxed archaeologist on my main, archaeology, excuse me, on my main, and I didn't really feel like maxing it out again. I don't mind archaeology. Actually, I kind of enjoy archaeology. I know that's an unusual opinion. But it is time sync the minigame. You know, it is literally you insert time into the activity kind of a thing. So I don't have that kind of time anymore. I haven't had that kind of time in years to just sit and go do archaeology for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. So I never wanted to level it again, so I just said screw it and dumped the 20 grand or whatever it is into just buying the mount eventually. That's pretty much how I get most mounts that are money mounts. I save up money over fairly long periods of time, usually months, of just kind of idly, you know, doing missions and raiding and all that kind of thing. And then after, you know, a long period of time, I have, you know, 30,000 gold lying around, and I go ahead and dump it on something. I've actually dumped a fairly large amount of gold into this Lorerun, actually. If you'll notice, I've got 31,000 on this alt character on a different server, just so I can make sure I have all the flying and whatnot to make sure it goes as smoothly as possible. And of course, I dumped money into making sure I have all the heirlooms that both characters will have all the way up to 100. So all of my heirlooms are actually 100 heirlooms, as you can see just by looking there, which is pretty expensive. Yeah, no kidding, Hylisk. If it wasn't for the required random stuff, I wouldn't mind archaeology nearly as much. And I love the lore tidbits you get from archaeology. There's a lot of really cool, awesome little just flavor lore. It's like fleshing out of setting and fleshing out of culture that you get from, you know, for the ogres and for the Nerubians and for the trolls. There's a lot of cool background lore that you get from archaeology. It's one of the things that made me keep wanting to make notes. Like, oh, here's a thing I've never made before. I can't wait to read the little story that's behind it, you know? And that's like half of why I was so interested in it. I actually have not maxed out archaeology in Warlords. I haven't had the time. I want to, but yeah. Alright, so we've made your void portals, sir. What do you have for me now? Excellent. The warp rift generator is almost complete. There's only one final ingredient we need. Soon, we will be able to warp in a warp rift to the deepest parts of the abyss. Who knows what strange creatures may come through? Think of it, Valvaxis. The powers such knowledge will bring is limitless. My warp rift generator is complete. You can use it now to summon a true prince of the void, a creature whose soul shard will tell me much of what lies beyond. Go south and use my warp rift generator. A huge rift will form, and the void baron will surely appear. Defeat it and bring me its soul shard.
Victory!
Why are we still doing what this guy says? So I've actually already talked about old stuff. Actually, it's funny you say that, Jengiz. I actually have a specific gold farming strategy, which I will share with all of you. So if you go back and do heroic Cataclysm 25-man raids, go ahead, Charlord. You have my permission. If you go back and do heroic 25-man Cataclysm raids specifically with someone else, that's very important. You have to have 2 people. But if you do it with 2 people, the gold drop rate off of each boss, you get about 150 gold per boss just from the gold drop. And then, because it's 25 man and it's heroic, you gain a fairly large number of items that you can sell off. So on average, you can get several thousand gold just doing those 3, I guess, raids. So there's my personal tip for you guys for gold farming if you ever actually feel like doing it. The catch is, of course, you can only do it once a week. And you need another person to do it. I need... There it is. Holy crap! It's the Void Baron Galaxus! Come to eat this planet! Or wait. I've already kind of talked about the voids, that's why I don't really have much else to talk about it, really. I will say this, it's debatable which is worse, the void or Fel. And I know that sounds weird. It's basically, it's an apples and oranges kind of a situation. Both technically are fruit, but in every other way, they're basically completely different. It increases the gold drop rate, Hylisk. If you were there alone, it lowers the gold drop to like 20 gold, or 15 gold, or some ridiculous small amount. If you are in a group, which is 2 or more, it increases it all the way up to about 200 to 300 per drop. And so you split it, and you get like 150 each. If you have 3 people, it doesn't increase it anymore. It's just 2 people. Anyways, but yeah, the Void and the Fel are completely different, really. Void power is still corruptive and still horrific and still can cause some really terrible stuff, but is much more insidious than Fel power. This is kind of the difference between a Warlock and a Shadow Priest, for example. I am Zoenjerker. I'm talking about it right now. Yes, it does, Lux plays. They have to actually be involved in the kill in order for that method to work. Words. That's not been my experience, McWaffle. They might have changed it since I last did it. I haven't done it in several months, and there have been a few patches since then. The real, so Void is retractive. It takes away from. Whereas Fel is raw magical power that just overwhelms something until it's gone. One of the questions that needs to be asked, I think, is which do you think is worse? Do you think it would be worse to be corrupted by Void? To be basically moved away from... To be ripped out, have your life and your essence and your thoughts and your mentality ripped out of you until there's nothing left of you. Or to be completely overwhelmed by Fel energy until you burn yourself out or become corrupted. Which of those is worse? Again, it's 2 very different kinds of horrible fates. And we're not even talking about undeath here. Favorite tier, fashion-wise, aside from Judgment? Just off the top of my head, I really like Warrior tier 6. I really like Warrior tier 10. I've always been fond of Mage tier 8. I think I'll go ahead and give those ones as my general favorites. To our knowledge, nothing actually controls the Void. We'll be talking about that when we get to Warlords Draculus, but suffice it to say, he is a true abomination. He is something that probably should not be. And it's only with the massive amount of power that someone like Gul'dan has can make that kind of a thing happen. If you think about it, Zul'Tarok is basically constantly burning himself out while losing everything that he is. He's like absorbing and burning at the same time. His lifespan, even if we hadn't killed him, it probably could be measured in months at the most, you know. Anyway, so we've done it. We've brought you Void Baron Galaxis's power. You have saved my life's work. They called me insane. They laughed at me. They thought I was mad for my obsession with the Void Rage and Warp Fields. Now with this soul shard, I can unlock the secrets of the Void Walkers. I will command the power of the Abyss. Here, have a cloak for your troubles. Because for some reason, we're just totally okay with leaving him there with the power of the Void. From a purely gameplay perspective, that's a tough one. Oh, this way. There's a lot of really awesome fights, purely gameplay-wise. The original 4 Horsemen, of course, comes to mind immediately. The Lich King, Heroic Lich King, specifically. Heroic Lich King 25, if I have to be more specific. Algalon was a brilliant fight. There's a lot of mechanics that I think are neat, even if they're not actually difficult. I actually really like the Lurker Below fight, as strange as that may sound. I really enjoyed Leotheros, the Blind. He was a fun fight. Let me think about that for a moment. What other fights are there that I really enjoy? I'm just running through them in my head. I do actually really like the Illidan fight. And of course, Kael'thas. Kael'thas was brilliant. The original Tempest Key Kael'thas. The original Vosh fight was a lot of fun. Yeah, no kidding, Hylas. It's funny when those start to come back and have us have some consequences. I don't know, there's just too many. There's a lot of amazing fights in this game, difficult and otherwise, that I just enjoy.
What's up?
I can't wait to see the look on his face when he digs in. Ever since the crash, he's been complaining that all I can think about is food. Well, someone's got to feed us while he tinkers with the Zeppelin. Ravager eggs? Bam! Hellboar egg bacon? Bam! Buzzard wings? Bam bam! What a great meal. You gotta try it.
Keep it real.
Okay.
Yo!
Did you find enough of the parts? If not, I might have to use that frying pan he keeps waving around. Then I'll have to rename the Zeppelin the Flying Skillet. Some of this is in pretty bad shape, but there's enough to work with here. With some creative engineering, I'm confident I can make it work. Even if I can get the Zeppelin's frame repaired, I'll have to find someone else to power the engine. I'm all out of fuel, and there's nowhere to fill up around here. To the south of us is an area of broken land called the Warp Fields. It's full of rogue, uncontrolled Voidwalkers, but I like to think of them as walking batteries. If you can bring me enough of their essence, I can convert the engine to run on it. 5 gold says I'll even get better mileage out of it, too. Also, you get one of the most important trinkets in the game, back in the day, I should say, from this quest I'm about to do. And yes, the Shade of Aran is who is being referred to as. A lot of fun quests in Karazhan. I'm actually one of those weird people who actually really likes the chess quest. Then again, I'm one of those weird people who made it a point to try and figure out how to solo that quest early on. It was pretty rough. Hell, it's still pretty rough. I still have to actually work at it to solo a chess event, and they've made it easier than it used to be. Which is funny, because at the time, when it's the 10 of us, it was literally alright, we win, have a break. But I'll talk about that more when we get to Karazhan, because we're going to go through it. We should do like a betting poll to see which opera we're going to get, or which opera house thing we're going to get once we get there. Oh, I know, Hylas. Working for Magatha is just... Ugh, really? Speaking of which, I really hope that Magatha's storyline continues. Her storyline actually did continue a little bit in Cataclysm, and then has just dropped off. We've never seen anything from her since. I don't think she necessarily needs to be in Legion. She's not that big of a threat, but I would like to see the rest of her story arc. I usually bounce around a lot for my strategy of the shitting. Just do this, move this, do this. Yes, Psychotic. Oh, don't worry, it'll be fine. It's just the Void. The Void, which, as I point out, is subtractive, not additive, so... I'm pretty sure his Zeppelin might actually implode if he does this. But, whatever, it's all good, it's all good. Also, for those curious, I'm not going to do it because it wastes time, but yes, you can actually fall off the edge, and yes, you die. In lore, it's actually worse than that. In lore, if you fall off the edge, you fall into the Nether. And, that's horrible. I don't even know what else to say about that. That is just plain horrible. Maybe Psychotic? I mean, maybe. It might be a thing. See, I want you to imagine just falling into the Nether and all the horribleness that involves. The best part, because of the magical nature of the Nether, and the fact that it's not really a standard place, it's basically a subdimension kind of a thing. Try to picture what it would be like to be in a place where you can't actually starve to death, and can't dehydrate to death, but you can't do anything else because you're just floating through void forever. And if that sounds fun, then what the hell is wrong with you? Warlocks can control them the same way mages can control them, Zoan Joker. It's not actually that big of a thing to control a
a void creature as long as you know what you're doing, magically speaking. Now, if you mean in gameplay, it's because it's a gameplay thing. They specifically made these demon type for the sake of gameplay balance and making sure that all warlocks would use demon type creatures. That's all there was to that. I gotta tell you, you'd probably get really, really bored of singing 99 bottles of beer on the wall. That's a good question, Sean. We're not sure. Considering the fact that, again, it doesn't work the same, and we know for a fact you can exist in the Nether without having to worry about air. That's a thing we do know for a fact. It is within the realm of possibility that you wouldn't have to breathe in the Nether. So, being a Forsaken used to mean you were an undead, in gameplay terms. And you might be looking at me weird like, huh? Yeah, Forsaken, in pure gameplay, are actually humanoid types. They are not undead. So they don't actually, have any other normal effects of what you might imagine being undead. Back in the day, they used to have a couple of benefits and, of course, a couple of really horrible detriments, like they actually took more damage from holy damage and that kind of a thing. Oh, that would be terrible, Charlord. So we got the essence for him. Perfect! In fact, this is going to work so well, I might have to redesign the engine to take advantage of all this extra power. I mean, when we get out of here, we'll have to show my design to everyone back at Area 52. So this is the Hypnotist Watch. I just want to show this off. If you use it, it reduces your threat to enemy targets within 30 yards. It was basically a fade button as a trinket. There were several people who, back in the day, even at raiding level or at dungeon level, would keep this trinket on for certain aggro-intensive fights, specifically because it gave them a fade button to get rid of threat so the tank could still hold on to it. That's pretty much the only source of that was available at this particular point in time, too. I love the broken wall that used to be Hellfire Citadel's front bulwark. Bulwark, excuse me. Yeah, my mage actually used it quite extensively. My hunter used it too, until I realized I was an idiot. Go ahead, make fun. It's okay. We actually had a strategy, I kid you not, where one of our shamans, this was built into our strategy. He would completely, utterly unload on a boss, right? And he would be up in melee range. And he would pull aggro. And once he pulled aggro, he would die instantly. And then he would reincarnate up and keep going full tilt. Because it was the easiest way for him to drop threat. And to be able to keep DPSing. Wouldn't surprise me, Charlord. There's still a lot we don't actually know about the Old Gods. Probably not helped by the fact that the Old Gods themselves give lots of misinformation about themselves. Like, oh, we're amazing and all-powerful. We are as numberless as the stars, and we will blot out the sun, and blah, 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 blah. When, of course, none of that is actually true. They have their own propaganda campaign, I think is probably the best way to do that. The ones just north of us? No, not yet, little Billy. We haven't done the I Hate Outland quests yet. Some of you are probably thinking, what? I hate Outland? Yeah, trust me, you'll see. You'll see.
Be safe.
Is this... Let's put this over here. Put this down here. There we go. And of course there's a bunch of quests here now because we're actually 60. I believe this is the PvP one. Yep, we're not even going to do that. No need to do that. There's PvP here. In the interest of total fairness, I understand that part of the point behind there continuing to be PvP in lore, I'm not talking about gameplay, but in lore, is the fact that stupid people are stupid, and therefore stupid people tend to remain stupid. So even in an alien world with demons all around, the Alliance and the Horde, some Alliance and the Horde still just can't stop killing each other, you know? Anyways.
The eternal sun guides us.
What are you doing here, Valvaxis? Didn't you hear we built a proper Sindorai outpost on the Hellfire Peninsula? Surely you'd be rather be among your fellow Blood Elves and away from all this Smell. You'll find Falcon Watch to the southwest. The road ahead is dangerous and heavily patrolled. I'd recommend traveling with companions, blood elves, preferably.
Keep your wits about you.
I don't know, Godric. Other than Reckoning Bomb, of course.
Speak, friend.
Ah, Valvaxis, you've come back just in time. Our scouts have discovered that the Legion positions on the ridge behind us are actually forge camps. It's there that the demons are constructing their infernal Fell Reavers. If we move against them quickly, we can disrupt their production. We have reason to believe the easternmost camp is not yet complete. The Gnarg servants are working round the clock to get the facility up and running. We can't allow that to happen.
May your blades never dull.
We have recently uncovered a plot to assassinate our envoy to Falcon Watch. Hellfire Citadel learned of our plans and sent an expedition there earlier this morning to set up an ambush. Our scouts have informed me there is an assassin known as Kroon's Spinebreaker waiting along the road. Kill them. Show the Fell Orcs we are not to be trifled with.
Be safe.
I think so, yes. Lilix. Yeah, let's see what's up with our apothecary friend.
Speak quickly.
Good day. And how's your day been in Hellfire Peninsula? I trust it's been fruitful. Ah, a report from Albrecht. Very good. The Royal Apothecary Society works feverishly to determine how the rest of the orcs of Hellfire Peninsula became Fell Orcs. Their betrayal is unforgivable, and we must ensure that our orc friends are forever safe from future corruption. I have a device, a demoniac scryer, that can analyze fell magic. I would have you use the scryer, but first you must appease it. The scryer, you see, has trapped within it a creature of vast intelligence, and its needs are, shall we say, quite eccentric. To appease the scryer, you must kill orcs, specifically Shattered Hand orcs. The scryer demands their souls. Return to me when their souls are reaped.
Dark Lady.
So, hang on, just to make that clear, in order to get the aid of what is effectively a magitechnological scanning device, the creature that's in it is demanding souls. Multiple souls. Quite a few souls. Granted, you know, they're souls of Fell Orcs, so, I mean, you know, fair enough, they're our enemy and all that, but, is anyone else just a little bit bothered by the fact that he just happens to have that, technology on hand and ready to use, and... well, we'll talk more about that when we actually use the damn thing in a minute. So here's more of this black iron stuff that the Munarg and the Gorg, the Gunarg and the Moarg tend to use. Whoop, 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 whoop. Why, the Forsaken are here to help. They're here to assist their Horde allies. And they're totally not here to gain new information from an alien land to help further their research into how to better implement this Forsaken Blight. Those are just rumors and misinformation. The text on this note is written in some kind of dark, indecipherable scrawl. The more you stare at them, the more the symbols seem to twist and burn before your eyes. There's only one person in Thralmar who can decipher such a fell script. The Blood Elf. Okay, we'll go see him. Also, this quest sucks. This quest is very much a problem with cherry picking. I suppose I'll clean it up a little bit. I'd say 100% chance catatonic, personally. I would be amazed if he didn't. It's just so damn iconic. And they do like their memes. See if there's any up here really quick. So yeah, while the Alliance usually deals with some stuff in the mines under their base, the Horde deals with this stuff right next to their base, and a couple of other things. They also don't have to deal with the traitor problem. Instead, they deal with the Blood Elves and something else. a little bit more, you know, significant, which we'll get to in just a minute, obviously. Illidan will probably show up and say that everything else was, you know, Black Temple was merely a setback. No, actually, their general style is after the third or so repetition of a meme, they tend to try a variant on it to mix it up a little bit. So the most likely thing is he will approach us and say, "You are now prepared," and mean it sincerely, like, you know, now we are prepared to actually fight the Legion on their own terms. Let's see. By the way, lesson number 1, if you want to ever try speed leveling, there's some challenges for it, and some people like to speedrun leveling. Don't loot. Looting adds about 1 to 3 seconds per mob, depending on how much server lag there is. And you might be like, well, that's nothing. Think about how many mobs you kill while leveling in this game. Now multiply that by 2 to 3 seconds, and you get it. I think he could bring back Vosh. I think Kael'thas at this point is probably beyond salvation because of what happened to him during the Magister's Terrace situation. I think he's gone.
Thrallhall.
Move quickly. We've got to shut down the Forge camp before it finishes its construction. Well done. That's one less we have to worry about. It'll take them a while to get that facility up and running. You've just bought us back the one thing we'd run out of. Time. There's a second facility, Rage, that lies to the immediate northeast. The demons have positioned a number of fill cannons along the ridge, and they're aimed straight at us. We must be sure to detonate them all, or nothing will stop the Legion from raining fiery hell on our heads.
Go forth to
Anu
victory.
Belore de la Na.
I have little time to waste, Paladin. What is it you pester me with? You are right to bring this to my attention. This could be a production order for additional Reavers or new plans. It'll take me some time to decipher. I will summon you when I knew more.
Remember the sun well.
No more. I'm really irritated that the Warlock betrays Akama again. I'm just saying. That irritated the snot out of me. When he was like... It's one of the few times I wish that WoW actually had choices. I mean, obviously it can't. I get that. But it would be nice, you know, in a perfect world if it was a holodeck situation where I could be like... Akama's like, quick, help me fight the invasion, to which my response would be, hell yes! That's like my first reaction was, God, yes, I can't wait to help Akama and help save your people, and... What? No, I apparently have to go and loot the Black Temple while you're distracted with demons. Really? I have to do that? I have to? Okay. I'll go do this horribly evil thing for no reason other than blind greed, because an imp told me to. Whatever. That's pretty much my thoughts on it. Oof! I think I agree. I don't think Kael'thas was corrupted enough to actually be at the point of being a demon. He was definitely corrupted, but not to that extent and not that long, you know what I mean?
Magraw.
I knew you had spirit, but you've outdone yourself this time. We heard those wretched cannons exploding from here. That should teach the Legion not to underestimate the sons of Durotar. See you around, Charlord. You are an honor to us, Velvaxis, but now we must strike before the Legion recovers. To the north is Invasion Point Annihilator. It houses a warp portal, through which the Legion draws its reinforcements. You must overload that portal and blast it back to the abyss from which it came from. The activation key will be held by the point's commander, Warbringer Arexamar. Slay him. Use the key. The War Chief's blessing be with you. That would be awesome, Bragwin. But that would only be, if you want me to, Reach, yeah, I can do it now. This is a good time for it. Well, relatively speaking, a good time for it. The best time would... Well, no, actually, that might work.
I really wish I knew a mage on this server, because then I'd just be set for Hearth forever, but I don't, so whatever. Like I said, if we had a true holodeck situation, that would be awesome with so many games and settings, to be able to go through and actually have your choices, change things fundamentally and in a long-term sense, as opposed to the usual flavor sense that most games are limited to because of reality. It's okay, I knew that one was coming. I was a little prepped for that one. So we're going to close this portal here. Which one was I on, Deutsch? I wasn't really paying attention. First of all, I just want to say thank you very much, Reach. That actually does mean a lot to me. That's what I thought. There we go. Second of all, we are no longer the sexy suit. We're gonna go make the terrible suit. The Skittles suit, actually. The robot flying thing. Oh, that was it. Screw it, I'll just do it here. This is among my favorite mounts. This thing took absolutely forever to do, and was extremely expensive to craft, but oh, it was so cool and worth it. Anyways. So I'm going to turn this quest in, and then I'm going to go hit Orgrimmar, basically. Praise the ancients, you've done it. The Legion has suffered a terrible defeat, and Thrallmar is safe once again. If I had but 100 warriors with your heart and cunning, this broken land would be tamed already. I salute you.
For the Horde.
Magister Bloodhawk has finally deciphered the Legion's missive that you found earlier. It turns out to be an attack plan sent by one of High Lord Kazak's lieutenants, Erasius the Cruel. Apparently Erasius commands the Legion forces around Hellfire. The time has come to terminate his command, with extreme prejudice.
May your blades never dull.
Victory lies ahead.
Greetings, Velvaxes. I've deciphered the missive and uncovered their strategic plans for the peninsula. Apparently there's a large group of terror fiends gathered near the pools of Aganar to the west. We cannot allow such a force to go unchallenged. You must go there and decimate
We will
their
have
cursed
justice.
numbers. Zoop. And at least one of us appreciates it, Reach. That would be me. I appreciate it. I'm not going to be obtuse about this. I am very grateful. And we're going to go switch to the Crayola suit. Now, I actually plan to expand the Crayola suit into being even more Crayola in the future, even more Skittles, excuse me, in the future. But I literally can't do that yet. Because it requires me to be able to get gear that I literally can't even walk into the dungeons right now. So, but for the moment, I did bother to dump the time and effort into getting the current Crayola suit. Yes, that's right. Alright, so then we want... is it this one? I think it's that one. Hang on a second. And of course we need to have the safety saw blade there. Very important. Play them all, Yuri. Play them all. See which one looks worst with that. I think we'll go with the big, bright red ones. Unfortunately, I'm too low level to equip my shoulders at the moment. Let's go ahead and apply this as is. No, actually, I didn't. I'm sorry. Hang on. Let me go check that. Sorry, One Joker. The donation from Reach was under the condition that I wear this suit for at least an hour before I switch it back to whatever the current total is. And I will honor that as soon as I check something really quick. Then I'll switch back to the slut suit, because you just beat the slut suit. Or beat the Skittle suit. Hang on. We gotta make this look even worse.
I know a buyer when I see one.
That would be me. What's my level? 61. Alright. How much more worse? We need shoulders like that, like, don't match at all. We need, like, completely non-matching. I'd love something blue. Because we have, like, very little blue in this suit so far. I could do... Just the one I'm doing right now, Yuri. See, I kind of want to use that chest piece just because it looks so ridiculous. Don't I have... I do. So I could do this. So I could have, like... Oh, this is even better. This is even better. So now I just need to find some shoulders that are ridiculous looking. Let's see. What do we got? What do we got? Hey, I already spent a decent amount of time trying to build a Skittles suit. It's harder to do than you'd think when you're as limited as I am at this point in the game. Oh, perfect! Perfect. I will dump 200 gold on that easy.
That's it. I got mouths to feed, pal.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. New Skittles suit engaged! It's gonna be even more Skittles. Well, this is going to be probably going at least until April, I'd say, Yuri the Guri. Just off the top of my head calculation. Possibly longer. Farewell, Bregman.
How may I be of service?
Okay, so let's do the Imperials right there. And then the new chest piece. And then the new leggings, which is... that one.
I am looking forward to our negotiation.
Perfect. So just so you can see a good, nice, big picture of what this looks like, Reach. Here's the Skittles suit. With the razor blade there. We actually also have a cloak we can show off for this, just to really make it look ridiculous. Hang on. Display. Show cloak. And you might be like, wait, your cloak looks totally normal. Well, hang on.
I foresee a mutually beneficial transaction.
There we go. Now we have this kind of pinkish, purplish cloak going on, in addition to the blue and the yellow and the green and everything else we've got going on here. Behold the Skittles suit. Unintentionally skimpy, but whatever. I wanted the most ridiculous looking thing I could get. Behold, behold, behold. I also have a yellow helm I could use that I picked up earlier.
Shall we get down to business?
Oh, you know what? No, even better. Hang on, hang on. Here we go, here we go. Behold! What do you think, guys? Yes, I do remember that time, Godric. You think... Ah, yes, thank you, Zoan Joker. I need to do that really quick. So that's 22... so that's going to be 3. Okay, there we go. So do you accept this, Reach? Is this acceptable for your palate? I think is the best way I could say that. God damn. In fact, actually, hang on. Let's bow out of this so you can really see it. There you go. There you go, Reach. Behold. And I think the purple short cloak just really suits it. Like she just threw a towel over her back. Like, I'm ready! Okay, so I'm going to go officially start that hour timer now. So this is now going to be our suit for an hour. Ish. Probably plus some change. And then we'll switch back to the other suit. The champion of the Horde is more interested in battle and glory than, you know, fashion sense. Clearly. Behold. Behold the terribleness of it all. Oh my god, that weapon. I actually had another weapon I was tempted to use. It's a two-handed mace that's like this long. So, like, she's holding the mace part because of the two-handed thing as she's going there. Alright, so, Shattered Hand Souls, Erudasius. Yes, okay, I know where I am in the quests. So, so this is when most everything we've seen here has been pretty decisively fighting the Legion and against the Legion, and it's all been very Legion-centric. This is when the Alzheimer's thing kind of comes back in to the plot, so to speak, because, as we know, the orcs that are actually in Hellfire Citadel are under Illidari control, and a few of these quests will actually reference the fact that they're under Illidari control and not Legion control. And yet some of the other quests just kind of go hand in hand with the fact that they're going there. So Hellfire Citadel, of course, was the original citadel that was built in order to prep for the invasion of Azeroth, which actually I applaud again for making a great deal of sense. It's kind of like the inverse Netherguard, actually. It's this massive freaking place. Again, the Path of Glory, which I've already kind of mentioned. Yes, it is, Kevin. Very good, very good. And it's a pretty horrible place. We'll talk a little bit more about it when we're actually going through it, which will not be too far from now, relatively speaking. The relevant part, though, is this was intended to be the launch point for the invasion of every world that was going to be invaded from this point on, not just Azeroth. Because the original intention of the Horde, I shouldn't say the original. Let me phrase that a little bit. The original mindset of most of the demonic horde was, we're not just going to invade Azeroth, we're going to invade everywhere. We're going to invade all worlds, and we're going to become this wonderful burning hand of conquest, or this wonderful burning invasion force for the Legion, depending on what that given orc actually believed. So this was not just intended to be a fortress, this was the fortress. This was one of the most well-built, well-designed fortifications the orcs had ever built in their entire history. And the only thing that finally shattered it was not the Alliance forces that came here to fight it, which are those over there. It was actually the shattering of Draenor in general into Outland. That's what finally broke Hellfire Citadel. And then Illidan moved in and was like, you know... off the top of my head, no, Psychotic. Yeah, you know, Reach, that actually wouldn't surprise me if that's what they're thinking in character. It's like, what is that thing that's attacking us? Oh god, run! Yeah, she's got a razor blade! A really, really big razor blade! N'Zoth is the one you're referring to, Narrow's. I'm not sure, actually. It is entirely possible that is something that could happen. It is also entirely possible that the Night Elves may simply be cursed forever, for the same reason that most Night Elves, even though separated from the energies of the Well of Eternity for brief periods of time, will never actually be reverted back to trolls. It may be that the change is basically something that could be artificially changed back, but will never actually be changed back of its own volition, if that makes any sense. That depends on if that change is a curse or not, though, because the change from Troll into Night Elf was a deliberate magical infusion across generations. You know, a constant exposure to the Well. We do know that Ashara's bargain with N'Zoth was a much more on-the-fly kind of a deal and happened pretty much immediately. So again, it depends on if it's actually a curse or not, and I don't actually know. Where am I going? Actually, no, I'm going the right way. We'll see a little bit more of how the Fel Orcs function in later zones, most notably in Shadow Moon Valley, but we'll also see a little bit of this in Terrakar when we get there. There we go. Also, hi, Benoth. I agree, by the way. Are there unicorns in WoW? There's Zevra. Does that count? So, I want to talk about that, but I kind of want to wait just a second. Remember, we haven't really... There's 3 reasons everyone came into Outland. Reason number 1 was they were really wanting to get the Blood Elves the hell out of Dodge because of everything happening in Silvermoon. Reason number 2 was finding the Magkar. Reason number 3 was the Legion invasion. If you pay attention, virtually every story quest that goes throughout the zones is relevant to one of these 3 points. Now I'm going to pause for a second because this is relevant to one of them. This corpse matches the description of Kroon's Spinebreaker, Hellfire Citadel's assassin. As you turn the body over, you notice a stone axe protruding from his back. You pull the stone axe out of the body to examine it more closely. There's something unusual about the craftsmanship of this weapon. Its origin appears orcish, though the materials aren't like anything you've seen before. Nazgul might be interested in seeing it. Well, okay. Thank you, Deutsch. So that's going to be very relevant to the that storyline. I want you to pay attention to this. You see this? You see these pools of sickly green water of doom and the acidic, caustic creatures coming out of them and the terror fiends all over the place. Reach, I think you have some love. This is for the Skittles counter. Thank you for the donation. Honored with the Lorerun. Am I? Did I just hit that? I did. I hit honored with the WoW Lorerun. Yay. This is a good example of just how caustic demonic blood can be. This is pretty horrifying. You might look at me weird. What do you mean by using demonic blood? I'll actually explain pretty simply here. As soon as I kill these things, there we go. So this is Agonar. I should say this was Agonar. By the way, yet another example of the fact that demons can permanently die. I just feel like pointing it out, because I'm frickin' sick of the whole Archimon coming back thing. Anyway, so this obviously was a Pit Lord, or I should say this is what's left of a Pit Lord. Agonar here, naturally, was a bit of a beast. But Nihilins are creatures who have been demonic infused for years, and years and years and years and years. And as a result, as I mentioned earlier, that fell corruption is so infused into their very being, just like Manaroth, just like Magtheridon, that their blood, when it comes out, is basically just concentrated fell liquid at that point. You remember how we were talking about that kind of necrotech ooze that the undead use? There's kind of a demon form of that too, and that is this fell blood thing, this kind of horrific, concentrated fell energy put into liquid form. They basically don't actually have blood in the strictest sense of the word anymore. It's more like they have fell energy coursing through their veins. Make sense? So this is the effect of what just that blood does. I want to stress this wasn't deliberate. Anyone... anyone can... damn it, Myron. You're terrible. What do you want to put it towards? What do you want to put it towards? Anyone could use fell energy to cause this kind of corruption to the land. That's not hard. In fact, that's a joke. The point I want you to take away from this is all of this was just a byproduct. This is just what happens to land, to terrain, when blood just happens to be in the area, when it's just oozing out. This is literally just his wound affecting the terrain. That's how powerful and how vicious and how ridiculously caustic and corrupting and affecting that fell really can be. Because again, none of this was deliberate. I just really want to hammer that point in. And naturally, other demons like to hang out around the area because, well, there's actually a facet about demons I haven't talked about yet. And I guess this is actually a good time to talk about that. Right after I answer someone's question. We don't know what killed Agonar, Magister, unfortunately. Unless there's something somewhere I've never read, which is always possible. You know, there's I don't know everything about this game, just 99% of it. But yeah, we don't know. We don't know exactly what actually caused this or what killed Agonar. I have a theory, but it's a really simple, dumb theory. Based on the way this place looks, I think he basically was smashed back into that chunk of rock. You notice how the rock is kind of like pushed up, like it was cratered because of his corpse landing here. And that he was killed here, just kind of like that. Yeah, that is another good example of that, Magister. It's another good example of that, and we'll show that off when we go through Cataclysm. It is possible the destruction of Outland is what did this to him. It's possible that the Illidari forces did this to him. It is possible that the human expedition did that. Oh, that's very unlikely. We don't know. Like I said, we don't know. If it was the shattering that happened to him, that's actually even more terrifying. Because, just to give you some numbers here really quick, that would mean... hang on just a second. I need to do some math, and I'm terrible at math. 17 years? Yes. That would mean in a mere 16 years is all of this that's happened around here. That he would have died 16 years ago. And yes, this Green River is literally his blood. Still having an influence on the land, however many years later. Captain Placeholder... No, that's not his power. He teleports stuff. He doesn't, make stuff go away. The demon that get killed by Thrall in the Warlord cinematic. I can't think of any Warlord cinematic where a demon was killed by Thrall. However, you are probably either thinking of Manaroth or Magtheridin. Probably Manaroth, most likely. Well, we don't actually know, Little Billy. No one's ever tried to make undead demons yet. Given that demons aren't biological creatures, it's possible they actually can't be turned into undead. Now, they do have physical forms, but they're not really biological. Oh, good point, Rasker. They're not really biological like we are. So, like I said, this is a good time to talk about what demons are. So, demons are magically inclined beings, physical beings. Myron said to just put it towards whatever I want to, Reach. I was actually going to put it towards the normal soup, but I think in honor of you, Reach, I might put it towards Skittle. I'm just going to keep it in my back pocket for now, though. I've got $10 to put wherever I want to. Yeah, demons don't normally leave a proper course. That's also true. But again, sometimes they do. Sometimes they can die more permanently. As I mentioned earlier, by the way, wish me luck. I don't think I'm actually going to be able to beat this boss. As I mentioned earlier, demons can and do... if you kill a demon... Oh, wow, they nerfed the hell out of this guy. Oh my god, do you remember when Arazius was like this insanely hard fight? And wow, when did they do that? Jeez Louise, I was like prepared for a fight from hell. Anyways. Demons, when they're killed back in the Twisting Nether, when they are home in that place, they die permanently. They're gone. They're over. When a demon is killed elsewhere, usually their soul goes back to the Twisting Nether. I will, Reach. Tell you what, just for you, I will wait until then to decide.
I am forsaken.
And there's the Zawan trying to make sure that it always remains the slut suit. How much is that? 8. There we go. I wonder when they changed that, because I haven't done BC since Wrath. Like I said, that was the last time I did BC. Towards the end of Wrath, I leveled all my characters all the way up to... no, you know what? I'm lying. There's one other character I leveled after that, and that is my Pandaren Monk. However, I didn't really do BC. I used another leveling method I've used before. It's called Heirlooms and run dungeons over and over. Seriously, you can blow through BC in like a day if you do that. Anyways, demons, if they're, like I said, what Deutsch said is actually pretty true. Demons are closer to elementals than they are to, people, mortals. Now, you might be looking at me weird, but if you remember, one of the things I pointed out is the Firewalkers, as we were going through Molten Core. Those are elementals, even though they have a body and, skin and armor and all that stuff, even though they're not just made of energy or made of rock or whatever. Thank you, Myron. I do appreciate it very much so. Even though they're not made of, elemental stuff, they are still elemental beings. If they are killed, they're sent back to their home plane, the elemental plane of fire in their case. In the demon's case, it is the nether. I have heard a theory that demons are literally just fell elements, that they are fell elementals, that they follow the exact same rules of other elementals, because they do follow a lot of the same rules that elementals do, in the nature of how they work and how they can be controlled and how they can be summoned and how they can be confined and used as a power source, and the fact that they're always infused with whatever energy it is they have of their source material, and of course the fact that they go back when died, and if they're killed in the Twisting Nether, it's a permadeath. They're gone permanently. And that is true, Raskor. That is actually a very strong possibility. It is possible that because of the fact that we are so strongly within the Nether here, any demons we kill here are permanently dead. None of the demons, to my knowledge, that we have killed throughout BC, throughout the Outland specifically, have come back. I'm not going to put 100% on that, but I don't believe any demons we've killed here have ever come back. I'm not sure about the 100% on that. We haven't seen Magtheridon again for certainty, or Hagenar for that matter. Anyways, I was going somewhere with that. Nice, Mind Blast. The final important part about demons is they don't need to eat food or drink water or breathe air, okay? But they do actually require sustenance. There is something that demons have to have in order to survive. Magic. Demons live off of magic, and it's like a whole thing for them. It's an entire... Illidan wasn't a demon. It's an entire palette for them. Different types of magic literally taste differently to them. Literally have flavors and palettes and that kind of a thing. So demons constantly have to seek out new energy sources in order to satiate themselves. One of the things that they wrote very well, this is actually a total retcon, but it retconned it to make it more sense, so I'm okay with this. One of the things they wrote very well is they explained how Illidan gained the allegiance of demons. Because he had effectively a small well of eternity in the Black Temple. I am referring to the Reliquary of Souls. That was actually built out of one of the vials he had from the original Well of Eternity, and therefore was a massive, huge source of magical energy. And with that kind of magical energy, he was able to lure demons away from the Legion's service, and they were willing to serve him. Now that's important to note, because it speaks a lot for the mindset of most of the demons. I don't want to sound like I'm a demon apologist, or anything like that, but most demons don't actually care about what they're doing. They're not, we must purge reality, or we must kill everyone, or we must torture everyone. They just want to drink magic, or eat magic. They're literally doing it because the Legion offers them continuous magic sources, and therefore their services have basically been purchased with magic. Make sense? So Illidan was able to purchase their services away by offering them magic. Now, of course, there are demons who are like, purge and kill and destroy everything. We see a lot of those, a lot of Nethrezim especially. Yeah, exactly. They're basically mercenaries. This is the majority of what demons are, is mercenaries. Not all, but the majority of the actual troops and armed soldiers and the Moarg and all those fun guys are mercenaries. They just care about the magic that they're paid with. I find that fascinating personally. It would be really, really interesting if we could see, if such a thing exists as demon culture, if there is such a thing as a society underneath all that muck, if there is, some kind of interaction or cultural, societal, or otherwise political machinations going on within demon kind that have nothing to do with the Legion, that the Legion is just the one who happened to be holding the yokes at the moment, And that would actually make a lot of sense to me, since in the current lore, Sargeras didn't Sargeras basically hired these people and says, "You're going to work for me," and they said yes, because he purchased their services. The only demons who really were like, "Yes, we will absolutely be loyal to you," are the frickin' Nethrazim, who are evil. So it makes sense that they would be okay with that. Anyways, getting back to our quest here.
Be quick about your business.
Well done, Velvaxis. Your soul is burdened with many deaths, and the demoniac scryer will now perform its duties for you. Let's hope you're ready for the coming trial.
This quest used to suck. The demoniac scryer is now ready. Take it behind Hellfire Citadel to the basin and summon it on the ground. It will begin to attune itself to the Citadel. After its attunement, speak to the scryer and transcribe what it tells you, and bring that transcription to me. Go, but only when you are ready. There is no doubt the Citadel will detect the scryer and send wardens to destroy it.
Our time will come.
You cannot. There is nothing where you can play as a demon, to my knowledge, Myron. However, you can play someone who is Fel infused, a warlock. Theoretically, Ziwan, I believe the answer to that is yes. Remember, we know for a fact that Nihilans are not innate demons, natural demons, if you will. And so, because of the fact that Nihilans are therefore corrupted demons, they are, just like all other corrupted demons, the kind of things that have to continue feeding their existence with magic, and therefore it is possible, big asterisk here, possible that a Nihilan, that is to say a pit lord, could actually be purchased away with sufficient magical resource. And if I'm not mistaken, that actually has been done. I'm not actually sure if that's true. I believe there is at least one pit lord that was serving Illidan and not the Legion. I'm not 100% on that, though. If that's true, though, then that would prove it verifiably, that Illidan was able to purchase the services of a pit lord away from the Legion. I'm not sure about that, though. We'll find out. It would be in Shadow Moon, if my memory is correct. So we'll think about it when we get there. Yes, Kevin, I'm going to be doing all the dungeons and all the raids, in order, of course. And all the quests. That's going to be the long part.
Our enemies will fall.
So, we've done it. We've killed them all. Yes,
Farewell.
excellent.
Magraw.
And for generations to come, they will sing songs of this day. Songs of your valor against the guy who, you know, kind of got crushed like a bug very easily. By the way, this trinket is something I almost always use, like, all the way up until 70.
Strength.
Went back in the day. 62.
What do you
Excellent.
Tell me, is the assassin dead? He was killed by this weapon?
It can't be. Have we found them? As you know, the war chief, that is to say, Thrall, put his power behind this expedition for one reason. This is the world we came from. This is where our roots lie. This journey means different things to orcs and blood elves. For them, it is a search for promised land, but for us, it is a return home. Whoever made this axe is familiar with the old ways, and we must contact them. This is too important to use ordinary tracking weapons. Show the weapon to Farseer Regelgut. She will know what to do.
For the Horde.
Agreed, Zawan. That would also make sense if I'm correct and Illidan did that, because Illidan had effectively a miniature Well of Eternity. Or, in other words, he had a second Sunwell. And that second Sunwell... Oh, yeah, sure, hang on, Permeus. Permeus, there you go. That would be sufficient energy to do that kind of a thing. It would take that massive amount of magical power to be able to purchase the services of an island. Even our best tracking wolves' senses can fail them. The spirits have a way of seeing the world differently than ours. The being you will call forth will find the person you seek, for they'll be drawn not to their scent, but their essence. Essence. You can go now, Paladin. Take this totem with you and use its location to find the stone axe.
Walk with the Earth Mother.
What are you thinking? Oh, I've seen that one. Blood Lemon. So as you can see, the quests kind of go all over the place. It's because the routing in BC quests, they hadn't quite figured it out yet. In fact, we'll be getting quests to go back over these places a couple of times when we start doing the Blood Elf quests. Now, let me check my notes really quick here. Word. Yeah, that's what I thought. And then he's going to be going there. Okay. Okay, just making sure. I'm doing everything right, which I was. So this quest right here, a lot of people I know, including me, used to have to get help to do this because it was just hard to keep up. I have a feeling we'll be fine. So there's the Scryer, which will be doing its thing. And then there will be wave after wave of troops trying to stop us because apparently the Illidari are run by Zap Brannigan. Oh god, that quest, psychotic. Oh god. Well, anyways. Yeah, we're fine. We're not going to have any issues with this quest. We do have to basically just sit here for a bit. So, it is worth noting that a lot of... So this is kind of a good time to talk about the pluses and minuses of referential design, both in humor and in quests. You might be like, well, what do you mean by that? Well, several things, not that I'm aware of, Deutsch, it still just should be an hour. Several things will reference previous events to try and add more meaning to them. It's a form of continuity, but it's also a form of a callback. Now, there are pluses and minuses to this. The minuses are obvious. If you, for example, had never played Warcraft 1, a scene that we're pretty much about to see would have no significance to you. If you had not played Warcraft 3, this quest I'm doing right now would have no significance to you, right? So, relying on that kind of continuity does kind of alienate people new to the franchise. That is the downside of continuity. I am a huge proponent of continuity, of course, but I do admit that it has flaws and downsides. The upside, of course, is if you do know that significance, if you have played Warcraft 1, your reaction is going to be like, oh my god, which I'll talk about in a minute. If you have played Warcraft 3, your reaction to this is like, holy crap. You know, at least that's what my reaction was, because we understand what's happening, and we understand the significance of it having already seen the previous work. So, the problem, if you could call it that, with WoW at this point in time, is so much of its story has been established across so many games at this point, counting each expansion as a different game, basically. You pretty much have to know the story of Warcraft to really get into the story of World of Warcraft. Now, a lot of that is presented in the games, but you're never going to have the same kind of reaction to these significant events if you don't know what they mean. I mean, I'm trying to think of a really good example of this. Okay, here's an example. This is not a literal example, but imagine if you had a quest where they're suddenly talking about, oh my god, we have found Illidan, and Illidan is here, and blah blah blah, and your reaction, and if you've never played Warcraft 3 or Frozen Throne, your reaction's probably going to be, who? Who's that guy, and why do I care, you know? As opposed to the, oh crap, it's Illidan kind of a reaction. Now, of course, they didn't exactly hide Illidan's presence in the thing, so that's not a good example. Honestly, a better example is literally what's about to happen. So I'll go ahead and spoil it for you. We're about to find out that they have Magtheridon inside Hellfire Citadel. Now, Magtheridon was in Frozen Throne. He was in Warcraft 3 Frozen Throne. He was a very powerful pit lord, politically and personally, who was actually one of the Legion lords, and he ruled Outland after Ner'zhul broke it apart, and he had in reinforcements from the Legion here, and he had his own private little power base, and it's implied, but never stated outright, that Magtheridon had basically separated from the Legion proper. That he was actually the person who... He was building his own private fiefdom on this planet, basically. And yeah, he was the former ruler of the Black Temple. There we go. He was the former ruler of the Black Temple. He was the one who established most of the demonic power here, you know, etc., right? But you wouldn't, if you don't know who he is, the fact that we learned that he's in this citadel is basically, who? You know, there's no significance there unless you have that backing, right? Now, it's not like you won't be able to follow along. You can get the idea. There's this really powerful guy in there, and he's the one powering them. Okay, I'm with that. But, it's not going to have the same impact if you don't know what's going on. By the way, I love this cliff architecture. I mean, just look at this. Just... Anyways, so... This quest is kind of horrifying. So right now I have... Yeah, exactly, Schmeidolf. Right now I have this demoniac scryer possessing me, okay? So... so this is what the scryer's report says, and I quote. Antonovich, referring to the apothecary. First, let me say that your latest agent, Valvaxis, has performed her duties much to my satisfactions. I have taken possession of her body, and now write this with her own hand. Such amusement it gives me. I hope that one day I will have the fortune to possess you, O mighty apothecary. Yeah, exactly. Good examples, Magister. Rexar is a great example of that. So the report you have commended of me. Hellfire Citadel is haunted by a demon stronger than any I have encountered. I imagine Manaroth, the Pit Lord from the Third War's great fame, possesses the same strength, but very few do. I sense, however, there is an air of confinement around this demon. It would not surprise me if it was acting against its will, or is perhaps imprisoned, or is under the sway of an even greater power. Time will tell. Time will tell, as they say, for I have also sensed a shifting of fate within the walls of Hellfire Citadel. You, the immigrants from Azeroth, that green, lush, horrible place where beings such as myself find the hell of light and life, will see that demon's face, and you will realize that the evils within Hellfire Citadel are but the tip, if you will permit the metaphor, of a vast iceberg. Oh, what glorious battles lie ahead! If only I were to be there to taste the pain and fear that will be wrought. Ah, well, I shall end my prosaic waxing and let you chew on these words, dear apothecary. Your body may be dead, but your soul is still very much intact, and I shall have that soul and feast upon it with sublime relish on the day your defenses slip and I find my way into you. And I shall wait until the 4th day of judgment if I must, but you will be mine. Good evening. D. Yeah, Rokan was another good example. Also, when you're finished here, he says to you, "Thank you for allowing me to visit Valvaxis. You have a very colorful soul, but it's a little brighter than I prefer, or I might have stayed even longer." Let's turn that in real quick.
That better be good.
Do you have the reading? Has your mission been successful? Excellent. I'm sure this data will prove invaluable. I will disseminate it to the other apothecaries. You should be proud. Your strength and bravery is unquestionable, as is your service to the Horde. During your foray, I sent word of your exploits against the Fell Orcs. Nazgrel, your illustrious leader, wishes to speak with you. I believe he has a bloody mission in mind.
Beware the living.
But before we do that, so I'm going to kind of skip through this. What you're supposed to do is you're supposed to drop this totem. Shoot, I have to, don't I? Okay. No, that's okay. I'll do the quest normally. Never mind. Never mind. Rainbow Dash. I don't think I have any mounts that look like that. I have a lot of mounts, but none like that, I don't think. I only have a couple hundred mounts. I mean, you know, it's not that many. Oh, I know, psychotic. Oh, okay, no, we're okay. They're not hostile. So you see these Magkar? They're actually that orange color I've referenced before. So they're not actually neutral, so I can't talk with them. So I might be able to turn in the quest. So yeah, this is the moment I mentioned. So what you're supposed to be, what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to follow this path all the way along there. It takes a while. Hey, Sir Arthur. And then all the way up this cliff. And then you see these guys, and you're like, what the heck? And there's some orcs. If you're paying attention, you'll notice their skin color's a little different. Brown orcs. These are called Magkar. Brown is actually the original color tone of orcs, although it varies and can go kind of more ashen, as well as black and white. But brown is their default color. And then you see these things. I do not agree with the former Godric. The latter's more complicated, so I will basically say not applicable to that one. So you see these buildings right here. This is exactly what I was talking about earlier. My first reaction to seeing these buildings was, holy crap! Oh my god! Look! Now, you're probably thinking, what the hell? This is an art style we haven't seen since Warcraft 1. These buildings, and we'll see this later with the Mag'har city in Nagrand, these buildings actually have the same art style as the Horde buildings in Warcraft 1. And again, only Warcraft 1. In Warcraft 2, they changed it. And so, yeah, my reaction was just, it's awesome! I was really jazzed about that. And the significance of it hit me immediately. And again, probably wouldn't have, if not for the fact that, damn it, I had done this. So unfortunately, it looks like I do have to actually do this. Damn it. So like I said, they're not neutral, so I can't actually interact with them. Maybe if I could just use it here. Nope, I have to actually do it. Ah, damn it. Okay, whatever. So this is actually kind of a clever quest, even if it's kind of annoying to me right now. What this will do was this will summon a wolf that, as long as he has a pulse aura, and as long as I'm in range of that wolf, I am neutral to the Mag'har, so I can interact with them, and then I can go ahead and actually turn in the quest because I'm neutral and can interact with them. Otherwise, if I don't have this thing, you just saw what happened. But anyways. Oh, I'm sorry. This may be an unpopular opinion, but Storm Peaks is an amazing zone, in my opinion. I love Storm Peaks. And yeah, if you're Alliance, they're hostile, instead of whatever the orange color actually is called. Unfriendly, I think? And actually, I do have that horse, Kevin. I just don't like to bring it out. What is the name of that stupid horse? The Sparkle Horse. Does anyone know the name of the Sparkle Horse? Just gonna... So you notice I actually have that buff right there, Guided by the Spirits. That's the aura I mentioned earlier. Where's Sparkle Horse? No, that's the Hearthsteed. I actually think the Hearthstone mount is pretty cool looking. It's basically what it would look like if a Hearthstone... the actual Hearthstone was a horse. Celestial, thank you, Celestial Steed. I thought I had the Celestial. Maybe I don't have the Celestial Steed. I might not. Oh my gosh, I don't actually have it. I do not have the Celestial Steed. Yay, boo. Sorry, guys. I love Storm Peaks. I mean, Storm Peaks is... It takes Ice Crown for me to surpass Storm Peaks in my mind. If it wasn't for the amazingness of Ice Crown, Storm Peaks would easily be my favorite zone in that section, and one of my favorite zones in the entire game. Still is one of my favorite zones in the entire game. It's an amazing zone. It's funny you guys say, apparently, I'm guessing you guys have heard about it being really liked. You would be surprised how often I've heard people complain about how, I hate going to Storm Peaks, and there's all sorts of travel, and everything's too big, and the quests aren't fun, and I hate having to deal with I hate having to fly. I hate having the fact that I have to fly in there, which is one of the reasons why I brought it up just now. So yeah, now notice how they're green? To really demonstrate this here, I'm just going to sit here for a moment and get out of range of the wolf. And just a few more seconds. I'm going to mount up so I can get back up quickly. Notice the moment I get out of range, they go back to being orange. And if I go back in range, they go back to being green. So yeah, I have to basically follow this stupid wolf all the way along here. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Storm Peaks is also a great zone for really finally exploring a lot of in-depth lore things, most notably how things really worked with the Titans, and the final end of the plot line that was actually started all the way back in vanilla in Uldaman. Yeah, no kidding, Reach. This is not a quest I'm fond of. Let me just make that clear. Oh my god, why? Why won't you go, puny wolf? But whatever. go. I feel like I'm dragging this thing forward. You know how people are, Hylisk. Whoops. Shoot, shoot. Come back, Wolf. Okay, there, quick. Turn in the quest. You're lucky to be alive. Who are you to walk in here unannounced? I ordered my men to stay their hand only because Ryga sensed the spirits were with you. Speak freely, but choose your words wisely. We rarely trust strangers this close to the Citadel. So that pushes you to neutral. So once you've done that one quest, now you can interact with them without needing the buff from the wolf. This news you bring from beyond the Dark Portal. You want us to believe the son of Duratan ruled over the lands beyond it, free from any demonic taint? And that now his people have returned to this world? I hope for your sake this isn't some manner of joke, Paladin. What you described, what this means to my people, I cannot be described. I must send word to Nagrand at once. Hellscream must hear about this. Garrosh Hellscream.
Go forth to victory.
As a quick aside, one of the things I actually like about the way that was done, the Mag'har are so antagonistic to everyone that they would have attacked us unsight, even if we were playing an orc. Of course, we would have been a green-skinned orc, so that does make a degree of sense. Oh, I know, right, Jenkins? You have to just do... Anyways, they would attack you on sight if not for the fact that that you had that spirit animal with you. So we see immediately that they are still very ancestral magic. Lots of shamanism. No, we won't until we get to Nagrand, Deutsch. Yep, just making sure. Checking my notes, making sure the Horde's going to Nagrand. If they're not, we're going to Nagrand as a Horde. But if not for the fact that we had that spirit with us, again, showcasing their shamanistic society, that also showcases just how horrible things have gotten for the Mag'har at this point in time. And we see that more later on. The Mag'har are basically completely and utterly screwed. This would actually be the third species we've encountered that is at the point where they might have actually gone extinct, if not for our intervention. I'm dead serious. The Mag'har were on the verge of total annihilation and defeat. You know, I'm not actually 100% sure of that, Zoan, other than the fact that we know that orcish skin, regardless of everything else, becomes ashen like that if they don't have regular exposure to the sun. So, it's possible that overrides the red thing. Oh, absolutely, Nerozaz. I was surprised by it, but I was not the only one. The moment he said Hellscream, I was like, what? Hellscream? You know.
Speak, friend.
That's another of those you wouldn't get it unless... You wouldn't understand the significance unless you already knew it thing. The Mag'har, what do you bring us? You're certain of this? This is big news. These orcs can surely help our cause both here and at home. Yes, I'm sure these Mag'har would be more than happy to come back with us. Oh god, can we just kill him now?
Be safe.
It is good to hear all your moves against the fell orcs. The resources spent studying the cause of their corruption, and although the information is invaluable, my orc blood burns to strike a severe blow against these betrayers. Listen close. I will explain my task. Force Commander Gorax is training Shattered Hand captains at the base of the Citadel, honing them to a bloody razor's edge. You must kill him, for his loss would be a mighty blow to the fell orcs. However, that is not all you must do. Take this banner. Place it atop Gorax's corpse. His commander, the Hand of Kargath, must answer your challenge if he has even a drop of true orcish blood in him. His head, the head of the Hand of Kargath, is what I seek. Hi, Kay.
May your blades never dull.
Hey, preacher. Hello, sucks. Oh, wait. Oh, Saurfang the Younger. Poor Saurfang the Younger. Yeah. So who remembers when this quest was another group quest that was very, very difficult? And, you know, took a lot of effort and work and time and all that fun stuff. Because I do. The Force Commander wasn't actually that hard, by memory. The Hand of Kargath, that guy was a bastard. Come on, tag it first. Tag him. There you go. Yeah, no kidding, Reach. He needs to tell that to the Lich King so he stops sticking his sword in the ground. God, that was pathetic. I know they de-elited a lot of stuff, but I didn't know they'd done this to Outland. Because I haven't actually quested here in forever. Like I said, not since Wrath, really. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, I'm going to be breaking for lunch soonish. Probably as soon as I wrap up everything on the east side of the Hellfire Peninsula. Because after this, we're going to go start working with the Blood Elves. And the Druids. Because Druids are awesome. Absolutely, it could be a playable race. Not a playable class, though.
Magraw.
Do you have the hand? Ah, you have done a great deed, Valvaxis. The fell orcs are ashamed of all true orcs. If we have one fear, it is the fear of succumbing to demonic corruption once again. I sure hope someone named Garrosh never takes over the Horde and turns us into more evil, bloodthirsty, brutal bastards than we ever were under the demonic Horde. What was I saying?
Strength.
I actually agree, Hylisk. Point Garrosh in a direction and give him orders that help people. I will say this for Garrosh. Two things, actually, for Garrosh. One, he was, in my opinion, well written. I know that's a bit of a contentious opinion. Not for... under 20 minutes left, Zewon. I know that's a contention opinion, but I do think Garrosh was well written. Everything he did made sense, and none of it was just kind of, hey, I'm here to be, you know, some ridiculously evil bastard for absolutely no reason. He was instead, he had reasons for what he did, and his character arc made a lot of sense. The other thing I will say in favor of Garrosh is he was a warrior. He is probably the most warrior we've ever seen in the entire setting, actually. And I mean that as in the class, not like a warrior bout. No, I mean actually he was a warrior class. He was full-on capable of taking on one of the best monks ever, one-on-one, and still come out victorious. He basically beat Thrall, except for the fact that he was trying to fight Thrall purely as a melee. And once Thrall started using a shamanism, that's when he finally lost. And he was able to go toe-to-toe against Varian without issue, and so forth and so on. There's several other exploits he's done. He was a damn good warrior. So yeah, I think if he had never been given the option to have command, he could have accomplished a great deal more. So, here we are. Blood Elf Druids would be awesome. They're called hunters, of course. He does take after his father, absolutely. Grom certainly was a warrior's warrior. So, just a little update here. So, the Blood Elves, again... I want to stress this. There's really two factions, technically three, factions of Blood Elves at power here. There's the Silvermoon Elves, which is what I'm going to try and refer to them from now on. Those are the ones we're playing right now. We're playing a Blood Elf, a Silvermoon Blood Elf. And we also, most of the people who have journeyed here from Silvermoon, most of the ones we are going to be encountering are Silvermoon Elves. Then there are the Kael'thas elves, the Sunhawks and the other Legion allied elves. Those elves have been preparing for our coming because they want us to kind of be converted into them. In other words, they look at us as a resource to be expended in the service of their demon masters. So they've actually done a great deal to try and set up the pathways. They're trying to set up a place to make us feel welcome. It's the betrayal thing all over again. It's like Sanctuary in Mass Effect 3. They want us to come here en masse so that we are willing, and they want us to come willingly. They want us to join us. They don't want to kidnap us or whatever. They want us to all flock to them in droves. So they build places like Falcon Watch, which has several comforts of home. The actual, they've got the draperies, and they've got the beds, and they've got the actual awnings, and they try to make it feel like it's, home, the tower here being another good example of that, so that we feel a little more home, and we continue our journey to Netherstorm, where we will join with our elven brethren and be used as fodder. I just wanted to get that across here really quick. Yeah, willing slaves, very, very accurate way to put that. Let's go turn in this quest first.
We will persevere.
Though we've arrived at the promised land, much work remains to be done. Our people won't reach Kael'thas if we lunge desperately across Outland. Safe routes must be found, resources secured, and enemies must be avoided or destroyed. That line right there kind of emphasizes that the Silvermoon Elves are taking this very seriously. They're planning to do a mass exodus of their entire race to Netherstorm. They obviously never succeed at that. But I mention this because if they had just lunged, as he mentioned, if they had just grouped up all the elves and just charged across Outland up to Netherstorm, we might not actually have Blood Elves anymore. We might have survivors, but not an actual race. Certainly not a faction of power. But because of the fact that we were willing to take our time and establish ourselves and clear out the area and get more resources and then move a little bit more and establish ourselves and get more resources, because we did it slowly and carefully, we found out about Kael'thas' treachery before we actually got there and were, doomed. And I think that's awesome, that because of our care and caution, Lorthermar, we managed to avoid eternal enslavement and or destruction. Moving on. Welcome to Falcon Watch. Many other Blood Elves haven't been fortunate enough to make it this far. It's a terrible shame. Our work in Outland has just begun.
The reckoning is at hand.
We're dangerously close to becoming fenced in by Alliance forces. With the influx of the Sin'dorei pilgrims from Azeroth, we must establish a route that's safe from enemies' prying eyes. I've given it some thought, and have arrived at a solution. We're to establish a secret path along the Great Fissure. Yes, I know the area is crawling with brutal rock flayers, but they are merely beasts and can be taught to fear us. I want you to go kill a good number of them. They shall learn fear.
Salama Ashalanore.
With the arrival of Field Commander Romos and his forces, the Alliance and their Draenei friends have grown bold. They're militarizing every old Draenei ruin from here to Shattrath. In response, the Trolls have established a new outpost in the eastern part of Zengarmarsh. Oh, this is a go-to. We're not actually doing
Death to all who oppose us.
Yes and no, Hylisk. Some of the elves here are working for Kael'thas. Most of these are elves that are Silvermoon elves. The vast majority of the elves we will be working with, NPC-wise, are Silvermoon elves. And I have not yet Zoan Joker. I actually know exactly what I want to talk about that. Terakar on the Alliance, which, hang on. We're not doing Terakar on the Alliance. Never mind. So there are high elves that we'll talk about at some point. I'll think of a new time to talk about that. Let's go ahead and just take that quest really quick. Where's... Shouldn't you have it? Oh, she's...
We will persevere.
Oh, jeez. Bunch of quests here. With the influx of pilgrims and the encroachment of Alliance forces, things around Falcon Watch have gotten quite busy of late. In my spare time, I usually prepare batches of arrows for the Rangers, but I haven't had a chance to gather feathers for the fletching in a long time. I could offer you some coin if you go get me some.
The reckoning is at hand.
The Halashi Arakoa, we'll be talking about the Arakoa, don't worry, have domesticated a beautiful bird species called the Kaliri. I've managed to capture a young male, and they appear to be trainable. The females are much rarer, but if I had one, I could attempt to breed one. She has to be young, though, a hatchling. An older wild bird wouldn't survive in captivity. Take this cage and go find me one. I will reward you handsomely.
Be ready for anything.
And this is a quest to go help out the Cenarian. Debatable, Lillibly. That's why I said it's arguable that there's actually 3 factions of elves, because there's the Silvermoon elves, the Kael'thas elves, and the Scryers. The Scryers effectively might as well be Silvermoon elves, but they really are a separate faction. That is something that is worth noting. The Scryers, for those of you not aware, are elves who were Kael'thas elves, came to Shattrath as an advanced force. Kael'thas actually ordered them to attack Shattrath with that force. They showed up, and the whole army said, "We surrender." And the Draenei there were like, huh? And basically they ended up joining the overall good forces in the push against the Legion.
Glory to the Sindori.
Northeast of here lie the pools of Agonar. We were just there. Once a sacred site to the Draenei, the waters were corrupted after the blood from the demon Agonar was spilled into them. That blood, though old and diluted, still possesses tremendous power. Terrafiends now walk the area, empowered by pure demonic energies of the original blood. Slay them. Retrieve as much fell blood as you can.
Shorel Aran.
Glory to the Sindori.
Outland holds many secrets, Valvaxis. It's only a matter of time before we uncover them all. The half-bird, half-man species of the Arakoa possess ancient arcane knowledge that would aid us in our exploration of this world. Travel to the den of Halesh and obtain any scrolls they might have on them.
Remember the Sunwell.
What do you require?
Uncorrupted Draenei, like this unlucky fellow here, are virtuous champions of the light. What corruption caused their great race to devolve into the broken and the lost ones? I've heard a theory that exposure to fell energy is what caused this mutation. I'd like to put that theory to the test. Go find me some lowly broken commanders and Illidari taskmasters. Bring me demonic essences from the taskmasters so I can test them on this Draenei.
Trust no one.
That was an apothecary, by the way, who wants us to gather fell energy to inflict on a Draenei prisoner. Yes, Hylisk. At this point, they definitively do not know what's going on with Kael'thas. They still think there's some great promised land awaiting for them in the Netherstorm. I think the Aldor are typical Draenei. By which I mean, if you're their enemy, they pretty much never forgive you for that. You're always their enemy. Screw you. They get to be a little bit zealous, you know what I mean? So I think they just have never let go of the fact that the Scryers were their enemies. The Draenei also, or the Aldor never let go of it. The Draenei also tend to be a little bit prideful. So they kind of, they kind of want to be the only ones who serve the Naru because they think the Scryers are unworthy of serving the Naru. Yeah, no kidding, Permeus. Okay, hang on. Do I have an ostrich? I think I do. I don't know what they're called. Hang on. Loading, please wait. Surely I have an ostrich somewhere. Surely. I might not, actually. No, I do have one, at least, that I know of. I just need to find it. Ah, there it is. There you go. Ostrich time, just for you. Wait, you know what? In the spirit of this suit, why don't we go ahead and wear a big pink ostrich? What do you guys think? Just for you, Reach.
The eternal sun guides us.
So this is an interesting quest series. My husband, Aurelian, has been fascinated with the pools of Agonar ever since we arrived at Outland. He spent much of his time studying slimes of all things. He went missing a few days ago. They say he's dead and nothing I can do about it. One thing I can do is try to ensure his research doesn't die with him. Go northeast to the pools and look in for his journal. He always carried it inside a brown knapsack.
We will have justice.
Okay. Why don't we head this way? Okay, it's taking too long. Let me get on a real mount. Frostworm of death. What? I think we're going to do this quest chain and then call it off for the moment. And yes, I have Preacher. Hang on. And then I'm going to eat because I'm starting to hurt how hungry I am. Only a brief break. I actually have lunch made, cooked already. I cooked it this morning. Yeah, the love rocket is literally a giant pink rocket. That's all there is to it. Okay, so to return to Preacher's thing. Thank you, Random. I'm glad you enjoyed the ostrich. Would you like to put it towards one of the 3 donation incentives? I made my patent-pending spaghetti with 5 pounds of meat, because that's how I eat spaghetti. I guess I should kill the Terror Fiends while I'm here. So there's Aurelian. As you can see, he is quite dead. So inside his bag we find his journal, a box of stale candy, and a ruined scented candle. No thank you, Reach. I'm not a huge noodle fan. This is the love rocket. Yes, Raskor, that is correct. Now I know what you're thinking. Oh, that's so sweet of him. He was ready to have a nice romantic dinner with his wife. Ah, damn it, there's some competition. Now the preacher's thing. Ugh. Right, shoot, I didn't finish my sentence, did I? So, now the preacher's thing. Okay, so, first of all, the formatting was terrible, dude. No offense or anything, but I actually had a really, really hard time reading it. Because of the lack of formatting. It was just a big paragraph of doom. That being said, that's obviously not what you want me to comment on. I just want to mention that it took me a while to get through it. I like the overall idea. I get why you would call that a big plot twist. Just based on the information you gave, I could assume a lot about the story and the background. What, Kay? Don't you understand what it's like? Having the visceral feeling of killing things horribly with your bare hands? I don't really have much else to share, Preacher. I feel like that should be more the beginning of a story rather than the end of one, you know what I mean? No, I wasn't exaggerating. It is actually 5 pounds of beef. That's how much I put into the spaghetti. Yes, I'm still using the ostrich. Ah! Come on. Drop more blood. Yes, it kind of is, Lurker, and it's awesome. And very delicious. Well, that would make sense then, Preacher, you know, that it's the beginning of a new story, because it very much feels like a, you know, and next time kind of a situation. Not really, Ziwan. If I was to go get... okay, like, give me an example, Ziwan. What do you want price-wise? And I can tell you how much it costs over here. It also depends on what you get. That's kind of why I need you to give me an example. Also, it's not just meat with spaghetti. I usually cook the meat with lots of other wonderful, amazing stuff. Finally! God. Sorry about the delays here. I could turn in other quests and do other quests, but I really just want to show you this one quest here. Because this quest is horrifying. And then I'm going to go eat. And then I'm going to switch back to... the slutty suit. Actually, hang on. Where's, a Big Mac? A Big Mac is $4. $4. Well, what kind of hamburger? Like, if I wanted to go to the dollar menu, I could get a hamburger for $1. But if I want to get a real burger, it costs about $4 to $5. That's from McDonald's. If I want to go someplace else, that price will vary significantly. If I go to, say, Five Guys, that's going to cost me, I believe, about $8 or $9. I forget the exact price. I think I'm going to just say 8. Decent Chinese? Well, that's funny you say that. I can pull up a menu for that right now, because I actually have a place around here that I order, and will order at some point in the future. Because they deliver. They're the only Chinese place in the entire area that actually delivers. No joke. Okay, menu. Hope you're enjoying the ostrich here. The pink ostrich. Okay, so for example, if I wanted to get, oh, I don't know, an order of fried rice, that would be $5.25. If I wanted to get some beef lo mein, that's $5.45. If I wanted to get Mongolian chicken, that's $8.25. That kind of a thing. So, we have found her husband's journal.
State your business.
My husband's journal is not about research at all. How could I have been such a fool? Magical properties of fel-infused slime forms. He really had me going there. Aurelian's journal does not deal with any sort of scholarly studies. It details his escapades with a young female blood elf. How could I have been such a fool? Unfortunately, the floozy's identity is not revealed in this journal. Alidus, a colleague of Aurelian's, was his best friend and confidant. Go question him, find out who he was having the affair with.
Remember the sun well.
You're gonna have to help me out with that, Zoan Joker. Like, if I went to Little Caesars, I could get a cheese pizza or a pepperoni pizza for $5. If I want to go to Pizza Hut and get a 3-topping pizza, that's going to be about $15. If I want to go to get a 1-topping pizza, again, from Pizza Hut or whatever, that usually averages about $10. Yep, there he is. Good luck. Finding this guy is usually a real irritant for me, because he has a huge patrol path.
We will have justice.
You think I'll betray my friend that easily? Think again! Face me, scoundrel! By the way, you still PvP flag for going after this guy. I don't drink alcohol, so I guess no.
We will persevere.
Alright, I'll talk. Put your weapons down. I don't want any more trouble. I'm his friend, but I'm not going to take the beating of my life for him. His mistress is Vieira's Sun Whisper. Go tell that harpy of a wife of his. What's she going to do anyways?
Time is of the essence.
What do you mean, little Billy? I would imagine Chinese is pretty filling because the rice and noodles involved. At least that's how I tend to think of it. Give me a moment,
Our enemies
creature.
will fall.
Vieira's Sun Whisper. That lousy little brat. I'll show her I'm not one to be trifled with. With all the important matters at hand, Aurelian still found time in his schedule to see a mistress. It's all becoming perfectly clear. Vieira's Sun Whisper, that filthy wench. We'll teach her never to cross a magistrix again. Take this scroll and find her. Find a way to lure her away from town and use the scroll on her. He mentioned she couldn't resist a particular wine harvested by the druids.
Lorerun.
So we actually need to do a little bit of travel time here. So in response to Preacher's question, one of the things I would probably do is decide well in advance which direction you want to take her storyline, the Empress's storyline. There are several options there. Just a few that come to mind as very obvious, immediate answers. She could, of course, completely be mentally and emotionally destroyed by what happens, and therefore basically become unsuitable to rule and watch everything fall apart around her until she has to be tragically killed in order to remove her from leadership. Sorry, Zoan Joker. Another option is she could rise to the occasion, become stronger as a result of it, and grow into becoming a good leader. Another option is you could have her be so traumatically scarred by the event that she basically, to put it as nicely as I can, goes insane, and therefore seeks, basically becomes kind of a Caligula situation. Not that severe, but someone who clearly should not be in power and kind of abuses that power and makes things get much, much worse as a result. Let's see if I can remember who to buy this from.
Hello.
I believe it's you. Is that it?
I don't remember. May the stars guide you.
Yeah, people are pretty dumb, especially since he is... I don't know if you guys caught this.
Greetings.
His wife is not just
Be
some
careful.
random blood elf woman. She's a magistrix. That, if you're not paying attention, that would make her higher in rank than he is.
Loon be with you.
He was probably riding her coattails. He was probably the trophy husband in that case. And the fact that he was willing under those circumstances to risk... Yeah, I think that's it. He was willing to go ahead and risk her wrath and the wrath of God knows what else, both politically and magically, in order to go have an affair. Means he's probably a frickin' moron. Or he's just a self-entitled twat, take your pick. Oh, I know, right, Hylisk? I imagine he picked it, again, probably because he was stupid. I imagine he picked that spot because he figured no one would ever follow him to this frickin' fell pit. It'll be safe there. You know. Yeah, I do too, Deutsch. But someday, God willing, I will be a trophy husband. To Hillary Clinton. Yeah. Like I said, Preacher, I think you think it out, well in advance and figure out exactly where you want to go with that. Okay, where is Miss Vieira? Where is that twat? She might be dead. Oh, no, there she is. So here's the woman he was cheating on her with. A young Blood Elf woman.
Yes.
Just because we're on this pilgrimage doesn't mean we have to give up all of life's pleasures. It's been ages since I've had a good wine. I would kill for a good bottle of Cenarian spirits. I know, it's very unfashionable of me to enjoy a drink brewed by night elves. Maybe we could become friends after all. Follow me. We don't want to have to share this with others now, do we?
Farewell.
Okay. I know just the perfect spot to go enjoy booze. She's young, Kay. And stupid. So this is a cat. I just want to bring your attention to it for a moment.
Baladash Malinore.
I can't wait to try this wine. So, this is a spell that the Magistrix prepared for us to turn her into a little rat. What's happening to me? Get this cat away from me! Yeah. No, the cat isn't the one being killed in this circumstance.
The dark times will pass.
Excellent. The little backstabber won't be running off with anyone's husband anytime soon. Here's a little something for your troubles. I trust we can keep this incident between us. And then she gives us her wedding band.
Be ready for anything.
Whether she earned that or not is a matter of opinion, which I will not comment on. But I agree with what Raskor said. Everyone involved in this little tryst is a terrible person.
Anaria Shola.
It's okay, we got back with some fell blood. Hey, we've done plenty of murder before now, Zoan Joker. Our scouts captured a Draenei paladin at the pools of Agonar. He was to take part in a cleansing ritual to purify the pools. We must stop the Draenei from succeeding, or we will lose our supply of fellblood. God, you people are so stupid. He was carrying this signaling gem, looking for a spot to mark where a priest, or an anchorite, as they call themselves, could perform their rituals in safety. Place the gem near the altar and be ready to ambush them. And this is also technically a group
Keep
quest.
your wits about you.
But we don't care, because we're all powerful, and they've kind of... that. Okay. Now I'm going to go do that thing that involves transmog and also eating. So I will be back in a bit. I won't be too long. So see you in a bit.